Stick with me because you and I are about to watch a kid survive the most brutal family betrayal at sea. Totally helpless, he desperately thrashed through the freezing waves to find his mom, but she was already gone. The poor kid was in complete denial until a giant wave dragged him straight into the dark depths. He watched everyone he loved sink into the abyss. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. His grandpa, the ultimate boss of the massive Chayangu group. Shivering from cold and fear, Taiha begged for his parents, but the old man told him to listen closely. No matter what, never forget this. You must get revenge on every single one of them. With those words, he handed him a special pen, the ultimate proof of his rightful inheritance. Then the old man stripped off his own life vest, strapped it onto the boy, and tossed him back into the ocean. Drifting for days, he was saved by the Italian mafia. They would raise him to be the world's deadliest, most cold-blooded assassin. Watch closely here, because 17 long years later, he finally returns to Korea, standing before the urns of his late parents. Whispering to the ashes, he remarks that it has been a lifetime since he last saw his parents. Deep down, he remembers a dark time when he constantly questioned the actual value of a human life. Flashback to 17 years ago. 10:32 p.m. in the Gulf of Aden. A massive cruise ship is sinking, and a terrified boy is desperately searching for his parents. The violent storm rages harder as the poor kid screams into the wind, begging for his family. Fighting the brutal ocean current, he suddenly spots two figures floating in the water. Getting closer, he realizes it is his own mother. Staring at her lifeless body, he notices she is covered in horrific wounds. He completely freezes up, totally paralyzed. He frantically tries to wake her up, but a massive wave crashes over him, dragging him underwater. Choking and desperate, he knows he has to break the surface before his lungs completely give out. Opening his eyes under the dark water, he sees countless bodies drifting beneath the vessel. The sheer horror paralyzes him. He realizes his secretary was shot dead alongside the chef, the captain, and the entire security detail. Then the ultimate nightmare hits. Drifting down into the pitch-black abyss are the bodies of his own parents. Out of nowhere, someone yanks him upward. A familiar voice asks if Taiha is all right. Relieved the boy is breathing, his grandfather asks if he can move. Taiha weeps, overjoyed to see his grandpa is still alive. The old man sighs, saying the heavens haven't totally abandoned them just yet. Taiha cries out that his parents are down there, but his grandfather solemnly replies that they are already gone. He demands the boy listen closely, declaring that no matter what, he must take control of the Chayangu group. Pressing the pen into Taiha's hand, he says to find a lawyer named Kim who will know exactly what to do. You and I know he's in serious danger when his grandpa warns him to trust absolutely nobody and get back to Korea. Still, Taiha begs him to save his parents. Instead, the old man silently starts unbuckling his own life jacket. The boy watches in utter confusion, completely lost. Strapping the vest onto the kid, he reveals they were shot dead before the ship even went under. He inflates the vest and commands Taiha to survive at all costs. With a final push, the grandfather sends him away, just as another massive wave crashes down. Lightning tears through the sky endlessly. Soon, the terrifying chaos fades into a brutal, agonizing silence. Drifting aimlessly on the open water, the boy slowly opens his eyes, completely drained of strength. He freezes as a massive shadow suddenly blocks out the sun. A giant cargo ship is passing right by him. A mysterious figure smiles down at him. Pulled aboard, Taiha is left trembling with fear and confusion. Armed guards are totally shocked to find a living kid. One of them immediately shouts to their boss that the boy survived. Listening to their unfamiliar accents, our main character quickly realizes they are speaking Italian. The guard keeps calling out for his superior, and a figure finally responds from the shadows. As they grumble about their boss, one asks the boy if he can even speak, but Taiha is staring directly at the massive tattoo on the man's neck. Judging by the heavy firepower and those tattoos, he knows these guys are definitely not your average sailors. Suddenly, the leader jumps down from above, completely startling him. She lands gracefully, demanding to know how he ended up on her vessel, while her crewman warns he might not speak Italian. Annoyed, she orders her crew to find an interpreter, while Taiha just watches them incredibly tense. Trust me, you and I are left hanging as he stuns her in perfect Italian, explaining his yacht was attacked. Let's dive into this chick asking where this crazy kid came from. He says he is Korean, and during a storm, armed pirates raided his family yacht, leaving his parents and grandpa dead. The boss realizes the shipwrecked kid floated right onto the Salerno family vessel. But the boy is totally lost on who they are. She just cracks up. Some random Asian kid speaking fluent Italian, claiming he drifted all the way from the Gulf of Aden. Whipping out a knife, she says it is a shame, but she just cannot buy his story. Pointing the steel right at his face, Regina asks why she shouldn't just toss him right back into the ocean. The kid is totally sweating bullets. He needs to spin a god-tier lie, and he needs to do it now. So Taiha flashes a pen his grandpa gave him, claiming he is the grandson of Chairman Siyoko from the massive Chayangu group and son of his third son, Suyak. So instead of feeding him to the sharks, they can ransom him for insane cash. Regina freezes, asking if he is seriously talking about the legendary Changgu Group. She knows they are the biggest powerhouse company in Korea, and now this random pint-sized kid is apparently royalty. The lady boss immediately orders her crew to look up the latest Korean news. While they dig for clues, she asks if he speaks other languages. The kid casually flexes, saying he knows Cantonese, English, Japanese, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, and Esperanto. At least enough to get by, anyway. One goon shouts he found the news. Regina smirks, thinking this is getting super interesting. She says if he wants to hit up someone back home, she can hook him up. But the kid remembers his grandpa's final words, telling him to find lawyer Kim because he is the only trustworthy one. So our main character insists they call this outsider in Seoul. At 1:12 a.m., a sleepy voice picks up, asking who is calling. She says she is calling from overseas, will only speak English, and demands to know if he is lawyer Kim. Regina gloats that based on the photo she texted, he must know she has the family's precious golden boy. She asks if he wants the kid shipped back, but the old guy acts completely clueless. She demands $10 million, telling him they need to make the swap over at the Panama Canal. But the dude claims he is way too busy for this, throwing out a counter of $1 million. He puts down his drink and grabs a microphone. Watch closely here, because while partying, this absolute psycho offers her $1 million if she just kills Taiha instead. He tells her to drop the kid and send video proof in 5 minutes, and the $1 million is all hers. Regina asks what is stopping him from stiffing her after she does the dirty work. In front of everyone, the lawyer says it takes like 3 taps on his phone to send that pocket change. Plus, if she flakes, Kim threatens to tell the news that her crew was behind the ship attacks. Hanging up, he tells his boss not to stress because he already hit up local mercenaries. With this, the entire Changgu group is theirs. Meanwhile, the boy is frozen solid by what he just heard. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Getting a 5-minute death warrant is peak terror, and this lady just shrugs. With no cash coming, her reason to keep him breathing is totally gone. Shaking, Taiha begs them for his life. But Regina says his rich kid status is officially canceled. They are already planning his funeral, and he needs to face reality. She tells him that in her world, people get taken out for their cash and legacy all the time. He is devastated, wondering why his own relatives would slaughter his whole family like this. Nearby, 2 guards whisper that their boss is just messing with him for her own sick amusement. Trembling, he cannot believe he beat the ocean just to get wiped out by complete strangers. He questions what that company even matters, and if power was worth murdering his parents and grandpa over. Suddenly, a goon bursts in, screaming that they are under fire. 3 patrol boats and a heavy attack chopper are closing in. She asks if it is Interpol, but he says no way, adding that the attackers are totally ghosting their radio calls. Regina is completely baffled. Only a total lunatic would pull a stunt like this. She glares at the kid, and suddenly everything clicks. She realizes those Korean traitors must have sent these hitmen. But out of nowhere, Taiha stabs his own hand with the pen. Everyone freezes, totally confused. He yells that the Cheonggu group is never going to hand over a single dime. Plus, she gains nothing by killing him. Trust me, you and I are about to see this boss totally shocked by his logic. Yo, you and I are about to watch our main character swear absolute loyalty for life if she helps him secure his sweet revenge. She wonders how he got the Cerno symbol, and then the crazy woman starts cackling like a total maniac. Hype as hell, Regina tells Mateo to get ready because it is showtime. Before leaving, she asks if the kid really knows what he is saying. She asks if he really wants this bloody vengeance, even if it means getting his hands completely covered in gore. He remembers his granddad saying that no matter what dirt he had to do, he must inherit Cheonggu. Solid as a rock, our boy just nods his head. With a smirk, she says, barking dogs rarely actually bite. But hey, this is getting interesting. The wild woman kicks the door wide open and tells them to move out. She declares that starting today, his life belongs to the Cerno family. So he is gonna live and die for them. So he better watch and learn because this is his future. Taiha is left speechless. Fast forward 17 years and he is finally back in Korea. Our young hero prays for his mom and dad to watch over him while he gets his bloody revenge. Wait, watch closely here. He suddenly senses danger, whips around, and leaps away just as a crazy hail of bullets shreds the pavement. Armed soldiers rolled up and immediately started blasting right at Taiha. Stepping out of a ride, some guy asks if these losers even know how to aim, while a Cheonggu manager orders them to find the boss. He claims he does not know the guy, but calls him an absolute lunatic for trying to kidnap a director from Cheonggu. One of the goons shouts to the manager that they found the exact car they wanted. He tells them to be careful with the trunk since the boss is alive, but as they go to check, a massive explosion rips through. The guy is screaming mad about the bomb, but out of nowhere, half of his squad gets their heads instantly sliced off. By the time he looks back, the rest of his crew is already dead. Taiha basically speed ran, deleting the entire squad in a second. The manager notices a tiny tear on his waist, realizing with a gasp that his bulletproof vest saved his life. Trying to strike back, the bald dude calls him a little bug, but our boy says he is not the only one who has got something to say. He instantly lands another deep slash on his back, unleashing a wild strike that slices the poor guy clean in half. As he goes down, Yang is like, what on earth just happened? He cannot wrap his brain around this monstrous power. You saw how easily he did that, right? But check it out. Our guy is not even smiling about it. He calmly wipes his daggers, walks over to a fancy ride, and yanks a bag of loot right out of the back seat. He walks over to the trunk where the squirming director is begging for his life, claiming he was just following orders from that trash lawyer Kim. He swears he had zero reason to actually kill the chairman. But the young man just opens the bag and dumps piles of cash on him, saying this is the 1 million. After all, there is no way that money ever reached him. Shaking with fear, the dude asks what cash he is talking about. Suddenly, the director remembers that fateful day. The hero pulls out a lighter, saying it is because he died back then. Tossing the lighter, he says he was reborn, and Kim is instantly set ablaze, burning alive, while Taiha just watches with ice-cold eyes. Right after that, he casually pulls out a cigar and pops it right in his mouth. Mentally, our main character talks to his family, apologizing to them for taking so long to make his move. He begs them not to worry and just rest easy, promising he will shoulder all their pain from this point on. Cut to the city center, where a sleek modern skyscraper towers over everything. Our guy moves in fast with dead serious eyes. A couple of guards shout, asking where he thinks he is going as they raise their guns, but this absolute beast deletes them both instantly. Even with the interruption, Taiha is totally unbothered, just strolling down the hallway like he owns the place. Seeing this, another guy drops to the floor in pure terror, shaking and begging to know who sent him. The guy warns him that they are part of the massive Changgu group, and he won't survive the payback. Cleaning his blade, Taiha explains that this is a private security firm subcontracted under Changgu. Their main gig is guarding high-level directors and board members all over the Gangbuck area after dark. When they are off duty, they stalk and terrorize reporters who investigate Changgu, sometimes even making them disappear. Basically, they are professional hitmen. The hostages they had captured were completely broken and hopeless. Our hero tosses one of his daggers over to the guy, telling them to free themselves and act like they never saw his face. Just like that, their ropes are cut, leaving the three captives completely stunned by everything that went down. And that is where we leave things, with a savage hero showing mercy to the innocent. What a ride. All right, you and I are about to watch some crazy drama. A corporate suit is screaming, making one escapee look back. The big guy demands to know his identity, asking if Taiha is actually part of their family tree. Taking off his mask, our boy says nope, he just wanted a quiet chat. He needs the schedule for everyone, on the board, directors to the chairman. The guy claims he knows nothing, and honestly, even if he did, he wouldn't spill since his family would get wiped out. Taiha basically tells him, "Wow, you really love staying alive." He threatens to start with his eyeball, telling him to raise a hand when he's ready to talk. Cut to a massive building screen showing some celebrity news. But right below, some homeless folks are just sitting on the staircase. It is so hot out that even a cicada is dead on the pavement. Suddenly, someone comes rushing through the silence. Walking along, Taiha realizes a big cigar screams, "Look at me!" So maybe he should switch to local Korean cigarettes. The street is packed. He thinks, man, finally back in Korea, and things actually look pretty chill for once. But then he spots the absolute spam of loan and insurance ads plastered all over the place. Some politician is shouting about using his power to completely wipe out the massive wave of crime and street violence. He proudly claims that starting today, his official war on crime is officially on. Now, pay attention here, because this speech is cut short by a gun pointing right at him, just like back in 1990. Since that day, nobody dares touch the syndicates, leaving the whole country completely ruled by cash and raw violence. Our boy wanders the streets deep in thought. The massive Changgu group basically teamed up with mobs to buy out the media. They dumped cash into sports and shows, making people so brain dead about politics that literally a dog could run for president and win. Yet locals still call this dirty company a public savior. Taiha casually strolls into a convenience store, and the clerk greets him. He and some other dude point to the same pack. They share this incredibly awkward stare, like, what are the odds of this? A bit annoyed, Taiha instantly switches his order. But they both choose the exact same backup option. Now they're squinting at each other like total enemies. Sweating, the clerk explains there is only one pack left. Taiha just lets out this massive, annoyed sigh. He tells her to give the pack to the guy. But watch closely. You and I can see this stranger is already suspicious. The guy pays up, walks outside, and finds Taiha waiting. Our hero politely asks if he can bum a smoke. The dude asks why he can't just find another shop. But Taiha explains he hasn't been home in ages and just needs a puff right now. The guy realizes he's not getting away. Handing over the smoke, he grumbles about how anyone could actually crave this cardboard-tasting trash. Walking together, the guy warns him about the local smoking fines, advising him to find a designated spot first. Taking this all in, Taiha notes that after 17 years in the mob, you only need one quick glance to completely size someone up. He can tell this dude is a beast, easily matching the monsters he fought abroad. Are all Koreans built like this now? Walking away, our hero silently prays he never crosses paths with this guy again. Later on, that exact same smoker rolls up to a literal bloodbath. Puffer in hand, he coldly stares at a corpse. Squatting down, he takes a closer look, noting they were all sliced up by a blade the size of a sashimi knife. Squishing his cigarette right into a pool of blood, he pulls out his phone to call his client. His boss snaps that he warned him not to call so late. The guy just tells him to cancel his upcoming meetings, because the assassin who just dropped Director Kim is probably hunting him down next. Sipping his wine, the boss asks what the deal is. His helper explains he visited the security office and found everyone dead. The cuts point to a single attacker who is clearly no rookie. Plus, he probably knows exactly where they are meeting. But the boss laughs it off, saying emergency family meetings are a classic Cheongu tradition. He asks if anyone would actually dare crash a super-secret meeting, reminding him he was sent to quietly hunt the killer. Suddenly, the guy realizes those precise knife wounds look incredibly familiar. He flashes back to the kid asking for a smoke, specifically picturing his hands grabbing it. He figures if that kid is not a total blade master, there is no way his palms are covered in scars. He asks his boss if anyone is a knife expert. Trust me, it's about to get wild. All right, you and I are jumping right in. The laughing boss says these clowns can barely slice an apple, no cap. He literally drops another $100 million to get women to guard the place. Walking out, he says he is heading to the meeting, but tells them to beef up security anyway. Super annoyed, his boss is just like, fine. Tossing his phone to an employee, the boss grumbles that the total psycho is just a gangster bossing him around. Walking down the hall, he fixes his suit to get ready. Once there, he greets his boss and asks when the big boss chairman actually showed up. On the phone, Hyman tells his gang leader he is helping the Cheonu crew for just one more day before heading back. But they call him a traitor. He does not even get mad, literally asking if his boss is drunk. He says they offered another $100 million, and only an absolute idiot would turn down that kind of cash. Plus, word on the street is a deadly assassin is roaming around. That is when he spots our main character, lurking in the dark alley. Weeman hangs up fast, promising details later, his eyes totally locked on the kid. Acting casual, he asks if a single cigarette was not enough. Taiha replies that finding a high-tier fighter nearby is no fluke, so following him was a brilliant move. Grinning, the dude says today is wild. First, some guy steals a smoke, and now he is being followed. He cannot believe he missed it, since he never gets followed. Watch closely here, because our main character steps up with a serious question. He demands to know if he is working with the Cheongu group. Huan asks if he was deaf during the phone call, explaining it is just temporary help. Instantly, our boy gives him a killer look, pulling 2 daggers from his back. Boom! He instantly slams his sharp blade right against the enemy weapon. They lock eyes, testing each other. Heavy blows start flying, but Hyman leaps high, getting right above our hero. He swings down hard for an epic strike, but surprise, his bat gets chopped into tiny pieces. The gangster is stunned, wondering when that even happened. Plus, Taiha just vanished in a total flash. The bad guy starts sweating as the tables turn. Now our hero is the one mid-air ready to end this whole fight right now. Pure fear in his eyes. Juan realizes the Cheongu crew is totally cooked this time. How did they target an absolute monster like this? Taiha launches forward at his enemy. With blades coming at him, the disarmed gangster is completely clueless on what to do next. Our hero lands a brutal hit, slamming him down. Wiping blood off his knife, he gets ready to bounce. We both knew he was tough, but Haman groans, asking if he is kidding. Bleeding out but still kicking, he asks if our hero is seriously just walking away, warning him he will regret leaving him alive. Putting away his dagger, Taiha says he lives by a strict code. If he was fully with the Cheongu crew, he would be dead. Stay out of his way. Next time he helps the enemy, he is done for. Also, if he cannot accept being spared, he can just count it as payback for that cigarette. Down on the ground, He-Man smiles, realizing a cheap smoke literally saved his life. He admits he got off super easy. Moments later, a car speeds down the road. Our hero is at the wheel, looking completely furious and in a ton of pain. Checking the nasty slash on his side, Taiha is glad it is not deep. He is hurting, but still able to drive. He hits the gas pedal harder. In just 32 minutes, his 17-year-long revenge plan will finally be complete. With 32 minutes on the clock, old childhood memories start hitting him hard. His mom screamed at him to hide while his dad shielded them both from flying bullets. Terrified out of his mind, the kid runs to his dad. His father tells his wife to grab the boy and run right now. His mom grabs young Taiha to escape, but the entire ship shakes violently, making even the cold-blooded killers lose their footing. Shoving him through the doorway, his mother begs him to grab a life jacket and just jump. Smiling, she tells him he must survive. Meanwhile, a killer complains they were supposed to detonate the bombs later. Staring at them, the kid is totally shocked to hear these assassins speaking Korean. With a mask and goggles hiding his face, the shooter aims straight at them, panicking. Hee-jung screams for Taiha to run as fast as he can. Trust me, seeing this poor, terrified kid run, crying, is just heartbreaking. So you and I are starting on a yacht that is already on fire when another bomb goes off, making the whole ship sink even faster. Cut to the present day in this secret gang hideout, where the big boss of Changgu's department store asks if they actually found who took out Director Kim. But Jashang thinks it was some drama of passion, since the director had 2 secret side chicks. His sister calls it nasty, but he claps back that it is pretty funny coming from her. Then Jungwon asks about Director Kim's shares of company stock, saying they have to drop an announcement fast when suddenly someone slams the table, making everyone shut up. This guy tells them to zip it. Guho tells his boy to talk, and Chang says 2 workers were caught at the scene. But they had 0 useful info and got sent away. Plus, they made sure there were no other witnesses around. He says they were just low-level freelancers who know nothing, and the cops promised to keep everything quiet. Now, check this out. Out of nowhere, his dad chucks a wine glass right at his face, leaving everyone totally speechless. The old man demands to know where the Oang gang is, which clearly ticks Chong off. Even so, he smirks, claiming they are clueless since they only sent some girls and their number 7 boss. But then the old man smashes a bottle over his head, screaming that in 24 hours, he still has not found the killer. Instead, he leaked info to a gang. He yells that if the old chairman in Suyuk had not died 17 years ago, a loser like him would never stand in this room. By now, his face is dripping red with blood. No matter what Chang promises, he will track down the target within the next 12 hours. The rest of the family realizes these 2 will never change, and it is making everyone nervous. Jui asks why he is so brutal to his eldest, since he is still his firstborn, but her brother says it is not hate. He claims it is 100% out of fear. Grabbing a towel. Chang demands his phone from his assistant. While cleaning up, he scrolls through his phone and asks where his squad is. His assistant says they are good to go. I know what you are thinking. This guy is a psycho. But he is just excited to see their grand entrance. Out on a dark road, our main character is driving toward his target. Taiha admits he has been watching the Changgu group forever. Ever since that day 17 years ago when the Cerno family finally took him in. Before his granddad was even buried, Guho snatched the chairman's seat, grabbing all the shares to lock down his power. He used the chaos of the failed war on crime, teaming up with crews like the Oang gang, to build rebuild his empire. Even though that kicked off the whole Changgu era, they still gather the official crew for meetings at times like this. This was a classic family tradition from back when his grandfather was around. Absolutely nothing about their system changed. Everyone was ready to kill to climb up the ladder Sayoko built. They even wanted to slaughter his folks and him. One of the guards is checking the security cameras. Wondering who is driving up, he asks his boss if they are expecting any guests, but gets a solid no. He reports a random car speeding toward the front gate. And the crazy thing is it is not even slowing down. Realizing it is some lunatic, the chief orders them to raise the spikes. Just like that, heavy metal spikes start coming out of the ground. But our main character just hits the gas harder. He does not need fancy tricks to handle rich kids who lived soft lives. Clicking off his seatbelt, Taiha says there is 0 point in making complex plans. Boom. The front of his car is totally trashed on impact, but he still jumps out holding his sword. He says he just hopes they did not forget his family so he can say it straight to their faces, leaving the guards totally terrified. Our boy sweeps them all out with one clean strike, declaring that he is officially back in town. Confused, the bosses ask what that massive racket was. They wonder why the noise is getting closer, coming from the front gate. Unlike the rest, Chang looks confused, but still totally cocky. His uncle tells him to go check out the noise, but he says there is no need. Suddenly, all the guards in the hall point their guns straight at the family. The oldest sister panics, while a furious Guo asks if they are seriously trying to pull a stunt right now. But his son just stands up, cool as ice, wiping his mouth. The old man asks if he is actually doing this. Grinning Zhang says his dad knew this day was coming, which is exactly why the old man was always so mad at him. He was terrified of ending up like his own granddad. With a creepy smile, he reminds his dad that he killed both his granddad and uncle. And that is where we leave it. Our main character is in, and his epic payback begins. All right, you and I are diving into a wild family feud where guards pull guns while Uncle Zhang wonders if his nephew lost his mind. They are totally losing it, screaming that you never point a gun at your own flesh and blood. Chang plays dumb like he did nothing, but they keep roasting him because they know exactly what he is up to. Jui glares at a guard, asking if he is seriously going to turn traitor just for some punk kid. Her own bodyguard apologizes as he bails on her, while the second son's guard admits it is not personal, but the betrayal payout was just too sweet to pass up. Another guard grumbles that if they just got a decent raise, none of this drama would be going down. Only Chang's own bodyguard keeps his mouth shut. His dad gets why the others flipped, but cannot process his own son doing this. He begs his guard to tell him he is not turning his back on them too. Junsu just stands there like a statue, completely silent. The guard drops the truth bomb that he protects the Changgu group, not him. Zhangwan yells, asking if they think they will actually win anything from this. He tries to keep talking trash, but a gun barrel hits his forehead, and his own bodyguard puts him down in cold blood. Seeing that the last two siblings break down and beg for mercy. But watch closely, because gunshots echo and paint the walls red. Chang tosses a cloth to his lackey and walks to his dad. The old man sighs, admitting he always knew a day like this would come. Ever since his other son passed from acute leukemia, his wife instantly demanded a divorce without taking a single cent of his cash. Shaking with pure rage, he confesses he always suspected Shang was behind it all, which is why he kept his distance. Spinning his pistol, the guy laughs, saying that for someone who had his own dad and brother taken out, Guho talks way too much. Shoving the gun against his head, he asks the old man who it was that sent his own family to the bottom of the sea. He defends himself, asking what else he could do, because if he had not wiped them all out, Suyak's kid would be running the company right now. The psycho gets in his face, asking why his dad never named him the successor. The old man is shaking in his boots, absolutely terrified of his own kid. As his son gives him a death stare, Guo points out that if he did name him Heir, the boy would have killed him way sooner. He does not even deny it, but jokes that hearing his dad say it out loud hurts his feelings a bit. His dad snaps that even if he dies here, his son will never be president, but Chang cuts him off, saying he already knows. After all, taking over power through violent coups is totally against the rules. That is a committee rule, but here is where it gets crazy. He tells his dad the noise outside is not from his guys. The president asks who it is. Shooting his dad, he says it is a young master who waited 17 years for this. Outside guards shoot wildly at the intruder. They try to surround him, knowing the killer does not even have a gun on him. The main character remembers that these elite guards protect the top bosses, meaning they are highly ranked. He figures these bodyguards will be way tougher than the last batch, making him pause for a quick second. Switching up his path, the boy claims it is no big deal, zigzagging through the enemies to dodge the bullets. He grabs a guard to use as a shield, while the poor guy begs his friends not to shoot. But the guards do not care, firing away and slicing another terrified guard's weapon completely in half. In a flash, Taiha crushes them all. The leader panics, ordering his men to get the president out of there immediately. But our hero chucks his dagger, though an elite guard manages to block the knife. A guy with glasses sighs, asking why they are making a scene and cannot do this quietly. 3 department heads show up to block him, but our main character completely ignores them and slices down the other guys. One of them brags he can take him solo and tells the others to wait. But despite being a total beast, Taiha is hurting from his earlier injury. With every passing minute, the wound gets worse. Snapping back to reality, he realizes the enemy's fist is already flying directly at his face. He has no choice but to block the blow, getting blasted backward in the process. Seeing the final outcome, even our main character is left totally confused. He stares at Deshang's body with a bullet hole in his head. Aunt Ju and Zhongwan met the exact same fate. And that is where we leave it, with everyone dead and the cousin mocking how well the main character takes care of himself. Hey guys, let's see if Chang actually gets recognized here. But our main man just drops his name, calling him out as Guho's oldest son, No Cap. This crazy dude just chuckles, saying they were never tight enough to call his dad by his first name. Taiha is keeping it real sus just watching. His cousin claims he stayed because skipping a hello is bad vibes. Plus, he's got some tea to spill, saying they can stay standing since this whole chat will be super quick anyway. He asks if the kid remembers that wild day 17 years ago when the Italian mafia saved his life. But his bodyguard cuts in, saying the chopper is ready. She's stressing they got a jet since it's super dangerous, but he gets ticked off and tells her to wait her turn. Suddenly, Taiha gets hit with a huge shock. He definitely didn't expect that. He remembers that exact voice, the same guy who deleted his family 17 years back. The dude who aimed a rifle at him and his mom, giggling under his mask about the bombs blowing up early. Now watch this. Our boy loses it, asking if this scum was the killer, while the psycho laughs. The guy basically tells the main character to quit talking so casual before he gets hurt. Honestly, it's making him want to end him right now, but Taiha just tells him to try it since he wanted them all dead anyway. His cousin hits him with a Korean culture check, basically telling him to change his attitude right now. Highly annoyed, Taiha tries to make sense of this wild situation. He figures out Chang knows he survived and that he's a hitman for the Salerno family. He wonders why wait 17 years after that day to stage a coup. But the crazy guy tells him to pay attention because the show's starting. Finally, Taiha realizes that this madman isn't actually trying to start a coup. He wants to frame him for the whole attack so he can easily snag the president's spot. Junyuk says they don't need any formal intros, so the protagonist just pulls out his dagger. The baddie bodyguard starts blasting, but our assassin easily defers the bullet paths, blocking every shot with his blade. He closes the gap super fast, but another guard steps in and lands a massive hit. Even though he saw more trouble coming, he couldn't dodge this guy, who introduces himself as Junho Park. You see this, right? The young master jumps back so they don't completely trap him. Without missing a beat, Junie starts spraying bullets at him again. He admits the kid's crazy fast, like Olympic track star fast, while his partner blocks his escape, getting a little nervous about how wild this is getting. Yanho asks if being super bendy is the secret to his success. Then he unloads a crazy, non-stop barrage of strikes. Taiha knows they are built different compared to the weaklings outside, but he'd easily crush them if he weren't already wounded. He sees Chang's guard is down, which might be his only shot before Junsu shows up. Plus, if that lady is Da, there are only 3 guards here, but 4 were at the meeting. Suddenly, Junho lunges to attack him, but Taiha spots the hidden 4th guard in the reflection of his opponent's eye. This random dude was holding a sword, getting ready to backstab him, but the kid vanishes right between them both. They're completely shook by this, while our main man drops low, knowing this is the final guard. The sword guy complains about being spotted in the reflection, blaming Junho's eyes. But his buddy says the kid would be dead if it were that easy, reloading their guns, while Junyang hypes up the massive bonus they're about to get. So both he and the guy with glasses start blasting away at the assassin. Watching the chaos, Chang laughs that tracking a gun in sword fight is absolute madness. He warns that they were trained specifically to take down his insane speed, which Interpol was already hyping up. He confesses he wanted to blow him up with a bomb, but a heroic death in battle makes a better story. Junho blocks his path so he can't run, while Junie brags that his speed won't save him now. It's game over now that Taiha is cornered, and the guard cocks back his brass knuckles to finish him. The protagonist can only watch the attack fly in while his cousin grins like a total maniac. And trust me, you and I will have to wait to see how he survives this massive smash. All right, we are flashing back 4 years, and Regina is totally losing her mind. She wanted the traitor taken care of, not smeared across the walls like wallpaper. Seriously, even she was about to puke from the sheer grossness. She keeps nagging him, saying he is fast enough to do this quietly. Man, she still remembers the day they first rescued him. She totally gets his rage, since Lorenzo was actually nice to him. But going brutal mode like this just restarts the whole cycle of revenge. So, speaking as his mentor and the big boss of the Salerno family, Regina begs the kid to never pull this stunt again. But our main character does not care at all. He just coldly claims that this is the best way to keep things quiet. Totally lost, she asks what Taiha even means. He explains that quiet deaths do not teach lessons. Everyone needs to see the exact nightmare waiting for them if they dare to stab the family in the back. The rumors have to spread and get blown way out of proportion. That is how you stop snitches. Otherwise, it is just non-stop war. She asks if he really chose this gruesome path just to save lives in the long run. Aside from his tiny standing spot, the entire room is painted red. She calls him out, saying it is wild hearing life lessons from a kid standing in blood without a single drop on his cheek. Snapping out of her thoughts, Regina jokes that being a stealthy assassin really does not fit his style. Back to today, pay attention right here as Junho suddenly freezes. A weird light shines right through his chest as he starts coughing up blood. Even Chang and his meathead guard are shocked. Our guy literally sliced him up, and now he is glaring down the rest of his targets. Terrified, one goon tries to raise his gun, but boom, his eye gets instantly pierced. After taking that brutal hit, the guy realizes they messed up. The kid is not just fast, he is insanely strong. Plus, anyone who has actually watched him go all out never survives to gossip about it. Even though Taiha keeps pushing, his injuries are looking nasty. Junhyuk is totally panicking because nobody warned him that this guy was such an absolute beast in a fight. Suddenly, Junsu shows up and barks orders to the lady, telling her to get the boss out while he wraps things up here. Our hero spots this and realizes his sneaky cousin is trying to make a quick getaway. He screams the guy's name, chops right through Janny's weapons, and books it straight toward the elevator. Chang peeks his head out to see the drama. Taiha is absolutely raging, demanding to know where he is running off to when they are not done yet. But Junsu blocks the door, casually greeting him. He is shocked that the big boss's bodyguard is already here. You might think the kid has this as he jumps, but watch the guard literally catches both knives with one hand. Getting ready to throw a massive punch, the old man admits he is actually pretty impressed with how strong the kid grew. Then he unleashes a beatdown all over our hero's body, basically turning his ribs into dust. Taiha starts hacking up blood from the insane damage, but he still manages to snap those blades. Junu declares that his time is officially up, delivering a brutal knee strike to the exact same spot and sending him flying. But the old man notices his own clothes got sliced up anyway. He turns to his subordinate and tells Janny to stop faking and get up, sweating bullets. Janny admits he seriously thought he was a goner. The old man warns him that this building is about to blow, so they need to grab their partner and run. Meanwhile, our hero lies there totally motionless. Up on the roof, the bodyguard makes a run straight for the helicopter. Chang asks if the target is taken care of. He gets a green light, and they plan to blow the place as soon as they are airborne. Junsu tries to prepare for a safe takeoff, but the boss demands they get in the air right now with the door wide open. Slipping on his headset, the guard warns it is too dangerous to fly like this and tells him to shut the door. But the psycho wants a front row seat to the fireworks, saying he has been waiting forever for this exact moment. And just like that, the chopper lifts off, while Chang hangs right by the open doorway. He smiles and curses looking down, saying he always absolutely hated that house. As he whines about how fake his family was, his crew exchanges worried looks. Suddenly, the lunatic remembers how our hero promised this was not over between them. Grinning like a maniac, he calls him a pathetic kid. The kid survived just to get payback, only to die the exact same way. Then he asks if they knew the word family comes from the Latin word for slave. Grabbing the detonator, he tells everyone to watch him change the whole city, starting today, completely blowing up the mansion where all those secret meetings took place. And that is where we leave poor unconscious Taiha. You and I are in the chaos. He hears the chopper and knows it is game over. He flips the script, saying there is still time. Meanwhile, Chang watches the whole place blow up. Dropping the clicker, this crazy dude says they are ending with a bang. Our main guy jumps through the fire, while this psycho decides to take a nap because it is just too hot. He orders his crew to head straight back to base, but Taiha slices him with a knife. Too bad he only nicks his calf, sending his cousin screaming in absolute agony. The guards scramble up, totally stressed. His cousin calls him a straight-up bug and asks what he is doing. Our hero asks if he seriously thought he could just run after wrecking so many lives. Dangling from the blade, his body weight tears it way deeper into Chang's leg. Blood goes spraying everywhere, while Taiha vows to end him no matter what it takes. Dine whips out her pistol, telling her boss to stand back, but the psycho grabs the gun and says he is doing this himself. Aiming the gun at his cousin, Chang laughs and asks if he really thinks he is the star here, because he is the real main character. Calling him scum, he tells the kid to just die. Falling down, Taiha dodges the lethal headshots, but still gets clipped in a few spots. Watch closely as he goes into a wild freefall. The second they slam the chopper door, the guard dials the hospital for a massive emergency. Our boy was falling from a completely crazy height. Luckily, a tree catches him and breaks his fall, but he still slams back first into the wall of a nearby house. Then he tumbles right onto a truck rolling by a creek, and some random cyclist catches the whole thing. The rider stops and stares. No way it is one of the guys he literally rescued from that security firm earlier. The kid realizes this is his savior. Looking at his wrecked body, he panics, thinking he might be too late. But then he hears a faint cry for help. Turning back toward Taiha, he creeps in to get a better look. Our main guy is barely conscious, begging for help. Even while totally broken, he keeps whispering that it is not over yet. Suddenly, an 11-minute audio file pops up in a group chat. The caller was begging for backup, saying some dude refused the breathalyzer 3 times and kept yelling that he was Congressman Kim. A guy takes notes while listening to former director Kim using his high and mighty status to threaten the police. He asks his buddy if the voice and name are clear, while the other guy asks where the director is hiding out. The kid replies that the guy is probably at the station making a statement and will head home after. His contact seems super hesitant, so the kid offers $200, asking if that is enough to crush a major political boss. I know what you're thinking, but they type back and hit him with a terrible counteroffer of $30. Naturally, he gets super ticked off and argues that the tea is worth way more cash. But the buyer shoots back that it is not election season, so nobody cares about these old boomers. Our boy says they clearly do not get the market, explaining that normal folk pay 1 times, but a celebrity costs 10 times that. But if they are tied to Changgu, the price skyrockets 1,000 times. He takes a breath, realizing everything leads back to Changgu. Soon, the radio reports a massive accident over at the tower, but completely bored by it, he just shuts it off. He packs up to bounce, but instead of heading outside, we find him in a local restaurant. The lady boss is already prepping for the lunch rush, warning the kid that he is gonna be late if he keeps chilling. The kid says he is good and can make it on his skateboard, so she tells him to at least grab a bite. But if he actually eats, he is definitely doomed. Suddenly, some thug appears and tells the boss to stop messing around. He struts in, telling her to sell before they lose their manners. Then, Boo asks the kid if he agrees with him. The owner asks if they are seriously hitting her up for cash first thing in the morning, muttering that these punks sure keep busy. She tells the kid to just head to school and ignore them, saying nothing is going to change anyway, even though he is totally burning up inside. Snatching up a knife, the thug warns her not to get hasty, pointing out she is already 2 months late. The dude tells her to sell the place and get what she can, saying they are on the same side. She spits back that she won't sell for pocket change and tells him to learn math first. Meanwhile, our boy is at the station waiting to catch his train. Totally exhausted by the drama, he sighs heavily. He admits his neighborhood is completely in ruins with all these brutal turf wars over redevelopment. Thanks to gangs like Changgu and Oang fighting, this place has been totally abandoned. And that's where we leave it, with tiny gangs running wild over the folks in this lawless wasteland. All right, you and I are starting with 2 folks who have nowhere else to go, and the poor shop owner has bruises all over her face. But she just tells him to wipe down the tables, leaving him totally stressed about what happened to her. Some random customer chimes in that a couple of super angry thugs from Yaburi just stormed out earlier. Apparently, they are trying to bully the locals into selling their shops for some big money redevelopment plan. She tells him to chill and drop his backpack in the back. He does it, but he is so mad that he just slams his stuff on the floor. Fuming, the kid realizes he really needs to step up and make a move. He remembers his late dad's old pal, Dr. Younguk. She used to be a fancy medical school professor before she ran into some serious trouble with the dangerous Oang gang. Even so, she always watched his back. None of this drama was her fault, especially not this restaurant mess. The food here is absolutely killer, and everything is cooked perfectly. But hold on, a wild idea hits him out of nowhere. He remembers a shady call he got earlier. Turns out dirt on the Changgu group is worth a crazy amount of cash. So our boy shoots a text and the guy immediately asks if he has the scoop. Even though he's shaking, the kid spills every single detail he knows. He sends over some solid proof showing that Ju Hawk, a guard for a top director, was secretly getting cozy with the lady boss Miho. Caught in 4K. Sweating bullets, he waits to see what the buyer says. The buyer asks what the kid is planning, but quickly remembers the cash. Now watch closely because Saturday brings some major trouble. A bunch of suited guys show up asking for Gray. He says yes, but immediately realizes he made a massive mistake. The guy hits him right in the gut, knocking him cold before tossing him into a van. Gray finally gets why the bounty was so high. The whole thing was a total trap. Now our boy is tied up tight inside the security company's creepy office. The boss tells him he thought he was just some pesky little snitch at first. But the kid is actually surprisingly good. He demands to know where the photos came from, asking if his late dad left them behind. He asks if Gray is actually the son of Jingu the legend, who tried to expose Chaeon-gu. Gray just smirks right at him. The boss takes off his watch, asking if he finds this funny, before throwing a nasty punch right at the kid's face. While beating him up, the man demands to know if there are more files. He keeps roughing him up, throwing the kid onto the floor while screaming a bunch of insults. You and I both know this kid is crazy, right? He just cackles, calling the boss a total piece of trash, saying he would have sold everything already if he had more. Absolutely fuming, the big guy orders his goons to bring him a hammer. He threatens to smash all the kid's teeth out until he realizes this is definitely not a game. But luckily, a guard interrupts with a call for the boss. Headquarters just reached out saying they need to head out for an emergency security meeting immediately. The boss stands up saying if it's really priority one, they have to move out immediately. He tells his men to gag the kid and lock him up. He kicks Gray inside, promising he'll finish him off when he gets back. Inside the room, an old man and a woman are already lying on the cold floor, and he mutters that Gray's dad was an absolute fool whose dumb sense of justice failed to expose Chaeon-gu. He just died in a car wreck alongside his mom, when he could have kept his head down and worked for them. At the end of the day, having insane dirt on bad guys means nothing if you can't protect yourself. Suddenly, they hear the guards outside shouting in confusion. Right after that, gunshots and terrifying screams fill the air. The boss goes into full panic mode, screaming at his men to take the guy out. Everyone is absolutely terrified. Out of nowhere, the heavy door swings wide open. A mysterious guy hands them a knife to cut their ropes, telling them to escape, and warns them that none of them saw him there tonight. They have absolutely no clue what just went down, but they scramble out while thanking him for saving their lives. Gray takes one last look at the absolute carnage around him, wondering if that single dude wiped out the entire room alone. Eventually, he makes it back home, where Young-suk freaks out about his busted face, demanding to know where he was. She gets super mad, pressing him for answers, but Gray just brushes it off. Smiling, a girl tells her to take it easy. The kid heads straight to his room with the woman watching him in deep concern. The second he closes the door, he collapses. Lying there completely shaken, he wonders if the Oang gang actually sent that crazy killer. They had actual guns, but he sliced them up with 2 simple knives. Trust me, you and I have to watch what happens next. Yo, let's jump straight into this wild ride where our young genius is frantically digging through his drawers, wondering if some shady hitman was sent to put him on a t-shirt. Smelling a revenge plot, he remembers when the chief brought up his dad asking if there were hidden files on that shady company, Chaeon-gu. The kid knows that even the juiciest gossip is totally useless unless you have the actual muscle to back it up. Pulling up the data, Gray mutters he needs real power. But finding one random face in a massive database? Yeah, that is basically searching for a needle in a haystack. Then he remembers a goon mentioning an emergency meeting, which gives him a brand new lead to work with. He plugs in the level 1 priority code to crack the company files, and boom! Finding the same files his dad had, he knows he hit the jackpot. The files say if things go sideways, the big bosses meet up at some secret annex. But of course, the actual address is completely missing from the documents. Gray shrugs it off, saying he does not care about some stranger anyway. Still, he knows not all associates are loyal. Suddenly, the police scanner goes wild with reports of a brutal massacre, and several bodies are dropping. The damage is still totally unknown. Now watch this, guys, as he realizes that secret mansion belongs to the bad guys It clicks that his target is right there. He hops on his bicycle and pedals into the dead of night, determined to get a piece of the action. He has zero clue who this guy is or why he is causing chaos, but pulling up to the scene is his best move right now. That is when he spots a dude literally dangling from a helicopter, following the echo of gunfire. He runs fast toward the crash zone. Finding the guy looking completely mangled, Gray assumes he is already a goner. But the dude is holding a blade, looking fierce and growling that the fight is far from over. Gray is blown away by this absolute unit's willpower. He drags him home screaming for his foster mom, who is busy working. She freaks out, asking who this bloody guy is, while Gray begs her to put on her doctor hat and save him. Later, the dude wakes up feeling better and asks who Gray is and why he saved him. Gray introduces himself, bragging that he is a broker who trades secret info. You and I both know this looks mad fishy, and even our main man is calling cap on this kid actually being some high-level data broker. The kid says he is more of an information wholesaler, delivering top-tier gossip to his high-paying clients. In fact, his biggest buyers are rival info dealers and major corporate banking giants. The man explains he got set up by Cheon-gu, walking right into a deadly trap while looking for a contact. Taiha asks if Gray was one of the hostages from that day, shocked that the kid recognized him so easily. Gray just laughs, joking that he is trying to win some award for being the world's youngest data broker. The protagonist looks around the room, scoping out all the high-tech gear and stuff the kid owns. He asks how long he has been out, and the kid says it has been 4 days, leaving him totally shocked that he slept that long. Still, he tests the kid, asking if this fancy broker can track down a specific target for him. But the kid folds, admitting he was totally bluffing, saying finding him was hard enough, and they would need serious backup for that. Plus, tracking people down costs serious cash. And hey, he wants some payback for saving his life and paying all those hefty medical bills, tuning him out. The tough guy asks if the kid is just trying to admit he is useless. Gray fires back, asking what he will do if he fails. Taiha just shrugs and turns around, grabbing his jacket. He says thanks for the patch-up, but warns he will deal with him later. The kid asks if he is seriously just walking away, but the fighter has unfinished business. He warns the kid to stay out of his way, because next time, things will get way worse than a kidnapping. Shook Gray plops back down in his seat, but a devious little smirk quickly creeps onto his face, loving how wild this world is. Stepping outside Taiha smells delicious pork soup and wonders if he is in some kind of diner. Caught off guard, the mom barks at him that he should not be walking around. She explains he was shot by .22 caliber bullets, making it easy to stitch him up. But if he keeps moving with broken bones, he is toasted, and no doctor on earth will be able to save him. Being a gentleman, Taiha thanks her for saving his life, promising to pay her back every single cent she spent. But she's just a restaurant owner, telling him to get lost if his stitches rip. And trust me, you and I are definitely sticking around for what's next. All right, you and I are diving right back in as our main character heads outside, wondering if this is a market before grabbing a phone. He picks up, saying it is not his phone. Gray lets him know his own broke, so this is his temporary replacement. He mentions there are earpieces in his pocket too, telling our main character to put them in right away. Checking out the device, Taiha is shocked by the tiny size. The kid explains the battery connection and mic setup. He adds that the top shirt button is actually a hidden camera. Our hero fires back, warning him that getting involved means death. But the kid totally shocks him, asking why he is wiping out the Cheon-gu family. He tells him not to act shocked. Even with Korea being totally chaotic, a massive hit like that does not go unnoticed. The whole country went wild while he was knocked out, with news blasting that the entire Cheon-gu family got wiped out by terrorists. Taiha just demands to know why the kid wants a favor. The kid explains that this neighborhood is a battleground between Oang and Cheon-gu gangs fighting over lucrative remodeling rights. And besides those two gangs breathing down their necks, there are tons of other problems making their lives total hell. Still, since our hero is in a major rush, the kid will help now in exchange for a favor down the road. They must stay connected until this is over. But if Tai refuses, he will just hand him over to the Changgu. Obviously, our guy hates being threatened, but he decides to play along just to see what this kid is actually made of. Soon, he is strolling through a crowded neighborhood, making a beeline straight toward a super fancy building. Taiha hits up a shady private bank where he keeps a secret safe deposit box, pulling out a drawer to grab his hidden stash. Gray admits he had no idea a place like this even existed in Seoul, asking if they could get tracked here. But our guy explains these joints run purely on trust, so snitching to other businesses is completely out of the question. He says folks only come here to hide expensive jewelry or heavy sins, making it the safest spot in town. Watching him, the kid realizes our guy is putting together a disguise. He goes quiet, carefully analyzing Taiha's every move. He is confused because the killer has no gun and a knife alone is not going to cut it. Sweat starts dripping. His body starts feeling incredibly heavy, making it almost impossible to keep a straight face. And he feels like he is getting stabbed, bringing back those awful memories of Regina's brutal beatdowns. Now watch closely as our guy asks if he found the target. He asks if the chief executive officer of the company, Nightem Pil-jung, is the broker who sneaked him into Korea. Word is he made a huge name for himself in Europe and is now hunting for a secret ship to China. Gray explains that border security is tight as hell after what our main character did to the Changgu family. Our hero tells the kid to leak a rumor to the dealers that a ship is ready for 10 times the normal price. The kid asks what his game plan is once he tracks him down, wondering if Taiha plans on leaving with him. Sheathing his blades, he calmly says he is going to end him. He almost died because someone leaked his intel, and the only person who knew his location was Pil-jung. With ice in his eyes, he says traitors must die. Cut to a church where he admits he does not care if it is an old buddy. A hooded figure slips inside. Walking up to the confessional, the guy calls out for the priest, asking to speak. He drops a secret coded phrase. A man looks out for his own interests. Pil-jung complains that the booth is way too stuffy. He asks why they have to meet in a holy church. He claims he might not look like it, but he is a devout Catholic. But the fake priest just cold shoulders him, demanding the cash. The informant quickly pulls the money out of his bag. Flashing 100 million won, he says, it would have been way smarter to swap it for $10,000. Switching topics, Pil-jung says he needs answers. After all, this country is packed with scammers like him, which is why he cannot trust some random priest. Now wait a second, Gray warns. There are tons of thugs outside. Suddenly, armed goons burst through the doors. The guy points out it is highly suspicious that some random priest secured a ship when a top info broker like him could not. He boasts that the golden rule of their line of work is dead simple. If you lie to me, you pay with your life. Warning that our main character better be ready to face some serious, bloody consequences. But shocking him completely, Taiha asks if he seriously does not even recognize his own best buddy's voice. Pil-jung is absolutely floored, stuttering that they swore our hero was dead. But he quickly realizes talking will not save him now. He curses his own stupidity, realizing he should have known something was fishy the moment he heard that Italian password. He desperately blames gambling, and trust me, you and I know how this ends. We're starting with this guy racking up insane debts at Korea's shady Changgu casinos. Pil-jung reaches for his piece, trying to play dumb and claim he would have kept quiet if he knew they were going to kill him. But before he can even finish, Taiha bursts right through the wall and slices his throat. Dude is straight up panicking, trying to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, the guys outside are asking what is going on through the camera on his shirt button. They can see the body and a literal lake of blood. Gray is absolutely losing his mind with fear. Even with crazy injuries that would put normal folks in a wheelchair, Taha is still ready to throw hands. Walking out of the booth, our main guy says Pil-jung definitely banned guns today just to keep things low-key. This absolute maniac tells them to start praying because they are seeing God today. He does not care if they are hired goons or his former friend's crew. Seeing this play out, Gray is completely frozen. Since they showed up with bats and blades, our hero counts that as a direct threat on his life. That means he has zero reason to go easy on them. The goons laugh, wondering what a dude with a broken arm can even do. One rushes forward, yelling about getting the cash inside. Now, watch closely as our guy locks in to wreck them. Gray points out that a broken arm is the least of his worries. The guy has busted ribs and bullet wounds, yet he still dodges with perfect flow. In one smooth motion, he jabs his weapon right into the guy's neck, already tracking his next target. Boom! Another dodge and a throat slice in one swift move, before immediately throwing his blade into the next guy's neck. Some guy charges in to stab him, but Taiha literally uses his arm sling to trap the attacker in place. He quickly throws a savage elbow with his good arm, completely wiping out the entire squad in a matter of seconds. He explains that if you strike hard and fast at the start, your enemies lose their focus instantly. With massive stacks of cash practically waving in their faces, their adrenaline was naturally off the charts. But hold on, someone in the crowd was packing something they definitely shouldn't have, even as more goons rushed him. Our guy takes one single step and literally vanishes from sight, utilizing insane speed to glide right past them. His real target was the biggest threat in the room, leaving the two dudes who charged him looking absolutely clueless. Even Gray is totally lost. Right after that move, a gun clatters loudly onto the church floor. He just turns to the rest of them and asks who is next. Meanwhile, the church looks completely peaceful from the outside. I know what you are thinking, but inside that lone parked car, Gray is totally stunned by what he saw. He is thinking there is no way this guy is human, pulling off stunts like that while literally broken. Suddenly, Taiha calls him over and asks if he can hear him. He wants the kid to grab a bag of cash from the confessional since he is too drained to move. The kid is spooked and plays dumb, but our guy tells him straight up that he knows he is close by. Since the kid actually warned him about the goons before they even showed up, Gray is completely left with nothing to say. Even though his heart is racing, he accepts the job. Gray steps out of the car and heads straight for the church doors. The kid slowly walks up and hesitantly pushes the doors open. Inside the place is completely painted with blood and bodies. Our main guy is just chilling on a pew, pointing out that the bag is right up there. Getting more nervous by the second, Gray walks up to the booth and spots the dead body of Taiha's ex-friend. He feels totally sick to his stomach seeing all these lifeless bodies scattered all over the place. The kid mentions he called an Uber that should be there in 10 minutes, but looking at his buddy, he realizes Taiha is in terrible shape. He asks what is wrong with him, offering to call Young-suk to get some medical supplies ready for them. But out of nowhere, the madman straight up stabs his phone. Gray instantly freezes in pure shock. Pulling off a glove, the hero says that when he woke up, his gear was swapped, but his gloves were weirdly left on. The kid just stays quiet and listens. On Taiha's hand, the creepy crest of the Cerno family is clearly visible. Staring right at the kid, he says Gray already knows who he is dealing with. Gray slowly nods. He knows his name, his dad's name, and that he is the grandson of the late Cheon-gu group chairman. He is the only Asian member of the Italian Salerno Mafia and has a massive 5.5 billion bounty on his head. The boy insists he is not plotting anything, swearing his mom does not even know and says he just needs his help. Taiha asks if teaming up is really worth risking his life or missing out on that insane bounty reward. And that is where we leave them, with Gray trying to explain his hiding mother before our guy cuts him off. All right, you and I are jumping right in, and he is telling him straight up to just hand the kid over to the Cheon-gu. He remembers their talk from earlier, earlier, back when the kid was bragging about wanting to be the youngest broker to win big. He points out that his career is totally stuck. And even though he is willing to jump into the action, he just lacks the experience. That is why the big-time informants are usually older, seasoned players. So he asks if Gray is ready to play in the major leagues. Cut to this fancy modern building where two dudes are walking and one is telling the other to keep his mouth shut unless spoken to. He gets ticked off, swearing he would never say anything that would put Osang at a disadvantage. His buddy fires back that their gang is not known for being smooth talkers. Annoyed but unable to argue, they walk in, apologizing for the wait. Meanwhile, back at the chapel, Taiha praises the kid's work. Now watch closely, because he promises to return the favor, but warns that teaming up means Gray is risking a brutal death if he ever gets caught. But hey, if they team up, he could be the absolute best. Our boy says it is a done deal. After all, he is going to totally crush Changgu once and for all. The Osang leader admits he did not expect a call so soon, knowing Chang must be super busy with his family funeral. He says they were not planning on leaving without calling, but the other guy just puts his hand up to silence them. They are both sweating bullets over what comes next, while this absolute weirdo gestures for them to shut their mouths. Then he starts nodding his head to some music coming from a speaker, raising his fist like he is leading a revolution or something. The two Osang gang members are totally lost, but suddenly, someone starts clapping. The guy next to Weemon says it is a bummer they showed up right as the song was ending, and Chong asks if he knows it. The dude names the song perfectly, but mentions it sounded a bit messy, guessing it was probably his performance. This definitely ruins the vibe for our resident psycho, who tells his bodyguard to turn that garbage off. As Dane uncovers her ears, the guy brags that it was from a 6th grade piano recital, admitting he never practiced after that. Plus, all the relatives who actually showed up to watch him play that day are now totally dead. He asks if they even know what happened, claiming they would not have been sitting ducks if they knew who was coming. But Huiman fires back that he literally warned him to cancel the meeting, since this killer is no average Joe. I know what you are thinking, but as Huiman argues, that Chong ignored his warnings. Tong cuts in, telling him to put that cigarette out because he knows best. This clearly ticks him off, and Chong snaps that this was an official family emergency meeting, something they could not just cancel, reminding him he paid 200 million won to take care of that dude quietly, without letting other members know. The guy leans forward, resting his knee on a cane. Rubbing his leg, he complains that instead of taking care of the killer, they got wrecked, and now he is stuck using this thing. So he says he cannot help but wonder how Huiman survived, while every single other guard ended up in a body bag. He replies that he already explained this, swearing the killer has his own weird rules and he just did not fit the bill. Smirking the psycho jokes that maybe a terrorist's #1 rule is to avoid friendly fire, which obviously makes him blow a fuse. He tells him to shut up with that garbage, asking if they really think he would risk his gang's honor and his own parents. Chang sneers that having parents to back you up must be nice, because even if he wanted that support, his are already 6 feet under. Suddenly, the other Osang member pushes up his glasses, getting ready to jump in. He asks who was supposed to handle this so-called terrorist, and the guy says that is not even a question. It was Mr. Jun Soo. The girl throws another shady look at the old man, while Huiman's partner asks the bodyguard directly. The old man naturally nods yes right away, but even the main guy starts getting highly suspicious. He says he gets it and asks what Chang wants. The psycho claims he does not care about money or any of that cash. He just wants to make sure they keep their mouths shut, and if anyone asks, they have never laid eyes on this killer. He cannot understand why the Chayangu are desperately trying to bury this, as his buddy lights up and asks if that is really all. Chang tries to snap at him to put that cigarette out again, but Junsu steps up and taps his shoulder. Shocked, he glances at his bodyguard, who steps in to speak for him, assuring them that yes, that is plenty. The Osang rep says he needs a minute to process all this, and casually asks if the bodyguard wants a smoke too. The old man passes, saying he quit, but trust me, you and I are about to see Chang absolutely smash this table in pure rage. All right, let's jump into this madness, where this cocky punk asks if they aren't terrified of the soon-to-be president. The guy just loses it, swearing up a storm and telling the little punk to stay in his lane. Standing up, he says that is exactly what his boss would say, which is why he is shutting him down. On his way out, he turns straight to the bodyguard, saying they accept the deal. He tosses his cigarette on the floor, casually telling them to keep an ashtray and some wet wipes handy next time. And just like that, the three of them are left in absolute awkward silence. Chang stays quiet for a moment, totally frozen. Then Humin says that dude is a straight-up savage. He basically destroyed all of Chaungu's massive ego with just a few slick words. Fixing his glasses, he says that is his job, since Chaeyoung clearly has no clue how the real world works, adding that the old president taught him absolutely nothing and got what he deserved for not handling the brat earlier. The guy is utterly shocked, asking if he is seriously saying that out loud. Super chill, the old man claims this whole mess was probably a coup Chang set up to grab the throne. The elevator dings open, and pay attention here. They need to find the killer who wrecked the Cheon-gu group immediately. Ween mentions the killer is supposed to be dead, but his buddy is convinced that is a lie. Junsu is a beast, but he never actually kills anyone. When he asked the old man that exact question, it totally confirmed his suspicions. And now he is even more hyped by this insane twist. He says there is no way Taeyong hired him because Junwoo lost way too many men. The killer was just a pawn. Weeman says that when they crossed paths, the terrorist guy mentioned he had not been back to Korea in forever. Maybe they should recruit him and use him to totally take over Cheongu. But the old man says that while that sounds great, if they actually track him down, they should just take him out. Our guy is totally confused by all this. But the old man admits he is just pissed because Chang thinks Kwim Min is not even in the killer's league. So next time they meet, he has to show them who is the real boss. Jel admits he does not really vibe with Oang, but he still hates seeing his own guys get totally wrecked. You and I both know this guy is crazy, and now he claims there is one thing he is insanely good at. Thanking his dad, he tells them to take a guess. Meanwhile, the room is still a total mess and the guards are frozen solid. Pouring some whiskey, he brags about how amazing he is at reading between the lines. He says when that old geezer asked if Taiha was actually dead, it felt like everyone in the room literally stopped breathing. Slamming down on the couch, Chang says his guard swore he had totally finished off his cousin. But Taiha jumped and only hurt his leg. Plus, they never found a body. He raises his glass and takes a slow sip. With a killer glare, he asks if Taiha is still breathing. Junsu snaps back, asking if he thinks he let the young master escape. The old man reminds him that he personally blasted the kid from a helicopter. Chang snaps that if they did their job right, that would not have been necessary. The guard admits the kid was way tougher than expected. Chang slams his glass down on the bar, declaring that it is time to move on. Heading out, he says his main focus is the board meeting because he needs those votes to lock in his committee spot. The psycho says whether Taiha is breathing or not, the old man cannot double-cross him, demanding to know if he is right. The old man promises he never breaks his word as they head up to the rooftop towards the helicopter. Young Men is already waiting there, and Chang is shocked to see this guard actually survived. The guy complains this is not what they agreed on, begging them to rethink this transfer. He argues he served the Changgu family for ages, so demoting him to some low-level director's bodyguard is insulting. Furious, he says if he knew this would happen, he would have never turned on his old boss. The psycho steps up and asks who exactly ordered this guard to get thrashed. Before reacting, Young Men looks over at Dane. Since Dane just hangs his head, his boss tells him to be glad he was not completely thrown away after messing up. He still screams out for Jun-soo, but the old man tells him to chill out for now, saying he will hit him up later. With that, the chopper starts taking off, leaving Young Men standing there watching them fly away. Meanwhile, over in a sketchy part of town, we see Mrs. Young's restaurant. Taiha says it makes total sense how Gray recognized him, since his late dad was actually a researcher at that very company. The boy explains that with his hand tattoo and everyone looking for a 20-year-old Asian guy linked to the Cheongu massacre, it completely clicked. Our hero even calls it a solid effort, and you and I know things are about to get wild. Let's start with his foster mom roasting him for having way too much free time. Young Suk points out that a Cheongu guy back for payback definitely has a scheme, so he needs to stop yapping and get moving. Gray literally chokes on his lunch when our guy asks if she would sell him out just for some chores, while the local psycho plots murder. His buddy tries to play peacemaker, but the lady says she is completely in the right, arguing that a former mob hitman is not exactly going to be trusting people with open arms. But our main man claims he was just prepping for some absolute worst-case scenarios. He tells her to chill because anyone beefing with Changwoo or Oang is a friend of his, before peacefully diving right back into his food. They realize he is basically threatening to end them if they double-cross him, when suddenly some trashy thugs barge in, whining about the heat. The punk demands she crank up the AC, asking how she plans to pay her debts if clients bolt. Young Suk snaps back that she is all paid up and asks why they are starting trouble again. She tells Taiha to take a smoke break and sends young Gray packing off to school. Baksu tells her to relax because he is not going to touch them, though he looks totally annoyed by something else. He mutters about never seeing this new kid before wondering why anyone would choose to eat in a dump like this. Meanwhile, our hero is just shocked by the massive size of this radish kimchi. Getting pissed, the thug asks if the kid is choking on his food, while Gray stands up and tells the lady he is leaving for school. He heads out but looks back, and here is where we see him remember the promise he made before doing any favors. He begs Taiha not to murder anyone, pleading with him not to start some massive neighborhood civil war. Our boy asks if he looks like a reckless psycho, and Gray is basically like, yes, that is literally your entire brand. Shifting back to business, he asks about the favor, and his friend explains that the 3rd District is stuck in a heavy gang stalemate. Just when things were about to spiral into absolute chaos, a local crew called Yaburi stepped in and stopped the turf war. But Taiha is skeptical, asking how some tiny no-name gang could freeze a war between massive syndicates like Changwoo and Oang. Gray insists that this Yabururi group actually managed to keep everyone perfectly safe. But they are also buying up properties for leverage, and our main character can tell his buddy is definitely not down with that plan. He argues that if making a deal actually worked, they would have settled this whole mess ages ago. Since the mayor got elected off Oang's support, and even though Young Suk tried talking to the big boss, he basically ignored her. He begs Taiha to negotiate on her behalf, but with a strict rule, no killing or permanently breaking anyone. Our hero thinks these guys are just petty crooks, but somehow they got the ultimate crime bosses to actually stand down. Let's pause here. He just gets up and thanks the lady, leaving Baku completely fuming because he's being totally ignored. The thug tries to chase the kid down, but Yang Suk blocks him, shouting that she told him to leave her clients alone. She paid up and he needs to get his ugly face out. The guy raises his hand to slap her hard, asking who she is calling rotten-faced. But Taiha blocks the slap with a literal bowl, and before Gray can even walk a block, all 3 punks are thrown straight out the door. Our main man strolls out right behind them. The kid is stunned that this absolute madman cleared the room in under 10 seconds, while Baksu grovels on the floor, asking if he knows who he is. Approaching the beat-up thugs, our hero thinks about how his master plan of revenge has 30 different steps. But even with all that plotting, some things were unpredictable, like not realizing his actual ultimate enemy would end up being Chae-yang. He chalks it up as a small loss, but he can already predict their next move. Because even with that noble Jin family blood, he still has to get voted in as chairman by the board of directors. So he is going to use the Janso District project to cause chaos on the board before telling these punks to take him to their boss. While the thugs wonder if this kid has lost his mind, a girl across the street watches and asks Suri if he is trying to fight their entire gang solo. But Taiha just says nope, casually pulling out a smoke and sparking it up like a boss, letting them know he is only here to chat, leaving Suri totally confused about his intentions. She points out that is hard to believe with her guys wrecked on the pavement, but our hero just stares them down and the boy apologizes. He notes they do not really seem like the talking type, so he has zero interest in wasting his breath on them anyway. Looking around, Tayu finally understands how they actually kept both rival factions at bay. With armed shooters covering all the buildings you and I can see, that if these guys take the city, this whole district becomes their personal military base. All right, you and I are jumping right into this crazy setup where our main character is sizing up Korea's insane military prep. This girl demands his final words, telling him to make it snappy, calling him trash from some rival gang. Naturally, that sets him off, but before he can even take a step, a bullet spikes the pavement right in front of him. Siri warns him to spill his hometown unless he wants to become Swiss cheese, while the boss girl tells him to move it. But this just fuels the killer's rage. Squeezing his fists, he mutters that he always knew this day was coming. He can't believe his luck is this trash. Meanwhile, her muscle warns that this guy is dangerous and asks to take him out. She quickly yells for Hwa-ryong and boom, this massive dude leaps off the roof, landing right in front of our main character. This guy is a straight-up unit. Basically a human tank. The absolute giant looms over the kid, but instead of backing down, Taiha casually tells the big guy to step aside. The giant freezes, holding his ground, but then he actually obeys him, leaving Siri completely speechless at her bodyguard's random betrayal. Now watch closely here as her other goons charge. She screams at her bodyguard for stabbing her in the back. But out of nowhere, our guy just snatches her milkshake. He tosses it away, telling her it's no wonder her plans always fail, leaving her completely stunned and wondering, what the heck just happened? He leans in super close, glancing up at the building, and whispers something secret straight into her ear. She's totally rattled and freaked out. Walking away, our main character tells her that they aren't even worth his time anyway. The girl stands there frozen while her men ask to hunt him down, but she just calmly walks over to Hwa-ryong. The big guy admits he didn't feel a single ounce of danger from the kid. She asks if that is why he let a stranger get so close, mocking her gang's loyalty. But with a smirk, the big guy asks if she felt that heavy aura too, because it totally shook him. He admits it's been ages since the last war, long enough to forget what a real cold-blooded killer actually looks like. Later on, back at the old lady's restaurant, the boys are trying to jam the door back into its frame. Gray tells his buddy to hold the door steady while he screws it in, finally fixing up the shop's broken entrance. They celebrate that the door is finally working again. But when Young-suk questions if they actually did a good job, Gray promises they did and immediately begs her for a free meal. She scolds Taiha, warning him that if he breaks another thing, he is getting thrown out on the street. She is still lecturing him about how much that door cost when Suri suddenly busts in and completely wrecks it again. Okay, I know what you are thinking. This girl is a menace. But she just hugs Young-suk and says she missed her. Pinching the girl's cheeks, the old lady grumbles about when these punk kids will finally leave her poor door alone. Watching the this play out, our main character notes how she is a totally different person compared to the scary boss from earlier. While they prop the door up again, Suri mentions she heard that some punk named Boo put his hands on the old lady. She says sorry, adding that she snapped all his fingers so he would never try that garbage again. But the old lady just tells her to finish the door and go eat, complaining that the poor girl is nothing but skin and bones. Gray explains to our main character that during the gang war back then, Young-suk patched up a ton of the Yaburi gang members for free, including Suri's dad, which is why they all treat her like a saint. Taiha wonders out loud how a low-level thug could treat their boss's savior with such massive disrespect. She clearly hates hearing that. Staring right at her, our main character says that even though people call her boss, she is just a puppet. She lunges forward, wrapping sharp wire around him, choking him tight around the neck. Suri curses him out, snapping that she has been holding back this whole time, but he just had to push his luck. She dares him to say that again. He instantly realizes these are not normal wires. Their strength is on another level. Shocking her, he calmly says that she should know that fact better than anyone else. He points out that among the guys stationed inside those buildings earlier, some were aiming their weapons at a very specific spot. They were not aiming at the intruder at all. They were aiming directly at their own boss. He says that while it looks like a standoff with rivals, she is really just a puppet being controlled from the inside. Back when he got close to her, he secretly told her to meet at the restaurant because her own base was crawling with snitches. He asks who sent them to buy up the property, wondering if it was the Oang gang. While she pulls the wire tighter, he says there is only one option left. He asks if it was the Changgu pushing her to pull the wire in absolute blinding rage, but to her shock, all the wires snap, and with dagger in hand, Taiha declares that you and I just got our answer. All right, you and I are jumping into a crazy thriller where a terrified guy is banging on glass, begging his boss for his life. He is pleading that despite losing the Lebanon deal, he can double their cash in 2 months. Meanwhile, his cold-blooded boss is on the phone asking what went down. The spy reports some intruder approached Siri earlier. The spy worries the intruder spotted them and asks for next steps. Suddenly, a massive metal cage creaks open. A huge, starving lion steps right into the yard with the begging man. Screaming in terror, the guy tells the beast to back off while begging the director for just one more chance. But of course, the boss does absolutely nothing, leaving him to get ripped apart and eaten by the predator. Looking at a fresh photo, the main character's face is fully visible. The director thinks this is getting very interesting. Ingu orders his men to bring this kid in alive. Cut to Taiha, who realizes Chen Gu was running the whole show in District 3. Turns out the only reason the girl did not wipe them out is because they are actively threatening her life. Suri starts complaining, wondering who this mystery guy is. I mean, he sliced her deadly Kevlar wires like butter. And those were her ultimate weapons. She drops a subtle hint, asking who he really is. Our main character calmly replies that he is just the best guy in the entire country at killing Changgu thugs. This obviously leaves her completely baffled. He says if Cheong-gu is her big headache, he is down to help. Just then, an old lady walks in, shocking her. Young-suk chimes in, telling Suri she can totally trust him. This blows her mind because the old lady never gets involved in anything. With that, she hops off the table. As she walks out, pay attention to her words. She says if basic killing worked, this would have been solved years ago. Super annoyed, she gives Taiha one final warning to pack up and get out of her hood before storming off, leaving the trio in the diner. Later, the main character and the old lady are sharing a smoke outside. He offers a quick thanks for her backup earlier. He mentions her telling the girl to trust him against those Changgu bastards, but Young-suk simply shrugs and says it is just the facts. She grumbles, asking if there is anyone else in this country crazy enough to fight them. Our hero asks who is secretly pulling the strings behind this Cheon-goop mess. She names Ingu the big boss of the electric company, warning him that the dirty worm is always pulling the strings. She explains that back when the old Yaburi boss Suri's dad almost almost got wiped out in the redevelopment war. That shady boss secretly dragged him to the hospital. Everyone else in town thinks he is dead because if the truth got out, the hood would riot and get absolutely slaughtered. Young-suk admits she wants this resolved without Suri's dad getting murdered, asking if Taeha can step in and handle this. They both fall completely silent for a moment. An operative radios in, calling himself B1, saying the target is locked in. His partner asks if they are talking. The spy confirms it, saying Young-suk begged the intruder for help. But honestly, you and I can see this guy is a complete mystery, so his answer is anyone's guess. This killer belongs to a private mercenary group called Peak. Over the radio, his partner guesses that our hero might be a hired gun too. B1 shrugs it off, saying his only job is to bring the target back breathing. When asked what to do with the old lady and the restaurant kid, the cold-blooded mercenary says they are useless, and he is just going to slaughter them all. Too bad for him, Taeha is already standing right behind him. The sniper freezes in pure, unadulterated terror. Our main character strikes his hand, instantly disabling his gun before rushing in to close the distance. Over the radio, his partner panics, asking if B1 is all right and demanding an immediate status update. But the mercenary is too busy screaming, desperately trying to pull a knife out of his own stabbed hand. Meanwhile, our hero calmly strolls right up to the sniper's nest. He picks up the dropped walkie-talkie from the floor, pretends to be B1, and smoothly tells them everything is totally fine. Signing off, he promises he will see them soon. The next day, at a private clinic, some executive is casually snacking while complaining that all the real estate contracts should have been wrapped up yesterday. He asks if Suri actually took him seriously. The girl panics, insisting she is forcing everyone to sign so they do not face consequences later. Nearby, her sick father is barely breathing through machines. Ingu sneers, admitting he literally does not view useless folks as human beings. Stabbing a fork straight into the old man's leg, the psycho claims they are nothing but meat to him, leaving the girl absolutely horrified as she screams. As he keeps stabbing her father with the fork, the director laughs that the wild heart monitor beeps just prove the old man is still kicking. He claims he is doing his absolute best to keep this piece of meat breathing. Terrified, Suri promises she gets it and will sign the deeds. Trust me, you and I can feel her pain as she trembles, begging this monster to stop torturing her dad. All right, you and I are starting with this creep grabbing her face while she begs him to spare her dad. The absolute psycho throws insults, telling her everything will be totally fine as long as she just obeys him. She is absolutely fuming, but completely helpless. The weirdo creep tells her he loves that angry look because it makes her way more fun to break. Holding up a piece of paper, he demands to know if she met this dude yesterday. Staring at the ground in shock, her eyes land on our main character's photo. Ingu snaps that he wants to meet him and demands she bring him in by tonight. Her tears dry up as she keeps staring at the picture. On his way out, he warns her she has too much to lose to even think about betrayal. Meanwhile, a doctor bows respectfully to the director. Our villain struts over to the elevator, making a call that goes straight to voicemail. But he is not alone in there. Super annoyed, Ingu wonders why his hired goons are ghosting him when they are supposed to be out hunting for Taeha. He keeps whining while glancing at the other person standing right there. No surprise, it is our savage main character just staring him down. The director opens his mouth, but boy literally just slices his ear right off. Totally confused about what just went down, Ingu looks at the floor and spots his own severed ear. Naturally, he starts screaming bloody murder. Taeha calmly mentions hearing some rumors that the big boss was looking all over for him. He gasps, asking if our boy even knows who he is. Throwing a desperate punch, he screams about how this kid dares lay a hand on him. But pay attention here. He suddenly remembers a warning that dangerous mercenaries were hired for this redevelopment war. We are talking about Peak Company killers, cold-blooded hitmen who would murder anyone for cash. Our main character asks if this CEO really thought a pile of money could solve all his problems. Holding up the dead mercenary's dog tags, Taiha warns that if this guy wants to play dirty, he needs to be ready to bleed his own blood first. Then, he literally stuffs the metal tags into the psycho's mouth. Our brutal hero promises that no matter where he hides, he will find him and stab him once a day. He tells him to get ready, because the game has officially begun. Later, the boss is running for his life, absolutely terrified of what is happening. He trips and faceplants while our main character slowly walks up to him. The director shrieks at him to stop. Sobbing, he begs the kid to back off. Turns out, Taiha already took out every single guard, which explains his chilling vibe. Our boy drives a blade into his leg, telling him to stop crying like a baby, since the thigh has plenty of muscle. Meaning he is definitely not going to die today. Slicing the blade back out, our hero notes this spot is actually pretty gentle compared to his other options. Wiping his bloody knife, he cheerfully promises a tomorrow visit. Now, let's pause as a weird festival painting suddenly appears. Chang sips his wine, brag explaining that out of 15 directors, 7 are solid allies. 6 side with the vice president, leaving 2 totally neutral. He argues they must stick together in these tough times, calling the split a total shame. Some other guy nods, saying he cannot even imagine how upset the late president would be about this mess. Apparently, the 2 neutral guys are only going to be swayed by real results, claiming the younger generation is finally getting the upper hand on the vice president. But out of nowhere, Chang calls Ingu out. He mentions hearing about Ingu handling the big redevelopment project, casually asking if he can expect some good news by their next big meeting. Nervously, the director nods along, giving his absolute guarantee everything is handled. But the guy just laughs, telling him to chill out and stop being so tense. In a low-key, terrifying voice, this absolute madman tells his buddy to do his best if he wants to keep things friendly. Clutching his fresh, bleeding stab wound, Ingu quickly promises that he definitely does not want any trouble. Later, he stumbles out to his car. Groaning in the back seat, he cannot stop picturing our savage main character and the terrifying threat he made. He curses furiously, swearing to absolutely destroy that brat next time. His driver asks if they are heading home, but the furious director kicks the seat, screaming at him for asking such a stupid question. As Ingu frantically locks the doors, Taiha suddenly appears in the front seat, asking why he is acting like a guilty criminal. The director freezes in total disbelief, unable to understand how the kid got inside. Unsheathing his blade, our hero sighs that his leg still has 0 manners, immediately driving the knife deep into his kneecap. The guy screams in pure agony. With that done, our savage hero steps out of the car and casually waves, promising to return tomorrow. Crying like a baby, Ingu begs to know who he is and what he wants, weeping that he cannot give him anything if he does not explain. Night falls. Trust me, you and I can tell this corrupt director is reaching his absolute breaking point on day 7. He tells Suri that even if they surrender him right now, all right, you and I are jumping right into a massive mess. Their crew can never go back, and they are demanding to know what our main character was thinking targeting the director. One of the thugs begs his boss for permission to kill him, warning that if they do not hand him over, another gang war is going to blow up. Suri demands to know why he did it and why he even showed up to tell them. But Taiha calmly drops a bombshell, bringing up error 307. He explains it completely locks people out of online banking, a rare glitch usually flagged by journalists. Even worse, the local internet speed is crawling under 10K beater. It is like everyone is just sitting ducks waiting to be hacked. He looks at her and asks why. But the guards snap back, calling him a clueless outsider who knows nothing. They insist that even knowing this is all because of the powerful Chaon-gu. Yet she still stands her ground to protect their families. He retorts that if safety was her goal, they should have stayed away, asking why they did not fight back. But Siri just stares down, totally speechless, and as he turns to leave, Taiha warns them that the director will try to handle this solo to avoid troubling the council. He tells them to brace themselves. Warong wonders what the kid actually gains from all this chaos. He claims the ultimate prize is becoming the new director of Cheonggu. Now pay attention here, because we are cutting back to that insane house where Ingu let a lion loose on his own man. Someone calls this a tragedy. The boss of the mercenary squad, Peak, admits he never expected a legend like the director to be humiliated by a complete nobody. Ingu snaps at him to shut his mouth, growling that he is not taking this disrespect for the fun of it. Puffing on a cigarette, he curses our hero, growling that if it was not for the upcoming council meeting, this punk would already be dead. Insek asks why he does not just bring it up, but Ingu immediately shuts down that idea. He explains that the meeting is symbolic, but it could completely restructure the entire Cheonggu syndicate. He says he has kept Chaeyoung close, and once he is officially appointed, he will basically have a god backing him up. He warns the CEO to go all out too, because if this project crashes, they will both be dragged down together. Hearing this, Insek mentions that the madman dealt with his boys, so he ran a little background check of his own. He asks Ingu if he has ever heard of the Cernos family from Italy. Ingu admits he has no clue, asking if they are some kind of mafia. The boss confirms it, calling them absolute psychopaths. He reveals the kid is one of them, their legendary top hitman known as Vendetta. All they know is that he is Asian, and since he is a high-ranking director in Cheonggu, his pockets must be incredibly deep. Because of that, Insok asks how much cash they need. Now hold on, because we have a crazy battle coming. He says if a nuke is on the loose, they need to build their own bomb, bringing a rival monster to Korea. This killer is named Jerome, a beast who clashed with Vendetta twice and actually lived to tell the story. But Ingu scoffs, saying they need someone who actually understands how our hero fights, not just a lucky survivor. The boss explains that this kid is notorious for hunting down traitors to the absolute ends of the earth. He mentions Vendetta once stalked a target deep into the Amazon jungle, surviving solely on a diet of insects. Ingu wonders if that just makes Jerome a master at running away, but Insect disagrees. He notes the mercenary is already here, demanding $700,000 up front, $300,000 later, plus $300,000 in fees, claiming it was a nightmare to recruit the guy. Ingu asks how many soldiers he has left, and the CEO makes it clear that if he wants his elite squad on the field, the price tag is going to double. The director immediately makes a call, ordering his men to haul 200 kilos of cash down to the first basement. The elevator doors slide open, revealing stacks of fresh cash glittering under the lights. He asks the boss if spending $1.3 million on one guy makes sense. Ingu notes this is 200 kilos of 50,000 won bills, each weighing 0.97 grams. He tells him to do the math himself. He promises this is more than enough cash for a sweet retirement, suggesting they get to business. Meanwhile, someone is busy studying a secret blueprint. Gray reveals it is the layout of the director's estate, explaining he bribed a security firm to get his hands on the schematic. Taiha asks how he pulled that off. The kid explains that except for Cheonggu's personal guard, every local security company can be bought with cold, hard cash. After all, the syndicate gladly replaces anyone who stops making them money. In other words, their employees have absolutely zero loyalty. Hearing this, our main character notes his grandfather would be rolling in his grave. The kid explains that most of Ingu's daily schedule comes straight from headquarters, meaning any move will be highly risky, but the sweet spot is 10 p.m. However, they realize they are missing the layout for the first basement. Gray insists one must exist since there are stairs and elevators, but suspects the actual map is locked in the director's personal possession. He spots the code B1GRC on the files. Trust me, you and I are about to see this tiny detail blow their entire heist wide open. You and I are diving right back in. This crazy glass resists moisture, chemicals, and weather, perfect for zoos. That gets our main character thinking. Taiha asks the kid for a favor, and Gray is like, "Shoot, I'm all ears." Vendetta leans right in, whispering some super secret stuff straight into his ear. The kid asks why the sudden request, but our guy just says it's prep work. Gray has one at home, but never pegged this dude as the type to use it. Taiha says anyone can use this stuff, then tells the kid to watch the security cameras for any sneaky intruders. With that, he casually strolls out of the diner. Someone asks if he's heading out again. Query is like, is that psycho seriously going to trigger the boss again? Our hero points out that getting stabbed every single day feels like way more than just a little tease. The old-timer claims he's been around since the 90s revolution, so he definitely knows how to spot real talent. But he's never heard of this kid asking who he is. Taiha just asks if knowing would actually change anything. The massive dude gets ticked off, warning that if he doesn't spill the beans, he's a threat to the boss and gets taken out right here. Our guy just stares him down, completely unfazed, saying the big guy knows how strong his opponent is, yet he still wants a fair fight instead of cheating. He figures the dude was in the Oang gang. Walking away, Vendetta says he trusts his skills, so he's leaving the place in his hands. He promises to pay him 10 times the original offer if the block gets redeveloped. Talk about a major payday. Night finally falls, and the boss's giant mansion is dead silent. Our guy successfully sneaks right past all the front security. Being super careful, the assassin wedges his knife to keep the door open. He slowly stalks through the dark rooms, searching for his target. Seeing how quiet and pitch black the house is, Taiha figures the big boss isn't even home yet. But then he spots the stairs Gray talked about, the ones leading down to the basement. Could this be it? Here is the part you and I need to watch closely. He heads down, finds a glass wall showing actual lions, and suddenly slam. The door locks him in. Ingu crackles over the intercom, saying how nice it is to meet again. Yeah, this is totally a setup. The boss gloats that he always knew the assassin somehow got his hands on his schedule. The kid always knew exactly when to attack. Calling our guy a filthy bug, the director opens up the giant lion cage. He brags that no matter how good our hero is with daggers, he can't win against 2 full-grown lions. The massive beasts roar, letting him know who's boss. Ingu complains he couldn't touch him earlier in District 3 because of the Oang gang, but now he's got the perfect cover story. While our hero gets eaten alive, his assassins will raid and destroy the district. He promises that tonight, both the kid and all the trash in District 3 are getting wiped out. Shouting out the lions' names, the director orders them to tear the intruder apart. The lions charge forward, locked onto their target. Let's be real, even our badass main character gets a little spooked here. But he just whips out a gun, mocks their goofy names, and drops them both with a couple of quick shots. Ingu is completely speechless. His foolproof plan just got absolutely blown to pieces. You probably thought the same thing as the boss. Like, wait, where did the gun come from? But Taiha is like, daggers are for humans, dummy. This isn't some comic book. Speed dialing Gray, he's surprised to find he actually has perfect phone signal. Ripping the cast off his arm, he warns the kid that a massive attack is coming. He tells him to get Suri ready while Ingu stands there, shaking with pure terror. The boss remembers surviving a month in the Amazon rainforest on nothing but bugs, all just to hunt down one traitor. He completely freezes up, terrified by how calm our hero is while chatting on the phone. Vendetta glares right into the camera, saying he's going to hunt the boss. Meanwhile, Gray warns the crew that Changgu is coming for Peak Company. The message finishes with Taiha telling them to hold down the fort until he brings back Ingu's head. Since this final clash is bound to happen, their only option is to face them head on. If not, they're toast. The local gang is furious, shouting that their crazy buddy probably just ran away after starting this whole mess. Gray tries to stick up for his buddy, promising he'll be back, but the old heads tell him to pipe down. They yell that this brat has no idea what the last gang war was actually like, and how many young kids died back then. But Yongsuk stops them, promising he will return. Trust me, we need to see how this wraps up. All right, you and I are diving into a gang war that is about to absolutely explode. Advisor Sueon tells the crew to shut their traps since they do not call the shots, then asks the big boss what the play is. The girl is visibly stressed and annoyed. Then, Suri drops a bombshell, saying she missed the entire last war because it wrapped up before she even got back. Turns out she was terrified of losing her dad, which is exactly how she ended up as Changgu's little puppet. She says sorry for playing them, but promises it is finally time to end this nonsense. So now the whole Yaburi squad needs to team up and kick Changgu's sorry butt out of their turf forever. Meanwhile, word gets out that the director is planning to straight up wipe out the entire 3rd district. With no pesky residents in the way, the builders can rake in major cash on luxury condos, even though a truce with the Oang gang keeps things peaceful for now. But everything flips when Vendetta crashes the party with an angry assassin hot on his tail. The goons realize the assassin is just bait, and the bald chief agrees, saying that Snake Changgu knows exactly what he is doing. He orders his crew to sit tight until the Oang gang rolls up, since Vendetta and that killer are going to handle the heavy lifting. Jerome just watches acting completely chill. He admits he did not expect much, but now he is getting hooked, claiming he can literally smell the scent of war. Now watch this, because the CEO is about to make a move that completely changes the entire battlefield. We see random vans parked in dark alleys, surrounded by a swarm of lethal combat drones that are completely loaded up with heavy explosives. Inns laughs, bragging that unlike last time, they are bringing the big guns because they are elite mercenaries who do not play nice. Since cash rules everything, there are 0 rules, which is exactly why they always come out on top. While their ride tears down the highway, Ingu frantically asks the CEO if his security detail is actually doing their job. The guy tells him to chill, claiming the director has more protection than the president, with 70% of their forces on guard. Ingu kicks the seat in a panic, telling the bald guy to say that after getting shanked in a public bathhouse. He screams at them to scan the roads, since that psycho promised to hunt him down like a dog. Right on cue, our main character is spotted rolling up, and Ingu screams that Vendetta is coming. Taiha smirks, thinking that planting trackers on all the director's rides was the smartest play he ever made. Still, he is stressed about how Gray's crew is holding down the district, meaning he needs to wrap this up fast. Inside a security car, a guard panics and tells the driver the killer is right on their bumper, leaving them wondering how he tracked them down. Aiming his gun, the guard wonders if this Vendetta guy has a death wish before firing a brutal volley right through the windshield. Somehow, our hero dodges every single bullet, but his ride starts spinning out as the guard calls in the target to the squad, just as a massive bus blocks Taiha's path. You might think he is trapped here, but trust me, things are about to get absolutely crazy. Soldiers poke their rifles out of the windows, determined to turn him into Swiss cheese without giving him a break. But Taiha slams the brakes, swerving hard and grinding right into the highway barrier. He rips off his own car door and jumps out, riding it like a surfboard on the hot asphalt as his sedan flips behind him. Looking back, he tries to plan his next move as a pack of guard cars and 2 armed bikers close in fast. He hurls the car door to level the first biker, then leaps high, delivering a vicious knee strike that completely shatters the second guy's helmet. After taking them both out, he jacks one of the bikes and pins the throttle to catch up with the runaway director. And of course, one of the escort rides happens to be a giant car carrier truck. A guard spots him and screams for the rest of the squad to open fire immediately. Going full Neo from the Matrix, Taiha ducks the bullets, slips into their blind spot, and guns it for the ramp. Deciding to go full Grand Theft Auto, he hammers the gas, launches off the ramp, and flies over the truck, already planning his next insane stunt. While midair, he leaps off the airborne bike and sticks a perfect superhero landing right on top of an escort car. He stands up, takes a deep breath, pulls out his dual daggers, and mutters that this is where the real fun actually starts. Afraid of hitting their own guys, the guards can only watch in shock, thinking our boy is completely defenseless. They floor the gas, planning to crush him into a pancake the second they pull up next to him. Taiha hears the engine screaming closer, tilting his head and timing his next move down to the absolute millisecond. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this crazy jump to the bus plays out. All right, you and I are about to watch our main man prep to smash through that windshield. He just completely obliterates the glass and dives straight inside. Those poor guards had zero clue what was coming. Capitalizing on their sheer shock, Vendetta slices through them like butter in a heartbeat. Moving like a total hurricane, he literally pops their heads off left and right. Next, he kicks down the partition glass to sit right beside the driver, who is absolutely losing his mind. Seriously, how do you process a flying motorcycle dude crashing your ride? Shoving a stack of cash his way, Taiha says sorry and asks him to step on the gas. Meanwhile, word gets out that 16 drones are within a 600-meter radius, splitting up to launch a low-altitude strike. And going by their speed, they are definitely FPVs. Sujin knew this was coming. Rewinding a bit, Suri had asked how the last war went. The major says the big factions actually scheduled their fights. Talk about ironic, it is not like they are in medieval times. Still, she wonders why they kept the war local, since when one gang moved out, the other followed. But pay attention, here he explains they only used light weapons because nobody wanted to draw unwanted eyes. Because if that ultimate boss-level monster showed up again, everybody would be completely wiped out. Suri gets lost in thought. Suin adds that the Peaks tried to wrap this up fast, but taking over the whole district takes time. And now, the drone plan makes total sense to him. They warn everyone that these suicide drones are packed with explosives, just as the swarm starts buzzing overhead. Our guys spot the threat and prep their anti-drone jammer guns to knock them out. Boom! A couple of drones freeze mid-air. The boys cheer while another soldier blasts away with his rifle, screaming insults. Back at base, the bald villain hears they lost connection on streets 1 and 7. They think there is a jammer, but the boss shrugs it off. The lackey insists the signal dropped too cleanly. This gets the CEO furious, asking if they have radar. You and I both know those high-tech jammers are rare, but the villain just laughs it off. But suddenly, Gray is totally shocked. The team panics as they realize a massive swarm of at least 100 drones is heading their way. The boss sneers, asking if they really thought they would fight with only 20 drones. Jammers can only cover so much ground. With hundreds of flying bombs filling up the sky, there is no way they can block them all. Since the district got rebuilt after the last war, these drones can navigate anywhere with just one simple command. The CEO smugly wonders how anyone will survive with 800 explosive drones on their tail. Over the comms, they scream that the drones are invading the vents, knowing the building layout perfectly. Suyin yells for everyone to run since those pre-programmed bombs cannot be stopped. But the major just smiles, saying their boss is coming. Suddenly, someone yells that something weird is in the sky. The bald villain looks up, confused. At first, everything looks normal. Then, suddenly, bright lights flash. The lights grow blindingly bright before massive explosions start erupting. Standing tall on top of a building, Suri baits the drones. With crazy speed, she manipulates her razor wires, wrapping them up until they freeze. She leaps away as they blow up, leaving the boss screaming in confusion. He rages that this never happened in the last war, while her team asks what is going on. She smiles and says sorry for keeping secrets, but this is her ultimate weapon. It might be shocking, but remember, she was out of town during that previous war. She was training with this weapon to save her dad, but arrived too late. Now she is back to kick these scumbags out for good. Su-Yan is bursting with pride, wishing her dad could see how strong she got. Losing his mind, the bald guy orders another wave to swamp them and blow up absolutely everything. everything. But as his lackey goes to reply, something massive completely cuts him off. Wham! A giant smash hits the van because someone tipped Hwarang off about the command center. And that is where we leave it, with the boss shaking in fear as our tank prepares to flatten him. Wild, right? All right, you and I are throwing it back 10 years where this dude asks his buddy if they should start a gang. Why pay some street thugs for protection when you can just build your own crew? But the major says he is still a soldier. Plus, nobody around can scrap like Jizio. But his buddy promises they are not starting this club just to beat people up. It is just leverage to make talking a lot easier. Smiling, he asks what he thinks of the name Yaburi. Cut back to today, and these mercenaries are wondering how Hwarang tracked them down. The guards report that Team Alpha has spotted a threat. Suddenly, this massive unit charges in, dodging bullets like a champ. Pissed off, their boss yells at them to quit aiming for the head and shoot his legs instead. But this absolute tank has already smashed one guy into a wall. His buddy is totally losing his mind. Then the big man clocks the second mercenary, launching him face first into the wall, completely knocked out. A sniper calls in saying he has got the target locked. Even he has to admit this guy is a beast. But before he can pull the trigger, he gets sliced to ribbons. Yep, our girl is on the loose, tearing across the rooftops. Ink spots her and starts cursing up a storm. Meanwhile, she radios in that she just bagged another sniper. Suyeon hypes her up, but warns there are definitely more out there, telling her to keep her head on a swivel. Since they do not know she is here, those shooters are probably camping out where they have a perfect view below. And here is where you and I need to watch closely, because Gray just found where they are hiding those drones. He says it is inside a black van parked in the lot just past the community center. She says, "Got it," and heads out. But suddenly, something catches her eye. Turns out Hwarang actually got shot, but he is not called the tank for nothing. Dude does not have a single scratch. Walking up, the guy brags that in 20 years of bloody war, he only survived as a mercenary by following one rule. Insik vows to waste her right after he finishes off these chumps ripping his coat open, to reveal a badass robotic arm ready to end the big guy. Meanwhile, a car literally plummets onto an overpass. Incredibly, it lands upright on the street. Now the director is begging on his knees, calling our main character totally insane. He screams, asking what Vendetta wants from him and why he is doing this crazy stunt. But our psycho main character reminds him he promised to stab him once a day, driving his knife right into his shoulder. Ingu shrieks, asking if Taiha is seriously losing his mind over such a stupid, petty reason. Our hero pulls out his phone, saying it would be a huge pain to track him down if he fled the country, so he is bringing him back to the district. But the director just laughs and says it is too late. He smirks, telling him that there is probably absolutely nothing left on those neighborhood streets by now. Can you believe this piece of work he ordered his goons to wipe out? Everyone, even kids and seniors, with zero mercy. He brags about dropping over 100 billion, asking if this kid even comprehends that kind of cash. They have orders to level everything within 1 hour, using bombs, missiles, or whatever blows stuff up best. Our hero quietly mentions hearing how many innocent folks died in the last war, caught between two rival gangs. He says this clown still does not get why he is targeting him alone. There is nobody more dangerous than someone who lost their family. When you have nothing left to lose, you throw down without a single ounce of fear. But there is a crowd even tougher than them, the ones who still have a family to protect. This brings back memories of the hospital for the director. Taiha says he knows the director has seen those eyes before, the eyes of someone protecting their family. An agony that rips their lungs apart, a burning rage that shatters their hearts. All of it packed into ragged breaths, screaming for vengeance. Those people are built different, and he is the one who made them that way. So our main character tells the guy to shut his trap and just start walking. But Ingu mocks him, asking if family and revenge are somehow stronger than cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, back at the big fight, the mercenary admits he never would have guessed this guy was a former Osong member, the 16th in command during the big war. Dodging bullets left and right, the big guy just grunts that those days are over. Swinging his massive axe, Insig tells him not to play dumb, since everyone knows what that rank means. Anyone in Osang's top 20 is basically a national-level threat. Suddenly, Suriri's razor wires cut right into the action. In a flash, she wraps up the bald brute completely. Shouting curses, he struggles, wondering what kind of crazy wire is impossible to cut through. Calling him out, she says she knows he is the top killer, and you and I are about to watch him get what he deserves. All right, you and I are jumping right into Suri swearing she is gonna pop this guy's head off. Right then, Huyang lunges to deliver the final strike. The boss tries to beg for mercy, but Jerome drops in out of nowhere to save his skin. This completely catches the big guy off guard. Honestly, Suri has absolutely no clue what just went down either. He mocks the bald guy, saying relying on cheap drone toys is exactly why he got his butt kicked. Lifting a massive crowbar, the killer looks right at them and asks, "Am I wrong here?" He says it is showtime. Totally lost, the girl wonders if this crazy newcomer is another enemy. She realizes that even though InSync was totally trapped in her razor wires, this psycho freed him effortlessly. The mercenary leader barks at him, asking why the heck he took so long. Jerome just points northwest, telling the bald guy their base is 350 meters away on the 4th floor of some ruins. But before he can finish, Hwadiang slams the killer straight against the wall. But our massive tank is stunned. This psycho is literally laughing, claiming he is staying behind just to have some fun. Ins frantically screams into his radio, demanding every drone get airborne. But his crew complains they do not even know where the enemy base is. Still, the boss says it is fine because his top killer is on site. He orders a total wipeout while Jerome keeps the big guy busy. Suri charges right at him, screaming that he cannot do this. This momentarily distracts the giant, leaving him wide open for a savage kick that sends him flying. Hwarong barely manages to break his slide. Slightly rattled, he admits he did not expect this dude to launch 120 kilos so far, realizing that from his stance, that was not even his full power. The giant smiles, finding this opponent seriously promising. The girl shouts for her ally, but he tells his boss to relax, promising he has got this covered. She says she will handle the drones, ordering him to smash this guy and bring him to the base. It is an official order, and he needs to wrap it up in 5 minutes flat. If backup arrives first, they are toast. Now, pay attention, because Hwari Yang is suddenly paralyzed with fear. Jerome has materialized right next to the girl, asking if she is leaving already. He begs her to stay, whining that it would be way more fun. But the giant charges in, aiming a massive fist at his face. A brutal punch connects, sending the assassin flying back. The giant yells at her to go, promising he will catch up soon. The girl just nods. Without wasting a single second, she bolts at full speed. Hwarong admits to himself that if she had stayed, he would have screamed at her. He is amazed she is keeping her cool during her very first war. He figures greatness must run in her blood. But Jerome just chuckles, asking if this is not a total shock. He happily admits that taking a few more of those punches might actually kill him. The giant growls, wondering how the guy survived a direct chest blow and where he even came from. His foe says he is from the Philippines and learned Korean for kicks, asking how his accent sounds. They square up, locking eyes in an epic standoff. Jerome complains his life has been super boring lately, and he really missed a good fight. He introduces himself, and honestly, you and I can tell things are about to get wild. Instantly, the maniac punches Huyang in the face, who immediately swings back with fury. The giant introduces himself, too. He rains down a relentless storm of blows all over his target. Slipping through his guard, he lands a brutal uppercut, screaming how much he loves this. Obviously, that massive hit leaves Huyang completely dizzy. Before he can even clear his head, the madman strikes again. While taking these heavy hits, the giant remembers the man who discovered his real identity. He remembers the main character saying he fully trusted his power and would leave everything to him during his absence. Squeezing his fist, he wonders why that guy believed in him so much. Back in the First District War, he was the leader of the Oang Gang's elite squad when they first started out. And that Gizob, the leader of Yabber, was a tight buddy who fought by his side before retiring. Back then, he asked his friend to trust him, promising he would make sure everyone got an apartment with a killer view. But Siri's dad argued that most folks there were elderly and could not wait 10 long years just to finally move back. He vowed he would fight. And if he died trying, at least he would know he did his best. But before he left, he asked for one last favor. He begged that if he fell, the future would be left in his hands. Despite being brutally broken, Hwarang rises to his feet. He roars, throwing a wild punch, but Jerome easily slips it and counters, while the giant admits he only joined the Oyan gang to discover the true meaning of strength. But as you and I can see, that truth only brought despair. All right, you and I are about to jump into a world where absolute monsters tower over our guy like giant mountains. Reaching the top 16, he figured he finally hit his absolute limit. But then his best friend's death opened his eyes big time. He realized true strength is not about beating giants, but protecting his people. Meanwhile, Jerome is just pummeling the absolute crap out of him. But out of nowhere, Hwarang grabs the assassin by his dome and just starts dragging him. He yells out that he is the squad tank for a reason. He clears the path so everyone else can follow right behind him. Even the villain looks completely caught off guard by this move. Grinning like a lunatic, the creep says Fist has some serious drive popping up behind him and laughing that he thought they were just playing around. This psycho says if he is getting serious, then it is time to match his energy. Pulling out a crowbar, Jerome says it was fun, but he is going to end him painlessly now. Hearing that, Hwari just freezes up, totally paralyzed with fear. A massive horizontal slash tears right through him, slicing the wall ahead too, sending heavy rubble crashing straight down on top of him. Now watch closely, right here, someone praises his hard work as Taiha suddenly appears, chopping the collapsing wall to pieces to save him. Our main character tells Huyang to take a breather and let him handle this, locking his eyes right back onto Jerome. Staring him down, the assassin complains that Vendetta took forever to show up, but our boy replies that he is his opponent now. First, though, Taiha asks if his buddy can even walk with all those nasty cuts. Bleeding from head to toe, Hwarang snaps that it is nothing and he is totally fine, declaring they will literally have to put him in the dirt to stop him. So our main character tells him to head one block over to find a black car parked right by a lamppost. Ingu is waiting inside the trunk, so he will wrap things up here while his buddy drives the car back to their safe house. Jerome asks if they really think he is just going to let the big guy walk away, but Taiha chucks a whole manhole cover right at his feet. And of course, the villain blocks it easily as our hero starts rushing straight toward him. Grinning, the madman asks if he is for real using his crowbar to catch that flying heavy metal disc mid-air. He launches it right back and an hyped-up Vendetta charges forward at top speed, barely ducking the incoming projectile. They briefly freeze face to face, but Jerome lunges right back into the fray, looking absolutely starved for an adrenaline rush. Our hero points out that this weirdo has really been running around calling himself his ultimate rival. The creep smirks and asks if he is lying, and boom, they start trading blows at absolutely blinding speeds. Taiha tells him he is nothing but obsessed stalker, but the killer just chuckles through the hits, calling it the exact same thing. Meanwhile, explosions light up the sky as Suri shoots down every single drone in sight. Exhausted, she sighs that there are way too many of these drones, and she cannot waste any more time here. Suddenly, a voice crackles over the radio, warning that the main office is trading bullets with Peak just 50 meters away. Gray admits things are looking pretty bad, but their high ground makes it tough to breach, so they should not panic. He promises that the second that legendary guy gets back, this whole war is finished, so they just have to hold the line. Now, I know what you're thinking. Who is he talking about? Right then, she hears the roar of an approaching engine. Stuffed inside the trunk is the director himself. Even though he is completely beaten to a pulp, Hu Young rescued him. And man, this hostage is absolutely sweating bullets, terrified of what they are going to do to him. Palming his head like a cheap plastic doll, the big guy wonders if he should just crush this worm's skull to end this stupid war instantly. But if our main guy loses, Suri can't take on Jerome solo, so maybe they need to beg the Oang for some backup. He squeezes Ingu's face even tighter, muttering to himself that this pathetic piece of garbage is the root of all their problems. And if he dies, Peak and Jerome will be forced to pack up. High above Taiha and his enemy keep clashing violently. The assassin blocks our hero's twin blades weapons clanging together as they lock eyes in another deadly, intense stare-down. They unleash another insane flurry of attacks. But Vendetta lands a brutal kick straight to his gut, blasting him back until he digs his crowbar in to stop sliding. Dusting himself off, he laughs that finding his rival in Korea was a shock, but now he gets why he came to this place. He completely smashes the AC unit his weapon was wedged inside. He mocks our hero, calling this city a total playground for killers, throwing another heavy strike, while asking if he agrees with him. Our boy is barely keeping up, and as a desperate move, Taiha throws himself back and smashes straight through an apartment window. But trust me, this psycho was waiting for that, cackling wildly as he swings for the kill. Yo, stick with me. Sui-Yan asks Gray if it really ends when that dude arrives. Gray is totally sure, which makes the Major lose his mind, screaming about who this guy is and why they trust him so much. He asks the aide if they remember the news calling the Chongu family royalty, spilling that the terrorist was actually Taiha. But then he tells the guy to totally forget those words. See, he is not some random terrorist who wiped out the royals, because even though he split, that guy is still royal, so calling him the true heir makes way more sense. Meanwhile, Vendetta is flashing back to the very first time their paths crossed. They were both in England hunting the same target when, boom, a massive blast shatters the tunnel walls. Our boy and Jerome were throwing hands, and Jerome ended up right on the train tracks. Leaning on his crowbar, he looks down in total shock. His legs are completely shattered. With a train zooming in, he is totally stuck. The dude actually looks at Taiha praying for a rescue. But the kid does absolutely nothing, totally convinced he had ended him right then and there. Fast forward a bit, and a cargo plane is flying high as two people start plummeting down. This is where it gets crazy, guys. Taiha was hunting a traitor fleeing to Russia, and they ended up brawling mid-air. They are trading wild blows in freefall until Vendetta finally manages to slash his vest. He cuts the parachute cord, boots him right in the chest, and sends him flying. But the dude still survived. Honestly, Jerome just gets stronger after every single fight. The psycho laughs, claiming our hero's hits were barely off, saying the gap between them was tiny. He points out that the punches from Taiha's right hand are weaker than his left. Jerome lunges at Taiha, mocking how Vendetta choked on killing him despite having so many perfect chances. The guy unleashes a devastating blow. Taiha notices his right arm shaking since it got totally busted during his revenge. and the psycho immediately exploits that brief distraction. The lunatic teleports behind him, asking if a top-tier beast like him actually hurt his arm. The kid dodges the strike while his opponent laughs that he totally understands him after visiting his country. Jerome says of course that place is packed with insane fighters, especially after they went lawless and assassinated the president. But even then, you and I both know Vendetta is the GOAT, since almost dying by his hands is what makes him level up. He slices open a massive water tank with his crowbar, rips a huge chunk right off, and immediately hurls it at our hero. Taiha has zero time to react. The killer leaps for the finish, exploiting his opening with a devastating slam that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. He lands smoothly, but wait, our boy is completely gone. The guy is left wondering how he slipped away. Shaking with pure rage, he screams that he definitely saw the kid get hit. Realizing the kid can just vanish, he deflects a thrown dagger and mocks Vendetta for totally messing up another golden opportunity. But Taiha cuts him off, promising that this time he is putting him down for good. Before the deflected blade even touches the floor, Taiha is already standing right in his face. The dude is completely lost, wondering if his rival was always this ridiculously fast. With a single swing, Vendetta unleashes a slash that slices everything in half. Taiha says they are identical. He also levels up when facing death, completely finishing his rival. Meanwhile, Suri is booking it across the rooftops. She hears over the radio that this is the final wave of drones, so she needs to wrap this up fast and head back to base. But then she spots two guys carrying a body and freezes. One of them spots her, and she totally freezes, wondering if they are more bad guys. But the guy calls out her name, revealing they are elite forces from the Oang gang, sent directly by their captain, Hui Min. He pops up right in front of Taiha, casually mentioning he has orders to execute him, then asks our hero what he should do. The two of them just stare at each other after that bizarre question. Taiha remembers him wondering how he tracked him down and realizes this guy cannot be working for Ingu. Besides, if he wanted him dead, he would have ambushed him instead of showing his face. He thought the guy was special, not just some Oang member looking for a thank you. But you and I know he cannot cause a mess here. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Taiha says this guy got the whole story wrong, and he didn't start the fight. But right when they start arguing, the crazy guy starts rising up right behind him, like a straight-up zombie. This completely blows their minds. Hanging by a thread, Jerome manages to choke out that things are getting way too real. So Vendetta snatches his other dagger off the dirt. But get this, the zombie actually dodges it. The psycho whips a literal grenade out of his pocket. He throws it, shouting he'll catch his buddy later. The blast leaves the other two completely dazed. Our main guy quickly scans the smoke, trying to spot where he went. He steps forward, ready to hunt down the zombie. But Huan blocks him, saying he needs to chill so Taiha can keep things under control. And yeah, Vendetta is not having it. Twirling his dagger, our hero snaps that the zombie is next on his hit list. But his opponent shuts down the strike like it's nothing. He instantly realizes the guy saw it coming. Quan admits that speed is absolutely insane to track, but falling for the exact same trick twice would just be embarrassing. The captain points out the kid is looking way too beat up to fight. He asks why he can't just try being nice. He says the kid has always been tough, but he's a rising star who still hasn't reached his true peak. In that case, the ladies must be the ones holding the real power in the crew. Both of them back away to get some space. Our hero says he noticed it earlier, but considering how insane his skills are, his opponent doesn't seem to have blood on his hands. Asking if he's right, and guessing that Humin has actually never taken a life before. The guy swings for a hit, but boom! Taiha completely vanishes, leaving him shocked as our main guy appears behind him with a cheeky grin. But to the kid's absolute shock, the captain shifts gears and goes even faster. The guy brags about leaving tons of enemies and pools of blood, and seeing that savage energy, Vendetta is stunned. Still, he slips the punch. He tells the guy to head to the 3rd floor of the ruined building 450 meters northwest. He says it's their base, promising that even if Hyman can't take him down, he'll walk away with something sweet. But the second he spins around, he realizes the kid has already vanished into thin air. Left alone in that dark alley, he fumes with rage. Trust me, I'd be sick of that punk too. Meanwhile, the 3rd District goes silent. The Oeon Gang's strike team crackles over the radio, telling everyone to listen up and drop their weapons right now. If they don't surrender, their squad is going to wipe them all out. The warning blares over the speakers again. As Inzich dives for cover from the heavy gunfire, he curses up a storm, seeing his dead soldiers piled on the stairs. He groans in frustration, wondering if the Oeon Gang somehow managed to plant moles in this spot just like they did. Gray stays crouched in the next room, frantically asking if the major is okay and begging him not to pass out, wheezing for air. Soo-yeon tells the kid to shut his mouth so they don't give away their position. Just then, the radio crackles, saying they spotted 2 targets in the base. But with enemy troops swarming nearby, this entire zone is a total death trap. His underling asks why they aren't retreating, warning him it's going to be a nightmare with Oang around. But Insect tells them to shut their traps. Clearly, this greedy mercenary leader only cares about the payday, barking that a chance like this is once in a lifetime. Watch closely. The major looks at the bald guy, realizing he wants to take this all the way. He says if they can just take down, Gizob Jerome can handle the rest, but they have to finish this right now. He brags about how he's going to murder the Aburi boss with his own bare hands. Completely unaware, a shadow is creeping up behind him. A hand claps over his mouth. It's Hwarang, whispering if he really had the nerve to put a 10 billion won bounty on their heads. Spinning around, the bald guy stammers that this monster should be a dead man walking by now. Instead, the absolute unit steps forward, growling that he's going to squeeze every single drop of blood out of him, promising payback for everyone he murdered, and slams a brutal fist right into his chest, making the mercenary boss spit up a ton of blood. The insane power of that strike launches him straight out of the building. The goons in the opposite building panic when they see him fly out, but before they can react, deadly wires whip out of nowhere. The wires wrap around their necks, choking them instantly. Suri leaps through cleanly, taking their heads, while Insect splats on the pavement below. Sprinting off, she knows it's finally over. Now, stick with me, because 5 minutes later, Ween finally reaches the building our hero sent him to. Pushing open the door, the guy looks around, totally confused by what he's seeing. Sitting at a messy table, Taiha invites him to pull up a chair, noting that the leaders of the 3rd District and the Cheonggu Ingu are both present. And finally, all right, you and I are jumping right in as this Oang Gang hype man announces the big players have arrived. Our boy steps up and declares he is officially talking business, so everyone walks away with pockets full of cash. Back at the Yabururi headquarters, some lackey tells his boss he has no clue how to say he was not fooled. He admits he is totally the wrong guy to talk and asks if the boss can take over for him. As footsteps approach, this dude tells an old man to quit muttering. He hangs up, takes a massive breath, and grabs a smoke. Taha flicks his lighter open, joking about how brutal it is working these crazy late hours. A lady points out the kid finally started packing his own smokes. Taha asks Man if he is still salty offering him one, but he gets rejected. The captain admits he was not sure he would win their last showdown. He says that goes for their future run-ins too, but guarantees that if they fight 3 more times, he will take the crown. The kid just stares back in total silence, ticking him off. Vendetta mutters, "It is a shame he only has one life." And with that, the dude finishes his smoke. As our main guy walks off, Kweeman wonders how he is still breathing after taking on Jun-soo. He says his lips are sealed, but promises he will find out everything next time they cross paths. The captain chuckles, complaining that the little punk never gives him a straight answer. Now watch closely with me. He is dying to see if Taiha acts this smug around the big boss pulling up. A bit later, Hwan rolls back into the creepy abandoned building with two other guys, including this dude, Jill. The second they walk in, Hwarang bows low to show respect. He says he was the head of Group B for the Inyan branch and apologizes for dragging the vice president all the way out here. The vice president says it has been a minute, immediately spotting that Hwarang is looking pretty beat up. But the guy shrugs it off, saying, luckily, his body still works just fine. Jill calls him the real troublemaker and tells him to drop the polite act, since Hyung is not even in the gang anymore. He warns him not to go throwing bows around, saying he did not let him leave the crew peacefully just to get bowed to. Even Hyman senses the weird vibe. The big guy admits seeing number 7 was wild, but he never expected the actual second-in-command to show up. This is the mastermind who turned a street gang into a legit political organization. His promotion to vice president caused a massive scene, but he always won the fights where throwing hands was not an option. Let's pause here. This guy is way worse than Hyun-gu. And everyone freezes as those heavy footsteps approach. Japel introduces himself and says he has a few things to clear up first. Meanwhile, Ingu is still tied up, muttering like a madman. He demands they untie the director, flat out refusing to talk deals until they set him free. While Suri is completely losing her mind, our main guy calmly points out that the director is a criminal who broke their deal. Taiha tries to speak, but the guy tells him to shut his trap, calling him a total outsider who has no business being here. He warns that one more peep and he is walking out, forcing our boy to keep quiet. He orders them to untie the boss again. Hui Min is loving this power trip, but our main boy just gives the girl a nod. She does what she is told. Jill tells the director a ride is waiting outside and orders him to beat it. Ingu heads out swearing he will pay them back. He tells them to wait, promising their ends will be as painful as possible. Suri is absolutely fuming over this whole setup. She asks what is wrong with the old man, pointing out the director was literally about to betray him, yet he still saved him. But Japel asks how the heck they expect him to believe their word, leaving her even more confused and totally ticked off. He questions how he is supposed to know if this was a real contract breach or just some petty beef between the two of them. She slams the table, yelling that the director held her father hostage, the guy who was nearly taken out by their number 3 fighter. He looks at our lead, asking if he was not the one who stabbed Ingu at the hospital. This totally shuts her up. He claims that even if the director was making threats, it is still no excuse to start a whole war. So, since they threatened that guy using an outsider, his job is to hold them both accountable for breaking the rules of their contract. Jill asks if they have any real proof to back up their claims. You can tell our main boy is absolutely dying to delete these guys. Suri claps back, saying if that is how it is, they are completely done trying to cut a deal with the Oang gang. And that's where we leave it for now. He claims it is not her call because they violated the very contract they signed. All right, let's dive into some crazy gang drama, as this suit gives them exactly 24 hours to make a move. With that, the trio takes off, leaving a super salty Suri behind to kick the table in absolute rage. Shaking with anger, the girl vents that she couldn't even speak her mind, claiming Jill never wanted a real deal. Taiha totally agrees with her suspecting they have a mole, since the old man knew their whole play beforehand. She looks at the main character, asking if everything is at least going according to plan. He gives her a thumbs up and praises her hustle while the Oang crew heads straight for their ride. Out of nowhere, the boss tells him to beat it, saying he does not have room for cowards who run at defeat. The captain is definitely not vibing with that, arguing he warned them first and asking what else he could have done. But Jill completely brushes him off and drives away, only for someone to suddenly block their path. Now watch this. Our main man blocks their path, forcing Jill to roll down his window and ask what he wants. The kid explains that since both their syndicates answer to a bigger boss, they really shouldn't be crossing any lines. So if they suddenly lose the director, who was just set free, especially since Chiang-gu recently lost its president, they will become incredibly fragile, totally weakening their fragile agreement, if that disappearance remains a total mystery. He points out that for a guy who had zero interest in negotiating, he now has some pretty solid reasons to chat. Hearing this, Jill flashes back to their little meeting. Thinking of Hu-yong, the old man realizes the kid was actually waiting for the director to get out this whole time. The man admits he figured the boy would come looking for him, but seeing how sharp he is honestly impressed. Shifting his entire vibe, the old man points to an empty seat and asks if he wants to join. But our guy says they are not friends like that, telling him to just keep things simple. Jill promises he would not pull any sneaky tricks, now saying he just knows an absolute banger of a cigar lounge. Taiha sighs, saying that is a whole new problem, since he is crazy picky about his smokes. The boss mentions hearing that the kid was out of Korea for a while, asking where he lived, and Taiha replies, Italy. The old man admits he is no expert, but mentions the place has those Italian smokes, struggling to remember the exact name. And you won't believe this, but before the old man can even finish, our guy hops in, stating he should have led with that from the start, leaving Jill completely stunned by the assassin's sudden hype. He warns him that Seoul speed limits are 31 miles per hour, but Taiha tells him to stop worrying and floor it. They soon arrive at a super fancy spot, where a white-haired waiter approaches them, offering the exact premium cigars the boss always smokes. On top of that, he also brings out the custom order, which the boss happily accepts with a smile. The waiter wishes them a good time, but before he can leave, Taiha stops him to ask for some matches. The waiter nods and offers to fetch them as they sit in this high-end place surrounded by crazy expensive drinks. The kid notes that this is no cheap Kentucky blend meant for regular blue-collar workers to puff on. This specific type is super long, and people often cut it right down the middle to share with a partner. Handing half to Jill, he explains that is exactly why they call it the friendship cigar. Shocked, the old man takes it, noting a whole smoke takes an hour, meaning Taiha only wants 15 minutes of his time. With that, a heavy silence falls over both of them. The boss admits the smoke is solid guessing. Our guy does not care about District 3, since that is way below his pay grade. So he drops the real tea on why he came, saying that captain still does not know how to handle these situations. And second, he cannot grasp why a beast who fought Chiang-gu royalty is wasting time in a place like this. Our hero admits he barely survived that clash, explaining he is only breathing today because of the local people. He demands that the old man guarantee housing for the residents until the major redevelopment is fully done, along with top-tier moving support to get them into fancy Gangnam-level apartments with zero extra charges. Jill scoffs, saying construction alone cost 3 trillion won, meaning those families would walk away with 10 times their property value. Taiha asks if they are negotiating here or not, since he thought the boss wanted his vision for Chiang-gu's future. But the old man shakes his head, making it clear he is there for something else entirely. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he knows about that committee. All right, you and I are about to check out South Korea's massive corporate giant that controls absolutely everything. Next up is the Changgu Company, the shady assassins behind the president's hit, ranked strictly by their lethal skills. Then there is Oyoung, a crazy cult-like group packed to the brim with former presidents running the show. Don't forget the Sect of Eternal Life, a massive crime ring of military elites rejected by the Oang Association. And finally, the Changgu Yan House. Since 1990, these 5 groups have been running the country behind closed doors. The only thing they actually care about is keeping a perfect equal slice of the pie. Taiha stays quiet, totally deep in thought. Our main guy wonders if they were just scared Chang would break this balance. But Japil is like, nope, that is not it, insisting the kid already knows if Chang tried to take him out. For a second there, our main guy totally hesitates. He flashes back to facing Jun-soo, remembering how the old man said everything ends right here. Even so, the boy blames Jun-soo, while Japil claims the crew officially acknowledged their power by saying Chang-gu got Junu, a total mystery man with no age or history, who became the president's main guard, bragging that the entire presidency only shines because of his own spotlight. Now, watch closely here. This guy popped up during a coup, and maybe he is actually using everyone to chase his own wild dreams. Taiha is highly suspicious, asking what this guy is really trying to pull. Leaning back, Japil insists the boy knows the truth, while Taiha guesses the old man wants him to take out Chang and Jun-soo. Standing Up Vendetta thanks him for the smoke, calling this a done deal on how they will handle the district. The old man warns that if anyone else finds out about this secret group, they get taken out immediately. He tells the boy not to run, wanting to keep their little partnership alive and well. Pausing, the kid tells Japil to keep his eyes on the future and watch the next Changgu board meeting. Meanwhile, a random fax lands on the 31st floor of Changgu Electronics. An employee wonders who would even use a fax machine, but as she reads it, her jaw totally drops. Cut to a deep forest where some guy is sprinting barefoot right next to a waterfall. It is Pyoto, a director trying to lay low while clutching that exact same fax in his hands. He calls the vice president to report that Ingu is skipping the vote, making the bathing old man freeze in pure rage. The guy adds that Ingu is sending a proxy in his place instead. The ugly guy asks who it is. Outside protest signs make it clear that demolition plans are about to face a massive neighborhood fight. Inside a cozy cafe, the espresso brewing process is happening. High-quality Arabica and Robusta beans are ground up while the machine hums, prepping a warm ceramic cup for the fresh pour. Drop by drop, a super-rich dark ristretto begins dripping rhythmically straight into the preheated cup. The coffee fills the cup, and a beautiful light crema on top proves it is absolute masterpiece. He proudly serves up the drinks. You see that too, right? This long-haired chick in a cap is staring down a tiny cup with a heavily bandaged hand. Then she slowly lifts it up, taking a tiny sip of the dark, rich brew. The other folks in the shop instantly freak out, complaining it is way too hot and incredibly bitter. The angry crowd asks if this is a joke, yelling that their throats are burning and asking if he is trying to poison them. He just laughs, explaining he drinks a shot before work for a quick energy kick and promises they will get used to it. Still, one guy jokes that the drink is pure battery acid, asking if putting sugar in coffee is a straight-up felony in Italy. Taiha just tilts his head, saying they should have asked for sugar, since he did not put any in, completely stunning the crowd. The girl in the cap says to drop it, admitting she prefers cold drinks anyway, and goes to order a simple iced Americano. Just then, Taiha flashes a knife right at her face, asking if she is actually being serious. The capped girl sighs, totally unfazed. Meanwhile, outside a tight alleyway sits cluttered with garbage bags and humming air units. Back inside the shop, we are definitely in for a wild ride, and as Taiha glares off to the side, you know things are about to get real. Yo, let's jump right back into this fancy cigar lounge, where it turns out Jill Kim actually accepted every single rule in that first deal. Homies kicked out of their spots get moved for zero cash with free rent in the new high-rises and zero building fees. But afterwards, selling any place meant going through Oang's crew, and they pocket 50% of the cash based on what the property was first worth. Taiha thought this deal was way better than he expected, but ma'am, there is always a catch. Back at the coffee shop, the Yabori gang's next-in-line boss, Suri Yun, gasped and asked if he seriously wanted her to quit. Taiha nodded, saying that was the last big rule Japil Kim threw down during negotiations. Cut to the lounge, and Taiha is looking stone-faced as he replays that wild talk in his head. In that chat, Taiha asked Jael Kim straight up if he was talking about Miss Suriri. Japel Kim fired back, asking if Taiha knew who actually taught Suryun to slice people up with custom wire weapons. Taiha admitted he did not know the specifics, just that she learned from some master before dipping out of nowhere. Then Japel Kim drops another bomb. The whole Yaburi gang has to hand their crown over to Hwarong Lee. Taiha gets thrown off by this and asks if he is allowed to know why they are doing this. Japel Kim claims the official cover story is that Oang can talk to Hu Yang way easier. But the real scoop is different. It is just a safety play because, let's face it, only one person in Korea fights with those crazy wires. Fast forward to the cafe today. Some guy asks who this mysterious legend is and if her teacher was really that famous. She admits she does not know for sure. But when some scout popped up with a deal, her dad was shocked. The offer was to join the biggest, baddest crew around. Since they promised some serious cash, she took it because she was sick of being cooped up in a huge house. Now Taiha drops some real talk. He tells them the Yabori gang needs to slide under Oang's control. The other two are totally shook by this, with one of them asking what the heck he is smoking. Now check this out before he can even finish explaining that Jilt Kim is totally down for this deal. Sarun instantly leaps to her feet, totally pissed off. She is grateful for his help, but she completely shuts it down, shouting that Oh-sung ruined her dad and they will never bow to the enemy. He fires back, insisting this is the only way to save her dad. He reminds her that her dad is still stuck in Cheonggu Hospital and his life is toast once Cheonggu finds out Ingu Hong is gone. But even with that threat, she is still totally shaken up and hesitating. Suddenly, footsteps approach, and a voice tells her to do what he says, calling her boss. A whole crew of guys rolls in, and the dude with his arm in a sling says joining Oang is actually their best play. Shocked, she worries and tells him he should not be pushing himself. But he argues that without Osang Cheonggu will come back for blood. And when they do return, they are not sending cheap thugs, but they're heavy hitters, which is bad news. Taiha locks eyes with the guy talking about security. You and I can see Taiha is locking in here. The guy explains that for 3 years, blood has spilled and absolutely nobody has been safe. He adds that even though they knew Gizio was alive in Cheonggu Hospital, nobody spoke up, terrified they would hurt him. He says he will fight, and if he goes down swinging, at least he gave it his all. But he is scared for his girl and needs a favor. Looking at their boss, he tells her the Hood's real power does not come from Gizio, but from her keeping them safe. The whole crew bows, thanking her for everything. But he warns her that betraying them means losing everything she holds dear. Her eyes tear up at this. Suryun wipes her face, fixes her cap, and tells him to stop being so dramatic. She finally agrees to the deal, cracks a smile, and buys everyone a round of drinks. The guys hyping up Bowman Restaurant want outdoor tables, while Taiha just watches the whole happy scene from afar. Thinking hard, he sets down his cup, knowing that since they secured Ingu Hong's fingerprints, crashing that board meeting will be a total breeze. And trust me, you and I are about to watch him take his crown while Chang just waits. A car speeds away as a voice inside asks if they found Director Ingu Hong's location yet. Director Poto Jang, a big board member backing the vice president, demands to know if there are any new updates on this mess. All right, you and I are diving into some serious drama today. A woman on the phone reports they still cannot find the missing director, even though public relations and human resources are tearing his house apart. To make matters worse, the 2 literal lions he kept as pets were found shot dead. completely shocked. Director Pyoto Jang stammers out a question asking if his lions were actually shot, and the caller confirms that yes, it is true. She then goes on, dropping another bomb, that the Osang faction reached out, saying Director Hong pushed forward with the massive redevelopment plans anyway, right in Jiangsu's 3rd district. They claimed an armistice violation and seized total control of the build. Pyoto Jang is losing his mind, wondering what the absolute hell is going on here. Pay attention here. He realizes Director Hong was an unqualified rookie who only got the job by kissing up to Chang Jin. He cannot fathom how he vanished so carelessly and is honestly starting to suspect straight-up murder. He is terrified of the consequences for his boss. Suddenly, a voice calls him Pyoto, completely startling him into a stammer. It is the vice president. Kwang Hu-young, the big-shot board member of Chianggu, demands to be reminded of the name of Director Hong's representative. Next, we cut to Chianggu City, right at the massive Chianggu headquarters building, over in the Uido neighborhood of the Yongduno district. Director Ingu Hong, looking totally beat up, but still loyal to Chang Jin, gasps out that the big board meeting is on the 60th floor. Taiha, standing right over him, nods and asks if the board of directors is made up of those 15 specific members. Spot on. Ingu Hong stays quiet, sweating bullets, as a cold blade is pressed right against his neck before he stammers out a shaking yes. Our guy reminds Ingu Hong that he is not keeping him alive just to squeeze him for gossip, since he already knows plenty and is just testing him. Totally baffled, the director asks what the hell he actually wants from him then. The captor calmly says he wants absolutely nothing, completely throwing the shocked director off guard. He explains that even if Ingu Hong goes back, he is completely done for once the board learns he handed Jiangsu to Osang, especially since Chang Jin appointed him, now that he has lost Chang's absolute backing. The only thing waiting for him is a grave, forcing him to think fast about how to actually stay alive. I know what you are thinking. Is he actually going to spare him? Well, he tells him to give him a good reason not to kill him, then walks away. The young man looks back as someone asks if he is already leaving, only to see a whole squad waiting for him outside. Suri pouts, asking if he is seriously hitting the road without saying goodbye, leaving Ingu Hong tied up like a present. He replies that despite looking like a total mess, the guy is still a Chianggu director and perfect bait to block Osang's next moves. But he smirks and says if the director gets too annoying, just give him a ring and he will personally make him disappear. With that, he turns his attention to one of the guys waiting on standby. The silver-haired guy chimed in, asking if he actually plans on keeping that big promise he made earlier. Our hero flashes back to the moment he asked Gray if he was ready to step up and play in the big leagues. He claps Gray on the shoulder, warning him that Chianggu will bring a storm and to hold the line until things settle down. The woman and the other guys bid him farewell, throwing out their sincere thanks. Taiha smiles back, saying the pleasure was all his, before parting with a see you later. Now we cut to a massive, empty airstrip. Two guys are chatting on the runway, one asking if the rumors about Director Hong getting a representative are true, which his buddy confirms. The first guy notices his partner lit up a cigarette again, and he just shrugs it off. His buddy groans in jealousy, complaining he gets yelled at for chewing gum, while the smoker gets a pass, earning a swift shut up. The young guy, blowing a massive bubble with his gum, chimes in, saying they really should have just given them a raise when they asked nicely. Junha Huang, a top-tier bodyguard for Chianggu Security, asks who they think the board will back, betting on the vice president. A guy in glasses panics, arguing this is totally different from the deal they made and begging them to cancel his transfer. Young Min, another elite guard, shrugs it off, saying it does not matter because they just follow the captain anyway. The lines between Chang Jin and the vice president are drawn, and Chang is totally confident he has 7 board votes locked down. Junha continues pointing out that if Director Hong's replacement really is that specific guy, then the 2 neutral board members hold all the power to choose the next chairman. As the plane touches down, he cannot believe an outsider suddenly holds all the cards. Trust me, you and I are about to see this single guy change their whole future. All right, you and I are diving straight into a world where Cheonggu security holds all the cards as the big boss's personal shield. Apparently, the elite members of this wild squad only take orders from Junwoo Baek himself and are totally banned from making cash on the side. But get this, if any security guard has insane brains, raw power, and political genius, they can actually secure a seat on the board of directors. Right on cue. Dyong-han, a chill neutral director and the official successor to Junwoo Baek, steps off the plane looking like a total boss. Sure, he's just a paper director, but Junwoo Baek absolutely loves him, making him the ultimate idol for the entire security squad. He keeps his face locked in pure serious mode. Two guys waiting on the tarmac bow super low, thanking him for making the trip. A whole army of uniformed guards lines up in perfect sync, giving Director Han the ultimate royal welcome he deserves. Now let's shift over to the sunny South Sea in South Korea. We see a scarred lady on a yacht teasing her visitor about rushing over in a helicopter, saying if he had only called ahead of time, she would have picked him up herself. He shrugs it off, saying the guy who needs a favor should do the traveling, then quickly changes the subject. Staring at a massive striped marlin, he asks if she seriously caught that 900-pound monster with nothing but a basic spear. She laughs and says the local divers hated that fish because it loved tearing up nets and causing pure chaos. Meanwhile, a girl watches from the deck. See, the legendary Yan family has been running this council for hundreds of years. Showing off her heavily scarred legs, she explains her job is to keep the other greedy factions in line and maintain perfect balance. Harin Yan, another neutral powerhouse on the board, casual as ever, offers everyone some fresh sashimi and drinks. Her mysterious all-girl squad is incredibly secretive, but their insane skills easily rival Oang's top 10 ultimate fighters. Our guest smiles but passes on the snacks, saying he is on a tight schedule and wants to know if she heard about director Ingu Hong. She nods, saying she is fully caught up. She adds that she heard his new helper is Suyuk Jin, a name that rings a massive bell. Wait, let's look at this together. This guy is supposed to be the late chairman's third son who died 17 years ago. So how is a dead man walking around? Squeezing his fist, he wonders if he is chasing a ghost, but quickly realizes some absolute beast has survived and is finally making his grand return to the stage. He officially demands that the council put a massive bounty on the psycho who slaughtered his entire family. He wants him dead, slapping a 20 billion bounty on his head. Now, let's rewind 17 years. Guo Jin, the oldest son, runs after his dad, begging him to wait up, while a lady watches closely. Another son grumbles, asking why Suyak even counts as family, demanding their dad explain himself before taking off. The brother chimes in, begging the old man to say something first. Slamming the car door, the big boss Shoko Jin coldly asks if he needs kids' permission to do what he wants. Ignoring their whining, he calls them rude brats and shuts the conversation down instantly. As the engines roar and the cars pull away, one son admits their dad is pretty impressive, while the third son, Suyak, silently sighs at how incredibly selfish the old man is, dragging everyone along on this sudden trip. It was totally random, and now he is left to handle his brother's incoming tantrum. The lady sighs, saying what is done, and suggests buying a fancy painting on the way home to calm the brother down. But 10-year-old Taiha immediately shuts that idea down. He warns it might look fake and make him madder. Just then, a creaking gate opens up for them. Suyak grumbles that this is a total pain, wishing his dad had kept his worldwide vacation a secret. The cars roll past the massive gates as the loud engines echo through the estate. Sitting in the back, young Taiha stares out the window, completely blown away by what he is seeing. Dozens of loyal men are bowing deeply, cheering for the chairman's safe return. The old man tells them to cut the formal stuff, reminding them they are all top executives. And trust me, we are just getting started with this wild ride. All right, let's dive in. This guy's just asking everyone to protect the company and not rush. Guho just sneers, muttering trash about everyone there. Then, as the car hits a bump, Suyak watches the crew and sighs that these guys aren't even trying to hide their shady vibes anymore. He turns to Taiha, telling him to keep his eyes glued to what is going down. He explains that their granddad basically saved most of these guys, which is the only reason they even made it this far in life. As time passed, they became true loyalists, totally hooked by the founder's insane charisma. A few even swore blood oaths of loyalty, never asking for a single thing in return. He calls these guys the Loyalists, and he is absolutely sure they are going to be super useful to Taiha down the road. Now the scene cuts to a super busy street, packed with shops under a beautiful orange sunset. People are just walking along doing their daily routine. Welcome to Yongin City, right in Gyeonggi Province. While taking a stroll, he thinks about those old-school loyalists, wondering if any are still holding down the fort. Now watch closely. He tells Gray that these guys only swore allegiance to his own granddad, and now he is just hoping at least one of them is left. Gray tells him to hold on a sec while he digs through his dad's old secret database file. Clacking away fast on his keyboard, he asks if any specific names are popping into his head. Scanning through pages of data across multiple screens, our main character keeps repeating, "Not him. Not him either." And definitely not that guy. Gray is totally shocked, asking if he actually remembers all these names after all this time. The response is simple. There were under 20 people, so keeping track of them in his head is a breeze. Gray keeps digging, but admits he is coming up empty. Honestly, this just proves what he was already expecting anyway. He feels kind of down, thinking maybe they are all gone. He knew they only served his grandfather, so Guo probably wiped every single one of them out. But just as hope fades, Gray gets totally hyped and yells that he actually found a match. But it's super weird because this guy is supposedly retired, yet his profile is still active in the main company database. He points out that this dude has a bar registered under his name right here in Yongin, and he is grabbing the address now. And just like that, the pub door slides open. The moment he walks inside, a super friendly guy behind the counter greets him with a massive warm smile. "You're going to love this," Taiha asks for their best dish, and the guy points to the menu right behind him. He hypes up the kitchen, bragging they only serve the good stuff, and highly recommends the fresh mackerel they got today. He locks in the order with zero hesitation. The chef then asks if he wants a drink to go along with it. Our boy just smiles, saying he will choose his drink after the food arrives. The chef smiles back, nodding along. Then he suddenly grabs the fish and slams it down hard onto the cutting board. From across the counter, Taiha watches like a hawk as this guy flashes a massive, shining blade with serious skill. That is when Taiha casually asks him when the real owner, Gwangugu, is actually going to show up today. The guy just chuckles, acting totally clueless about who that is, and claims he is the sole owner of this place. But our boy is not buying it for a second, immediately calling out his massive lie. Confused, the chef asks what he is playing at. Taiha just stares him down, admitting he is no sushi master, before pausing on purpose. He points out that the knife in his hand isn't even meant for fish, joking that his disguise needs major work. But before he can reply, the fake chef lunges with a lightning-fast slash. Instantly, another blade blocks it with a loud metallic clash. The clash is so violent, the tip of the big knife snaps right off. Stunned, he wonders how a tiny blade did that much damage. Taiha leaps back right as the main door of the pub swings open. An old dude walks in screaming at Hyeon Bin for leaving lights on and wasting money on the electric bill. But the second he looks up at the absolute chaos in front of him, he completely freezes. The fake chef panics and yells at him to get out, screaming that this intruder is his to deal with. Meanwhile, the old man keeps his eyes glued to the fight, trying to process what the heck is going on. And that is where we leave things today, as our suited hero smiles warmly and says it has been way too long since they last met. Right then, a memory flashes back. In the past, a younger Taiha stood next to this very man, listening closely to everything about those loyalists. Inside a car, he reveals that his own personal bodyguard, Guangsu, he was totally one of the loyalists, while the other dude felt flattered and claimed he was just a newbie. All right, let's dive back in, as this guy promises to serve the young master with everything he has got. Boom, we are back to the present, as Guanggu gets super emotional in the restaurant. Tears are literally flooding his face as he drops to his knees crying happy tears because the young master is actually alive and well. His voice totally cracks as he respectfully calls him young Master Taiha. Meanwhile, the waiter is just standing there, completely stunned, before we cut to a super chill, dimly lit office at sunset. Guanggu welcomes the young master inside, saying his humble office is pretty tiny, but he is hyped to have him. Then he asks if the boss really raided that Cheonsu annex, hyping him up for doing what nobody else dared. He calls him a total beast while tossing some trash. The kid admits he failed since Chongjin is still breathing. While hanging up his coat, the old man asks about the boy from the bar, and the kid replies that he is his apprentice. He explains he works part-time as a blacksmith now, and after 8 long years, his student is finally starting to show some real potential. Our main guy mentions the apprentice's blade almost sliced right through his own weapon, even without using any fancy moves, saying he has never seen such a ridiculously sharp knife. Guanggu says he is too nice, but figures his old-school experience came in handy for this job as he chucks some paper in the bin. We flash back to that loud bar entrance where the kid jumps back as Guanggu yells at Hyunbin about leaving the lights on. Now watch closely as Guanggu asks him straight up if he was the one who trashed that annex. Our hero notices Guanggu toss the electric bill without even looking, which is totally sus to him. He fishes the paper out, unfolds it, and his jaw practically drops at what is written inside. He is staring hard at the paper, absorbing everything, when a door clicks open and Guanggu says, "Anyway, young master." Guangsu Gu, the ex-vice president of Cheon Security, then asks what the young master has been up to lately. After a heavy silence, the guy coldly replies, "Execution." The camera zooms in on the trash bin loaded with crumpled papers, including that fake electric bill. He explains he has been busy hunting down the traitors who ruined his family, showing a wanted poster with a massive bounty. 17 years back, a guy is waiting in a pitch-black room until a creepy door slowly creaks wide open. Another dude walks in, grabs a chair, and smugly points out that Guanggu looks like total trash. This is Gu Ho-jin, the chairman's oldest son, and he thinks seeing him like this is just pathetic. As Gu Ho-jin mentions the funeral for his dad and Soo-hyak went great, Guanggu face plants onto the table. He keeps talking, saying they made up a cover story that Guanggu skipped the yacht trip to nurse his sick mother. But wait, think about how crazy this is, as Guanggu snaps and tells him to shut his mouth. He calls out his mom's missing nurse and her sudden disappearance, asking if Jin really thought he would not see through this setup. Jin calmly replies that no matter how much he yells. The fact is, he missed the boat, even with proof Soo-hyak invited him. Guanggu asks with a super tense face if he is totally misreading the situation. Gu Ho-jin claims he is not blaming him since family always comes first, waving his hand like it is no big deal, promising that absolutely nothing bad will happen to Guanggu or his mom. Sliding a pen and paper over, telling him to start writing down the names of the remaining loyalists. He knows there are way more loyal followers than the few who kneeled at the gate earlier. Jin demands he snitch on whoever will refuse to serve him, but Gwang-gu just glares back. Seeing the hesitation, Jin looks over at the other guy in the room, Jun-soo, asking where his loyalty lies. Jun-soo replies that Jin already knows the deal, saying he only serves Chang-gu and nobody else. Back in the present, an older Gwang-gu asks the young master if he became an assassin, and the kid confirms he has been executing his family's traitors. Gwang-soo, with a tiny smirk, remarks that he might actually be on that hit list too. Since he was missing from the yacht with Master Suyok that day, his hand squeezes into a tight fist. The young master grips his sword, warning him that traitors get zero excuses, and draws his weapon. And trust me, you and I can feel the hype as Gwang-gu steps forward, ready for whatever comes. All right, you and I are jumping right into this crazy action where the kid gets his blade straight up shattered by a single massive strike. Gwang-gu just grins and jokes that it is a total shame the kid has such cheap gear. But the kid just whips off his jacket and tosses it aside, completely ready to throw hands as he slickly dodges to the side. Gwang-gu throws another heavy punch, but the kid is already gone, literally leaping right over him with some insane gravity-defying ninja speed. Gwang-soo looks up, admitting the kid has serious skills. Even in this dark room, his transition from armed to pure hand-to-hand combat is incredibly smooth. He is moving so fast that Gwang-gu wonders how many life-or-death battles he has survived, while the kid stays hyper-focused on the fight. Meanwhile, Gwang-soo is just standing there with this mysterious, cheeky little grin. He flashes back to hugging the kid tight, declaring that as Gwang-gu, he will happily take him on, no matter how many times he wants to come back for more. Cut back to the present, and Gwang-soo is alone, putting a bottle on the table while talking about the Salerno family and how everything finally makes sense to him. Now, pay attention here, because right after the big boss and Master Suyok died on that yacht, a brutal purge kicked off. Gu Ho-jin wiped out every single loyalist, but somehow our boy Gwang-soo got left alive. The kid asks why, and Gwang-gu drops the truth. He was kept alive as bait. See, Gu Ho-jin knew there were still hidden loyalists left in Cheonggu, so he spared him, hoping those survivors would try to make contact with him eventually. But 17 years later, it looks like everyone totally forgot him. He knows the young master is wondering why he was picked. Out of everyone they could have used as bait, it was actually his brother Jun-soo who stepped up and begged Gu Ho-jin to spare his life back then. Hearing the name Jun-soo Bayek makes the young master freeze up. The kid explains that on the exact day of the yacht tragedy, he found something under a chair from his granddad, which he was supposed to hand over to a lawyer named Director In-soo Kim. But since that lawyer betrayed them too, he had to take him out. He slams a fancy fountain pen down, asking if Gwang-gu knows what it is. Gwang-soo looks absolutely shell-shocked seeing that pen. The young master demands to know who the other surviving loyalists are, flashing back to a dark interrogation room. Gu Ho-jin was mocking him back then, asking how long he would stay loyal when even that lawyer Kim flipped. He laughed that his loyalty was pointless because there was nobody left alive to care about it. And honestly, you can totally feel the absolute despair here as Gwang-gu literally slams his face onto the table, while the other guys just watch him bleed. In the flashback, Jun-soo tells Gwang-gu to stop acting stupid, bleeding everywhere. Gwang-gu asks if you should just give up and sell out his pride like Jun-soo did. He screams that Chaeyoung-woo was the old boss's dream, the guy who gave him a shot at life, asking how Jun-soo could even think of betraying him. Sobbing and gasping, he says there is no way. He would rather die than betray the chairman like that. The scars on his head serve as a permanent, brutal reminder of that day. Back in the present, Gwang-gu says that after 17 long years, almost nobody remembers that pen. But he promises that as long as he is breathing, he will keep serving his boss. He begs the young master to take over as the next chairman. Meanwhile, director Myung-gi Kim of Cheonggu Electronics fixes his glasses, complaining that 3 of the 6 board members backing the vice president are in big trouble. They have got department heads under them with over 20 years of experience. But since the top bosses refuse to quit, Everyone is getting super tense. With these greedy old men refusing to retire, Director Chung Jin on the board thinks it is no wonder the company is crashing. He tells his assistant to set up dinner with the department heads, hoping they have got some juicy dirt on their bosses. Then we hear a shoe tapping as someone walks right up. Chung Jin greets the incoming director, saying it is good to see him, while a bunch of old dudes walk over and ask how his morning is going. Chunggu's vice president, Gwang Hoo-young, says they need to talk and asks him for a quick minute. Jung Jin just smiles and says he is way too busy, telling them to just send over an email with the details later. He sarcastically remarks that even though they are all super old, surely one of them knows how to write an email. The vice president is not having it, insisting they can talk right here and now, stepping his foot down hard on the floor. Suddenly, a lady in a sharp suit steps right between them, hands clasped together. And that's where we leave it for today, with this lady stepping in because Mr. Beck explicitly banned any pre-meeting brawling. All right, let's jump in. Mangi Kim realized that even the VP had to bow to Mr. Baek, since security chose Taeyang Jin's side. But the VP just shrugged off the warning and stepped right up. Super nervous, the lady warned him that if he took another step, she'd have to get rough. She hesitated with a super stressed look, totally spacing out on finishing her threat to the VP. Cue the angry close-up. He barked at her to move his eyes, dripping with pure rage as he insulted her, calling her a total brat. The dude was so massive and scary, she could only look up, terrified. Right on cue, Chung Jin strolled out from behind the VP, totally breaking the ice. He mocked her for flinching so easily and docked her pay for 3 whole months, leaving her to take the hit in quiet shame. Mangi Kim was sweating bullets, thinking the VP's vibe was just as terrifying as Mr. Beck's. He realized Gwang Hoo-young was a tiny powerhouse, showing exactly why the big boss and Gu Ho-jin couldn't crush him. The VP flashed a cheeky little smirk over at Chung Jin. He grinned, saying he was super grateful to Chung Jin for wiping out both the loyalists and Guo Jin finally letting him grab the throne after 37 years. Now pay attention because he brings up that massive bounty Chung Jin put out 3 days ago. Yeah, the psycho behind the Jin family massacre who sliced up his Achilles tendon. Smiling like a creep, the VP said. He heard they wanted this guy dead, but he'd love to hear his side of the story if captured alive. Chung Jin shot back that he already caught him sent someone for the 20 billion bounty and told the VP to resign or die before walking away. The VP just laughed like a villain, muttering, 37 years. Next, we cut to the Fresh Liquor pub. Inside, Guangsu asks the surprised young master if he wants a custom blade forged. The young master wants a blade so ridiculously tough it will never break, asking if he can actually pull that off. The counter chef chimes in, hyping up his own skills and joking that the young master's last knife almost got totally wrecked. Guanggu instantly shuts him down, yelling at him to stop bragging about sharpening metal and focus on slicing mackerel against the grain like a real professional chef. Then Guanggu asks if this new request is all because of his brother Junsu. The kid nods, explaining that Junu literally snapped his previous blade in half with his bare hands. We've seen some crazy stuff, but our guy admits he's never witnessed anything that wild before. Guangsu chuckles, calling the move to use his dad's name as a proxy for the board meeting an absolute genius play. Master Tha points out that if Guan Huyang was his old self, he'd crush Chaeyoung Jin, whose massive greed was even too much for his grandfather to handle. Guanggu mentions that if Taiha can crash the board meeting during this crazy power struggle, just showing up as a key witness would completely flip the script. It would expose Chang Jin's dirty coup, completely stripping away his chances of ever landing that sweet chairman seat. Slapping his gloved hand down, the young master confirms that is exactly the game plan. But first, he has to square up with Junu Beck, the ultimate security boss, while Guangsu pours himself a cold drink. Taking a slow sip, he asks the kid if he actually thinks he can win this round. Taiha replies that it's not even about winning. It is just a duty he has to finish. Looking dead serious, he vows that every single traitor who crossed his family is getting sent to the graveyard. The chef in the back just listens to all this quietly. Master Taiha shrugs, saying it is definitely not his first time dealing with an absolute monster. Guanggu taps his chopsticks with a grin, promising to forge a blade so legendary it will leave even his brother Junsu totally speechless. The young master says thanks and stands up. He says he will lay low somewhere else, so hit him up when the sword is ready. Then he heads outside. Shady eyes watch from afar and whisper, "Oh, nice. There he is." As Taiha walks down the street, he freezes instantly, sensing that something is totally off. And that's where we leave it. A capped guy corners Taiha for that 20 billion bounty. Think he's a bounty hunter. All right, you and I are diving headfirst into this crazy chase. Before our boy can even ask who leaked his location, a sudden whooshing cuts him off completely. Out of nowhere, he gets slammed by a heavy attack from above, crashing him straight into the pavement with absolute force. The shockwave was so insane, it literally sent booms echoing down the street. This assassin duo, the hitter and pitcher, are instantly bummed about throwing him so far because they actually need him alive. But the hitter is like, hey, my swing did not do that. Turns out Taiha jumped back on purpose to cushion the impact, right as the smoke and dust finally start to settle. Meanwhile, inside the pub, Guanggu hears the ruckus and gets worried. But suddenly, he gasps in sheer pain, calling out for his young master. Talk about a headache. He realizes he is stabbed when a blade tip pokes out right next to his glasses. Chongjin just smirks, mocking those 37 years. It is not about how long it took Pops. It is about absolute grit. Even while bleeding out, Guanggu grabs the chef as a human shield. Now watch this closely. Guanggu cracks his neck and asks Chongjin if he really thinks he did not plan for this. With a creepy look in his eyes, he mentions an elite assassin who played dumb for years just to succeed Junu Baek. Guangsu, still holding his hostage demands to know what the heck Chongjin just did. That snake just smiles and admits the blade is laced with Bushmaster venom. It is not deadly, but the agony will make him wish he was dead, so he should just stay down. A completely horrified Guanggu can only stutter in pure shock as he realizes who his attacker actually is. Chongjin then drops a name, asking if the Chaeyong Special Operations Vice President rings any bells. It is basically a secret squad made by Jun Subek to groom the ultimate successor. Doyoung Han won that race, and the rest were supposed to be wiped out. But Chongjin hates wasting prime talent. Since resources are tight, he thinks they gotta put these killers to good use. So he offers a deal. If the vice president resigns right now, he can live out his days in peace. Otherwise, he better hire a beast strong enough to fight Junu Baek, the legendary fighter known as Nameless. This ex-member number 4 notes that despite their long and crazy history, they are finally throwing down for real. With a quick flick, the chef tosses Guanggu clean across the room. Shaking Guanggu realizes what is in his veins. And let me tell you, Bushmaster venom is no joke. Did Chaeyan-gu seriously send this guy to spy on him after he walked away? Had this man been playing understudy right next to him for all these years? The red-headed killer smiles and confirms his endless spy gig. But before he can even finish explaining, an enraged Guanggu charges forward with a savage scream. His actual mission was finding the loyal survivors. The killer effortlessly slices him again. Guanggu is completely lost on how this dude is moving so lightning fast when he was just right there. Before he can even blink, another strike lands, leaving him totally defenseless and stunned. Zero mercy from this attacker who jokes about hating to hit a guy the same way twice, but hey, whatever works. Then, wearing a wicked grin, he says it is time to go collect the young master's head. Back outside, a massive explosion completely wrecks the peace. One of those crazy bounty hunters. The pitcher yells some baseball nonsense about 0 outs before launching high-speed steel balls right at our hero. With insane agility, the young master dodges the fiery explosions from these steel spheres. The accuracy and pure power behind these throws are ridiculous. Escaping is possible, but it takes every bit of his energy. Meanwhile, the batter lines up his epic swing. Screaming about a home run, he wallops a metal ball with absolute crushing force. The sphere rockets straight at him, barely missing his head by an inch. The tag team coordination is the real nightmare. If he just had his knife, he could have ended this already. Seeing Taiha dodge the batter admits that 20 billion bounty is totally legit. Only a top 10 beast could dodge that. The pitcher walks up, telling Taiha to surrender while they are still being nice, promising to spare his life. Our boy sarcastically replies that it is a truly beautiful act of mercy, especially since they tried to decapitate him with a bat from the get-go. Laughing, the batter asks if asking nicely ever actually works. Walking forward, he adds that for players like them, actions always speak louder than words. If he wants to talk, he has to beat them first. The pitcher then drops a bomb. Some clients want him alive, others want him dead. You and I are definitely sticking around for this clash. All right, you and I are diving into a wild hunt where Taiha wants this target brought back breathing. Our boy stares at the wanted poster, wondering if they actually want him breathing and if Chung Jin sent these goons. Right then, a creepy red-haired assassin creeps up out of nowhere, totally ready to jump him from behind. But our main guy is way too slick, dodging that crazy fast strike easily. Stunned by the dodge, the killer spins his blade to size him up, but our hero reacts in a flash. Super annoyed, the batter screams, asking who this random dude is and why he is touching their gold mine. Unfazed, the young master turns and asks the new guy for his name. With a smug grin, the redhead says he thought the kid would have guessed by now he is here to end him. The pitcher complains about another annoying roach ruining their day, while the batter sighs, knowing they have no choice left. Now they have to trash both of them. Keeping up the sports talk, the pitcher yells, "No outs. Runner on first, play ball." He readies another pitch. But before he can throw, the assassin cleanly slices his arm, mocking his silly baseball talk, while the pitcher screams in agony. Looking down on him, the killer tells this pathetic roach to get lost. The pitcher collapses in absolute pain, leaving the batter totally shocked. Fueled by pure rage, the batter raises his bat high and screams insults at the killer. But with one insanely fast swipe, the assassin shuts him down permanently. Losing his temper, the killer tells him to shut up, calling him a fat maggot. He warns him to stop screaming and get lost before he loses his decent mood, too. Our hero steps closer, taking in the bloody mess. That is when he recognizes the outfit. It is the tavern apprentice. Confused, he asks if the guy was undercover and what happened to his boss. The assassin just laughs, saying the old man is likely dead. After all, one dose of that toxic poison drops anyone, and the boss took 2 full hits. Hearing this terrible news, our guy clenches his fists in pure rage. He demands to know if Jang Jin ordered this to hunt down the last loyal survivors. Nodding, the assassin confirms it, complaining that he was basically left to rot on this boring job. But the young master showing up saved him from that awful fate. He laughs at the loyalists, calling them a fake threat. He says he put up with everything, waiting for one golden chance. Now pay attention here. This is his golden ticket to end Do-young Han and replace that traitor Junwoo Baek before charging in. The young master stands his ground, looking totally focused and ready for battle. Right then, we flash back to the vice president brooding alone in his office. There, Chung Jin smirks, daring him to find someone strong enough to fight Junwoo Baek. Still in the memory, the vice president snorts with total disgust. He thinks Chung Jin is a massive idiot who is incredibly naive. There is no way someone that strong could sneak right under his nose without him noticing it. Is completely impossible. He figured Junebak was just playing dumb on purpose, which was too pathetic to even care about. After all, he was the big boss around here. Returning to the present, the young master locks his eyes onto his fast-approaching enemy. We both see the killer leap in his eyes, gritting his teeth. But incredibly calm, he yells to Guangsu for a weapon. Inside the tavern, a bloody Guangsu hurls himself straight through the window, shattering glass everywhere. Bleeding out, he gives one final assist, tossing over the last set of daggers. The assassin slams directly into our hero's brave ally, absolutely crushing him. A massive cloud of dust fills the street where he falls, while our hero quickly grabs two of the flying daggers, one in each hand. Battered and bruised, Guanggu mutters a few last words under his breath. The young master nods, telling him he gets it and to rest up. The killer jumps from the shadows with a smug grin, mocking him for getting distracted during a fight. With one heavy blast, he sends the young master flying down the street to crash hard. Sitting in the dirt, our hero slowly recovers from the impact. So what do you and I make of this guy brushing off dust, amazed Guanggu survived enough venom to drop a whole army? But he still can't believe how fast the guy tossed that dagger. The enemy smirks and asks if he is jealous that Guanggu treated him better than his own crew did. He denies it. All right, you and I are jumping right into the action where this guy steps on a fallen knife, shattering it while mocking his opponent for still standing. The concrete cracks beneath him. He keeps trash-talking, saying it does not matter because Guanggu is a dead man walking anyway. Suddenly, a giant light pole comes crashing down, and he looks up, shocked to see his enemy chopped it. The pole smashes down with a massive boom, ripping up the street and wrecking a building facade. Ripped power lines are sparking like crazy all over the concrete. A live wire whips insanely close to his face, while nearby traffic lights start going haywire, flashing like a wild disco. Bystanders are screaming their heads off, wondering what kind of monster is causing all this chaos again. Armed with a massive cleaver, the killer asks if he is down to tap dance as he rushes in. They duke it out right next to the sparking wires, their weapons clashing with a metallic ring. The bad guy laughs, mentioning that Chung Jin said. The young master could not even touch Junubek before tucking tail and running. Yet here he is, acting all tough, trying to fight again. Where is that fake confidence coming from? Those dangerous power lines keep spitting sparks right by them. To dodge that deadly high-voltage line, he leaps up onto a nearby rooftop, but his enemy is right on his tail, clowning him for being so weak. With one heavy-duty strike, he gets blasted straight into a wall, making a loud, bone-shattering crash. He slides backward down a pitch-black corridor, realizing this guy is actually a beast. No time to rest, though, because another sneak attack is coming hot from behind. Metal slams against metal, lighting up the dark with bright sparks. Honestly, he just cannot wrap his head around this opponent. The dude is basically teleporting around, staying 3 steps ahead with some mind-blowing speed. But pay attention here. His actual strikes are slow enough to block. He remembers how this creep played dumb for years, totally fooling him. Also, if he has such a sharp sword, why bother using poison? Gripping his knives, he gets ready for round 2. He confronts his foe, asking if he actually knows what being a real killer is all about. Flashback time. He asks a guy with his feet kicked up on the table if he is talking about assassins. The dude explains everyone gets them mixed up, but they are totally different. The big difference is that one works for cash. When it comes to assassinations, you should always trust science. Whether it is bombs, poison, or drones, the choices are endless. Plus, hiring those guys will cost you an absolute fortune. He notes that professional hitmen do not just take out the target. They make sure they leave absolutely zero evidence behind. He brags that it sounds exactly like his style, but gets scolded immediately for having messy, reckless methods. Like, who goes around painting walls with blood? That is when it clicks. His latest job request was a total setup. The boss confirms the client wanted both of them dead. Classic government move to kill two birds with one stone, right? But he brings up a scary question. What if there was an operative who could erase targets with zero traces left? Think about it. What happens to a crew with that kind of monster? That thought creeps him out because that group would run the whole show. Cutting back to the present duel, he realizes if this creepy guy is actually that assassin, everything finally clicks. We are not talking about normal speed here. He is popping in and out of sight like some crazy magician with a plan. If he dropped that street pole just to lure him into this pitch-black alley, this whole fight was a setup from the start. The assassin smirks, repeating that he was rescued from that pathetic, miserable life. He just smiles back, finally getting why Changjin and Junbaek left this guy to rot for all those years. They tried to build an assassin, but his sloppy, loud-mouthed style made them give up. The enemy's eyes go wide with absolute fury when he hears that. In another flashback, the young assassin in a tracksuit gets chewed out. He takes a hard hit and crashes onto the gym floor. He begs to keep going, crying that he still wants to fight, but Junbaek shuts him down, totally disappointed in him. He tells him to stick to what he is actually good at instead of chasing dreams he can never reach. Do Young Han looks at him with ice-cold eyes, telling him flat out he will never be on his level. The kid loses his mind, screaming at him to shut his mouth and asking what he even knows. Back in the present, he calls his rival a pathetic, abandoned coward who ran away with his tail tucked, asking who he thinks he is, talking trash. Absolutely enraged, the assassin screams at him to watch his mouth, swearing he will bring back his head and prove his worth as he charges. A sharp blade slices through the air instantly. Our hero runs down the dark hallway looking fully determined. Suddenly, he senses something is off and yells to wait. A gloved hand quickly hits the elevator button to slam the doors shut. He hears that he was given way too many chances, but he was just too blind to see what he was truly dealing with. Looking super confident, the young master says it is his turn now. The assassin gasps as he spins around to face him. Trust me, you and I are left wondering if this was just a trick to lure him into that elevator. All right, you and I are about to dive into some big brain tactics. Our main character explains he used magician misdirection snapping the pole to fake out his opponent into chasing a ghost. He even cracks a joke saying the guy is a natural-born assassin with hide-and-seek skills like that. But magic tricks or stealth mode, now that his little cover is totally blown. Our boy is making him pay up. The assassin lunges with a lethal strike, but the master easily parries it with his own sword. Totally shook, the killer demands to know how his brilliant plan got figured out. Looking cool as ice, the young master says he is just that good. Then their swords spark again, clashing hard, right inside the elevator. The assassin unleashes a crazy flurry of attacks, but our master blocks them like it is nothing. The speed of the comeback leaves the hitman stunned, wondering why this guy is suddenly moving like Flash. He charges forward again, carving up the elevator walls, but the assassin barely manages to leap backward and dodge the hit. He tries to ready another swing, but instantly freezes when he sees a sharp blade pressed right against his throat. Now pay attention here. An epic glow wraps around the master as he stands over his defeated foe. With a lightning-fast flick, the blade just grazes the assassin's cheek, leaving him totally paralyzed with fear. Smirking, the young master reminds him he warned him that he is too predictable, leaving the killer staring in absolute terror. Out of nowhere, the elevator cable snaps with a massive crash right at the top. As the lift plunges into a crazy freefall, the master chillin' in the hallway admits he saw this coming, since there was only one exit. He asks how it feels to get outsmarted at every turn, but the furious assassin can only scream out a desperate insult. Our guy slams him straight to the floor, pinning his neck down with a sharp blade. They crash straight through the doors and tumble into the hallway, but the master's blade shatters as it blocks a desperate counter. Smirking, the assassin laughs that the weapon was cheap trash, mocking him for thinking he could win with a broken toy. But before the hitman can even finish his sentence, our master grabs him by the face. Giving him the ultimate death stare, he tells him to zip it as a massive crash echoes outside. He launches the guy straight through the glass, sending them both flying out of the skyscraper in free fall. Gravity is pulling them down, but the assassin still tries to swing, only for our hero to block it with his broken knife. He seizes the moment to slash the assassin's face before the poor guy slams brutally hard onto the concrete below. Meanwhile, our master lands on his feet like an absolute boss, stepping away to casually pull out a smoke. His lighter flickers but fails to spark. Looking through the dust, he admits the guy actually had crazy skills, maybe the best killer he has faced. But he points out that no matter how good you are at playing pretend, living under the same roof is a whole different ballgame. He recalls that the guy knew Guan-gu ignored him on purpose, yet still had the nerve to betray them after being welcomed in. And just like that, the man's figure begins to fade. You and I both know he is gone, leaving our hero holding the killer's poisoned blade. The master explains the poison rubbed off onto his own weapon during their epic clash. As he goes down, the assassin begs him for one final favor. Using every ounce of life left, he begs the master to spare that kid's life. Putting the cigarette to his lips, our hero admits that usually he would finish the job and leave his signature behind. Instead, he sparks his smoke using the burning poison blade. Watch as the tip glows bright when it touches the hot metal. But because of the guy's crazy loyalty, he decides to let him slide just this one time. He tells the dude to consider himself extremely lucky. As night falls, we see another guy casually sipping his drink through a straw. Sitting at a table, one guy asks if he is totally sure, questioning if Do-young really promised to lock in his vote for him. The guy with glasses nods, explaining that is exactly why he invited him over, so he could hear the news himself. Right as his phone starts buzzing, he laughs that the wins just keep rolling in, because it looks like our young master has been dealt with. He tosses the phone over, telling Chairman Bake to answer it for him. On the line, Chairman Bike gets the cold order to verify the master's corpse and make sure it is completely dissolved. Once he hangs up, he offers to bring Nameless back, but the boss sitting there just asks him why. He says you cannot teach an old dog new tricks, so they should just melt them both. After a quiet moment, Chairman Bike agrees. He heads out of the room and walks down the hallway answering a new call to tell the person on the other end to go ahead. The voice replies he was worried Chang would hang up. And trust me, you and I know this caller is up to something big. Okay, you and I are starting with Beck getting totally blindsided that the young master is actually alive. The kid is literally inviting him outside. So he stares up at the roof and asks, "Hey, should I just come inside and find you instead?" He is totally guessing the young master already wiped the floor with Nameless. He tries to play nice, saying he is super glad the kid is breathing. But the young master is not having it and tells him to cut the fake talk. He gives him one more chance to step outside unless he wants him busting through the front doors. He is just chilling on the street waiting for an answer. Inside, Beck fires back, saying if they actually wanted to jump Master Chiang, they wouldn't even bother calling. Then he throws some shade, asking if he is stalling because he is scared of flopping like last time. Walking along, the young man admits he thought this whole thing was simple. His folks got taken out, so he wanted sweet revenge. But now he is switching gears, wanting to hear their side before he starts throwing hands. He asks point blank why on earth Junsu backstabbed his parents and his grandfather like that. Even with Chang chasing all that power, he notes that Junsu is still stuck in the exact same spot as president of Changwoo Security. After pulling a double betrayal on his granddad first and then on Guo Jin. Now pay close attention to this wild beast metaphor Junsu drops, saying a parent would die for their kid. But if that kid turns out weak or gets sick? Clutching the phone, Junsu asks if the young master feels played, telling him there is really no point in overthinking it. He points out that the Changwoo company does not belong to just one guy. It is its own corporate beast. Plus, the big promise he made to the late chairman Sayoko Jin was for one goal only, and that promise was to protect Changwoo. Hang up the phone, and the master just stares him down. He is like, did my parents seriously die for some dumb corporate logic? Hand on his gun, he decides he is completely done listening to this clown. To wrap it up, he just asks if Junsu agrees with him. Instead of talking, the guy starts making weird hand gestures, leaving our young master looking totally lost and confused. He stands there silently struck in a pose. Slowly, his hands rise up, and he wraps one hand right over the other. I know what you are thinking. Is this guy throwing gang signs, or what is happening? Suddenly, a guy with long hair spawns silently behind him, just looking down. The master spins around and looks right into the eyes of this creepy stealth assassin. Without missing a beat, he leaps back to get some space, wondering who this random dude is and how he got there. From afar, Junsu puts his hands on his chest, signaling to chill out. He opens up his hands, completing the secret gesture. The long-haired newcomer stays dead silent, just observing. He slowly walks over to stand next to Junsu, totally ignoring the young master. Standing together, Junsu lets slip that Nameless is not who Chang thinks, and he did not show up just to play nice. To close things out, he promises to see him at the next board meeting to settle this drama once and for all. Just like that, the master is left standing in the parking lot while those two walk off, keeping his back to them. He squeezes the grip of his gun and, with a super serious look, agrees that they are definitely going to settle this. We cut to the city skyline glowing under the dark night sky. Elsewhere, a dude in shades smoking a cigar asks if the Dongbang Association is jumping into this too. A spy from the Oang faction named Megaphone drops the hot gossip. He reports that while hunting the bounty on director Heir Yan Pitcher got his arm chopped off, and Batter landed straight in the intensive care unit. The spy keeps spilling, whispering that Vice Chairman Yang of Cha-Eun-Soo has been secretly meeting with the Dongbang gang a bunch of times. So the guy in shades figures, since Jun-Soo teamed up with Chang Yang, had to hire these sketchy outside mercenaries. Realizing this, he sees that Yang jumping in turns this petty family feud into an absolute all-out war. He asks where that dude is hiding out. Meanwhile, inside a warehouse, a mannequin sits on a couch as someone orders the strike. Boom! A massive explosion vaporizes the dummy while three guys watch. One guy explains the bomb shoots shrapnel right into the target's spine and goes off the second they send a text signal. And trust me, the vice chairman is just checking if they can deliver. And the guy in safety goggles confirms everything is set. He explains the bombs are rigged under every single seat meant for Chang's supporters in the conference room. And since the detonators are fully ceramic. All right, you and I are diving into a wild scheme where the weapons easily bypass metal detectors, and they are totally prepped to adapt to any sudden seat changes. But here is the catch, that one guy is a total wild card, and nobody has any clue where he is hiding right now. Locked in Vice Chairman Guanghu Yang declared that Chang and Jun-Soo are literally nobody to him because nobody can fix the absolute disrespect he went through. After that chaotic day, the whole country went dead silent. But right when the tension peaked, rumors of internal beef inside Canggu started leaking out everywhere. On board meeting day, the Canggu headquarters was totally swamped by a massive army of reporters. And everyone was losing their minds because not a single board member or fancy car had showed up yet. Suddenly, a reporter pointed at the building, hyping up that just one snapshot would feed their tabloid for a month. Since all of Kaon's heavy-duty security guards were stacked up there, something epic was definitely about to go down. Up in the office, director Yan spilled some major tea, revealing that Jae-pil Kim was the mole who leaked the secret meeting details for the Cheonggu group. Cheong-jin laughed it off, saying they are just adding fuel to the fire, since Vice Chairman Yang is terrified of an all-out war. He suggested they call in extra backup, wondering if anyone had tracked down the young master yet. Director Manji Kim sighed, saying Chairman Bayak ordered all security to focus only on the first floor. Now, check this out. A mystery figure is walking straight toward the reporters. Upstairs, Chong-jin found it hilarious, joking that this guy clearly does not care about looking foolish at all. He wondered if Taiha would actually be bold enough to stroll right through the front door, while on the 36th floor, a mysterious office door had been locked for months. This hidden door led to the president's penthouse, a holy grail room for Cheonggu's elite, where a massive gong echoed, housing a bizarre ritual for those desperate to grab the keys to absolute power. While the drummers went wild, the shaman started chanting and banging his ancient gong. A bunch of shirtless dudes danced like crazy to the beat. Meanwhile, another guy was vibing hard in front of the food altar, while the elders screamed out chants, all while Jun-soo watched silently from down the hall. Back upstairs, Chong-jin asked about him learning he was on the 36th floor. Turns out the vice president demanded a crazy spiritual ritual, forcing the floor manager to stand there and supervise. You are probably wondering why there is a ritual, but apparently the vice president is just super hyped. Yeah, he is totally ecstatic about taking over as the next big boss, and honestly, he could not be any more obvious about it, staring into space. Jung-jin remembered how everyone blamed his dad for wiping out the loyalists after grandfather passed away. But the real plot twist? The vice president was actually the monster who tortured those loyalists to death. He saw the whole brutal thing with his own eyes because his dad wanted him keeping tabs on that psychopath. Suddenly, a haunting scream flashes in Mangi Kim's mind, showing a tied-up man begging for mercy, claiming he was never part of that loyalist squad. Holding rusty pliers, the vice president demanded the Jin family secrets, threatening to end him if he did not talk. Now Chong-jin is grinning, eager to see who gets to claim Taiha's head first, him or the boss. Outside, the media struggled to film inside, complaining that the entrance lobby was totally locked down. One reporter spun around and bumped right into a guy, completely missing that it was Taiha, while others assumed he was just some new hire. But looking from the inside, Manji Kim recognized him instantly. Staring in absolute shock, he wondered if the young master had completely lost his mind. Cutting away, he stepped into a quiet restaurant, knowing that surviving today was going to be an uphill battle. He visited Gwanggu next, who jokingly begged him to stop dropping by before he died of pure embarrassment. Taiha said he had one major burning question, and Gwangsu happily agreed to spill the beans. Getting straight to the point, our boy asked why he did not flee, getting only a relaxed grin back. Taiha pointed out that after the slaughter, Cheonggu was a total dead end for a surviving loyalist like him. With a curious look, he asked what kept him here when he could have easily escaped. And trust me, we are about to learn why they planted a spy near someone so worthless. All right, you and I are diving into a wild story about a guy who kept believing someone would finally follow the late president's footsteps. That crazy level of faith was something Cheonggu just couldn't ignore, which is exactly why our resident spy chose to keep hoping and wait beside him. Shocked by the news, the young heir could only ask who that mystery person actually was. Suddenly, a loud voice screams for everyone in the lobby to stand at attention, catching the Cheonggu security guards completely off guard. A new crew marches right in, declaring that because it is election day, random outsiders are officially banned from entering the building. And then the elite black team leader, Voy Kim, orders them to drop anyone posing a threat to Changgu on sight. Seeing him, some guy in the lobby whispers that another major famous face has officially joined the party. Turns out this black team is a black ops spy unit with way more real combat experience than the regular corporate security chumps. And since they were stashed away in a tight spot, Vice President Yang easily got the muscle backup he was looking for. In no time, the black team locks down their formation. But get this, one guy says this doesn't make them enemies. Sure, the guards might serve different bosses, but their ultimate gig, to keep Changgu safe, is exactly the same across the board. But no matter how cocky he acts, this place is a total death trap, with 400 guards ready to pounce. With a smirk on his face, Taiha struts right to the front door without flinching. Seeing this, Manga Kim barks the order to lock down the steel shutters the second he steps inside. Hand hovering over his gun, the order to take him out fast is already greenlit. But instead, our guy stops right at the door and starts introducing himself. In a booming voice, he declares himself as Ta Jin, grandson of late President Seoko Jin and son of Soo Hyuk Jin. Now, watch closely, the reporters go absolutely wild while Vice President Yang watches. From afar, Chung Jin grins, asking if he thinks he can just walk in like last time. Then Taiha tells the crowd he survived a deadly ambush 17 years ago, and after a brutal journey, he has finally returned. And finally, holding a pen high, he claims he is there to fulfill his granddad's final wishes and claim his throne at Changgu. He raises the pen, asking if anyone in the crowd actually recognizes it. One of the guards just laughs it off, sneering that the pen is just a relic of the past. Confused, the other guy watches his partner step forward as the memory cuts back, showing why he chose to keep hoping and wait by his side. The flashback continues with the guy asking which of the loyalists are even left standing. Turns out the loyal crowd was way bigger than just the folks who knelt at the gate that day. Then we cut back to the spooky shamanic ritual, where the priestess keeps performing her creepy ceremony. They used pliers, demanding secrets about the Jin family, while Chang Jin reveals that the monster who tortured that loyalist to death was none other than Vice President Yang. To wrap it up, he says he witnessed the whole thing because his dad sent him to spy on the vice president. Meanwhile, the ritual dance goes on to the beat of heavy drums. The threat was dead simple: speak up or die keeping quiet. While the vice president begs for blessings to become the new heir, check this out. Back in the lobby, one of the men suddenly drops to his knees right before Taiha. Immediately, a bunch of others follow suit, bowing and welcoming the young master back, leaving the reporters and guards utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Chung Jin just cracks up at the whole scene. Then a flashback shows the late boss asking his executives to protect the company until he made his return. Bowing his head to the floor, one loyalist begs for forgiveness for failing to carry out the president's dying wish to protect their company. With everything set, Taiha announces that the board meeting is waiting for them and tells them it is showtime. Next, Taiha leads his massive squad of loyalists straight toward the building where the showdown will happen. Learning his true identity as Soo Hyuk Jin's son leaves the crowd outside totally mind-blown, while inside, Chung Jin walks down the hall with his crew. The cocky young director wears a smug smile as he heads toward the major showdown. Elsewhere, Security Chief Young Min scratches his head, wondering what is happening around him. Hearing about the vice chairman's sudden loyalty makes zero sense, especially since he remembers him leading the black team to slaughter the old loyalists. Suddenly, an armed guard tells him to get ready. But even so, his lackey questions the order, asking if they are seriously not going to fight. Chung Jin snaps at his men that the vice chairman's betrayal changes nothing, since their army is still 3 times bigger. The chief warns they must end this right here to secure those board votes. Trust me, You and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a mess where failing means losing absolutely everything on the line. Suddenly, a woman chimed in, asking what all the noise was about, before external director Heir strolled over, looking for some drama. Young Min whipped around in shock, immediately recognizing director Yan. Right then, Vice Chairman Yang clarified that he had urgently called Taha to this board meeting. He dropped a bombshell, revealing the young master was the prime witness to both the yacht attack and the recent Jin family massacre. Young straight up declared that connecting these facts to Chang-gu meant treating this whole thing as an organized coup. Hearing that director Yeon just watched the entire scene with a subtle, knowing smirk on her face. With a nod, she agreed to the play and offered to show them to the boardroom, adding that her only job here was keeping the company strictly by the book. She then looked back and coolly asked the young master to follow her. The crew then piled into the VVIP elevator at Changgu headquarters and started riding down. Riding down, the director teased the vice chairman, admitting she never pegged him as a true loyalist. Watch closely here. She guesses his hunger for power was just an act to protect the late chairman Seoko Jin. Finally, Heir asked if he kept up the charade out of loyalty to a dead man, or if he was just waiting for the young master. Vice Chairman Yang shot back that he was totally in the dark, even after the brutal annex attack. He explained he only learned the truth when their old guard, Guangsu, reached out, and he saw the bounty hunt photo. That was the exact second he knew the young master was alive, meaning their long wait was finally worth it. When the elevator doors finally slid open, Taiha casually asked director Yan if her old elementary school was still standing. She just laughed, saying the school was long gone, and asked him why on earth he was so curious. Yang then chimed in about how bittersweet it is when the past fades, though memories stay locked in forever. He kept going, saying that when a workplace of 30 years suddenly vanishes, it feels like your whole life got erased. Because of that, he took all the heat just to make sure those lunatics wouldn't run Changgu into the ground. Next up, the doors swung open as the vice chairman director and their guest walked in, revealing the Changgu board of directors waiting in their seats. At the massive table sat director Monji Kim, a solid supporter of Chang. We also have director Pyoto Jang, who was firmly in the vice chairman's corner. Rounding them out was the moderate director, Dyong Han. Taking her seat, Haranon announced to the room that she brought a key witness for their urgent agenda. With that, let's pause right here. Taiha claims the power seat right behind an empty chair at the head of the table, while Chungjin leans back to watch this unfold. Right on cue, a guy at the podium officially kicked off the 81st meeting of the Cheonggu Board of Directors. But just as he started to call out the first agenda item, a hand shot straight up into the air. Executive Director Ticha Oh, a loud supporter of Chang, demanded to know what the hell was going on. He threw a fit, asking how on earth they could drag a wanted fugitive into a high-level Cheonggu meeting. The moderator tried to calm things down, but Taichu-oh slammed the table, yelling that this was his exact point. He reminded the board that their main issue was the annex slaughter, where some of the company's top executives were wiped out. Chong Jin cut in, saying a bloody mess like that was a job for the police, not the boardroom. Vice Chairman Yang told Mr. Oh to watch his mouth, dropping the bomb that this witness was the son of Su-yak Jin. Taichu-oh just laughed it off, asking if they should all bow down to this new heir, accusing Yang of grasping at straws to reach the 36th floor. The other directors on Chongjin's side burst out laughing at the insult. Then Taiha broke the tension, calmly listing off names, starting with Captain Yuri Nikolon of the military company Waterall. Tapping his fingers on the table, he casually named Vladimir Ilyin Harry Felt and 4 other deadly guys. He revealed that out of the 8 mercs who raided the yacht, he had already personally put down 7. He explained that only 1 Korean-speaking Asian slipped away, the only guy he couldn't catch, but who was hiding right here at Cheonggu. Furious director Tae Chuo screamed that this was absolute garbage, demanding real proof immediately. But Taiha just smirked and said no, explaining that wasn't how he rolled, while the director mocked him, saying he might as well claim he fought 7,000 men. In response, Taiha slowly tapped his finger on the table, letting his terrifying aura explode. He warns the director about reading the room, bringing up In-soo Kim and the slaughter at the annex. Trust me, you and I know he's about to unleash absolute hell. All right, you and I are diving right into the drama as he calls out Director Hong's sudden disappearance and shreds his absolute audacity. Director Oh just stared back in dead silence. Since he stayed quiet, Taiha asked if he was done because it was his turn to talk. Meanwhile, we cut over to a busy commercial street. There, Gwang-gu prepared for a showdown, strapping on a knife and adjusting a gun in his holster before straightening his jacket and getting ready to roll out. The moment he stepped onto the sidewalk, a blue van pulled up and slid open, with a voice from inside asking if he was indeed Gwang-soo. Then Suriri Yun remarked that he looked totally ready to go. That is when Gwang-gu realized these were the city folks who had patched him up back when he was hurt. The ex-boss of the Yaburi gang, Suri Yun, told him to hop in since she and the data broker Gray were heading to Cheonggu. Even so, he warned them not to take this lightly, reminding them it was no game and people could actually die. But Suri Yun shut him down, saying they knew the risks better than anyone since they had dealt with Taiha's wild stunts before. Back in the boardroom, Tichuo asked if Taiha wanted to speak, and the young man started detailing the country's revised inheritance and gift tax laws. He explained that Article 1 of this law aimed to boost national wealth, meaning certain massive assets got a total free pass on taxes. So he clarified that things like stocks and bonds were totally tax-free when handed down directly to blood relatives. Now watch closely. He reveals this secret law passed just 2 months before he and his granddad got ambushed on that yacht. Taiha continued explaining that 28.5% of his granddad's and dad's shares went straight to the late chairman, Gu Ho-jin. Right then, Twa cut him off again, asking what his point even was, since this tax law applied to everyone, not just Taiyang-gu. But Vice Chairman Young jumped in, telling Teo to zip it. The director whipped around, completely shocked by the shutdown. Slamming his hands on the table, Yang explained that an emergency committee was set up right after Chairman Seoko Jin's death. He added that all the loyalists got totally purged. Guo Jin took over as chairman and then asked how long that took. He then revealed that the whole takeover went down in just 1 single week, right after Chairman Seoko Jin's funeral. He reminded Teo that he only got his seat because 2 of his bosses got canned, making the angry director slam the table in protest. Taiha then jumped in, sarcastically suggesting maybe it was all just one big coincidence, pointing out that the broker who brought him back to Korea was a Cheon-gu partner. Next, he highlighted that In-soo Kim wandering around without any guards just happened to be the first one taken out, and that the Jin family held a meeting right in his old childhood hometown. Plus, when he finally arrived on the scene, absolutely everyone except for Chae-yang was already dead. Wait, do you really believe he just randomly ran into Hyman from the Oang group by pure luck? Hearing that name made the director start whispering like crazy, wondering if the Oang gang was pulling the strings. Director Haron leaned forward, enjoying the chaos, while a confused Tai Chu-oh turned to young Chung Jin and repeated the guy's name. But the other guy just sat there with his arms crossed, keeping his mouth shut. Then a flashback shows Taiha asking the man if he was teamed up with Cheong-gu. In the memory, the young guy explained he just overheard a call and was helping out on a temporary basis. Soon Taiha revealed he heard Chae-young say Dunu took care of him, demanding to know how he was alive and who he really was. Back in reality, he told the board that Hyman was actually hired by Chae-yang to hunt down whoever killed In-soo Kim. He then questioned why Chae-young would contract the Oang gang when he had all of Chae-young-woo's top-tier security at his disposal. That is when a director jumped in, demanding to know why he would expose massive company secrets to outsiders and ruin them. During the accusations, Chung Jin just watched with a faint, knowing smile. But Taiha kept pressing, arguing it was all for leverage, because if Chang wanted a board seat after taking the throne, he figured his rival would need the Osang group's muscle and assumed their backing would come in handy later. Another flashback shows Chang telling Japil Kim that he got the memo asking what he wanted in exchange for the favor. The Oang underboss replied that he did not want cash, only for them to keep quiet about the deal, which instantly threw the entire boardroom into a massive uproar as directors began gossiping. Taiha then pointed out that absolutely nobody else knew about Hui Min's involvement, meaning Chang kept it completely on the down low. He figured it made perfect sense, since only Chang himself would be stepping onto the board anyway. And trust me, nobody else had any business knowing about the secret deal. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as Vice Chairman Yang stands up and demands they reopen the investigation. Right on cue, another director totally agrees, demanding a special committee to dig up the truth about the yacht incident and those Jin family murders. Young points out that if this is true, the board is toast, so they need to delay everything and drag Hai Min in. This instantly throws the whole room into a buzzing panic, while director Haron Yan just watches the drama play out with her arms crossed. Then she locks eyes with Chaeyoung Jin, telling him the boss made his point and asking if he has any defense. But the young director just sits there, completely silent. Out of nowhere, he whips out a handkerchief to wipe his face, while director Tai Chuo watches him with a totally shocked look. Holding that tissue, he sighs about how chasing power can turn someone into a literal monster. He turns right to Taiha and asks why he is playing dumb and running away from the facts. He goes straight for his throat, asking who killed Insu Kim, slaughtered their allies, and raided the village while gripping his cane. He keeps pressing, demanding to know who killed his dad, who hurt him, and who is behind all this chaos. Clutching his chest, Changjin turns back to the vice chairman, asking why he is ignoring him after everything he did for Changgu, while the rest of the board just watches in dead silence. Now pay attention here, because showing up to this high-stakes board meeting was about to blow up in his face. The director realizes there is no way the young master knows these specific details unless he is secretly working with Chang. Right then, a crazy, intense energy starts flowing right out of Changjin's hand as he grips his cane. With zero hesitation, he admits to murdering his own dad to get those Changgu shares, knowing exactly how bad it looks. Raising his hand, he declares he is giving every single bit of those inherited shares back to the state. He adds that this includes his granddad's portion too, a secret detail he claims the young master could never have known about. This wild announcement leaves Vice Chairman Yang completely speechless. Then, Vice President Yang yells out asking if he is seriously donating all those massive shares to the government. Smiling, the heir confirms that since the paperwork is still processing, he is officially giving up his inheritance to the country. He explains the cash will go straight to the Ministry of Health and Welfare, boosting the National Pension Reserve. With this move, he wants to protect the stock value and help the pension funds support way more people down the line. He claims his only goal is a bright future for Changgu, not stealing power by stepping on everyone else's misery. But giving away nearly 30% of Changgu's shares? You and I both know he's plotting something big here. Everyone wonders if this is a massive threat or if he has a secret backup plan to keep control, maybe even some shady ties to the Eternal Life sect giving him all this crazy confidence. After a tense pause, Vice President Yang shrugged and told him to do whatever he wants. But that unexpected answer shuts him up completely. Taha jumps in, saying he can trash his shares for all he cares, but they absolutely must reopen the investigation. At that exact second, the accused just stares back, dead silent. Hearing this, director Jaisu Chayon slams his hand down in agreement, yelling that these cases need priority right now. He also claims they need to check if this guy is even legally allowed to touch those shares. Another director pipes up, telling Jaisu Chayon to cool it, since this is still a formal board meeting. The accused plays victim, asking if they really buy those lies, and if They think he is some monster who would slaughter his family. Director Chaeyon calls him totally shameless, shouting that he knows exactly what dirty deeds he pulled last month. He reveals that under the lie of catching the real killer, he baited the families of his dead uncles to a restaurant. Once there, every single family member was tied up and gagged on the cold floor. Seconds later, bullets rip right through the door of their holding room. It was a total bloodbath, but a janitor hiding in a closet saw everything go down. Back in the room, the accused just asks with a straight face if there is any real proof. He keeps talking, asking how they even know this supposed witness is real and not just made up. Director Chaeyon fires back that she is a highly trusted lady with 8 years of service and he fully vetted her. Trust me, you and I will see him pay. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos, starting with this suspect slamming his cane down. Like, are you really accusing me of wiping out my whole family? Bro literally spreads his arms out like, do I look like some cartoon villain who just deletes anyone in my way? Director Chaeyon just kicks back, basically saying the police investigation is gonna spill all the tea anyway. Taeha is just keeping quiet, keeping his eyes locked on the suspect. That creepy, super calm poker face is definitely raising some major red flags. Even though he knows this guy is lying through his teeth, the whole vibe feels like a giant snake wrapping around them. Meanwhile, the bad guy just flashes this massive, smug grin. Taeha knows he needs to shut this meeting down fast because something shady is definitely cooking. So he raises his hand, totally agreeing that they absolutely need this investigation. But Director Oh slams the table, whining that the schedule is already set and they cannot push it back. Director Chaeyon warns that choosing a boss today who ends up behind bars tomorrow is going to make Chaeyon stocks absolutely crash. So Taeha looks straight at the vice president, pushing him to postpone the whole thing right now. But then the main suspect raises his hand with a sneaky new plan. He acts all reasonable, playing both sides by admitting that leaving the top spot empty is a bad look for everyone. So he proposes getting elected today, but holding off on his official crowning for 1 month while they sort out the police stuff. But Vice President Yang claps back, saying 1 month is a joke since a real deep dive investigation takes at least 6 months. Now, here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. How can they ensure he won't use his power to rig everything? So he suggests they just run the vote anyway, reminding the vice president that he can always quit if he is salty about it. The vice president just stares back, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Director Yan is watching this drama unfold, wondering why this dude is rushing so hard when he looks incredibly sus. Since they are totally stuck, the moderator steps in and says they are moving forward with the main event of the day, the big presidential vote. He announces that they have 2 candidates officially running for the throne. He names them Director Jin and Vice President Yang. The math is pointing to a wild 7-7 tie, depending on one person. But a tie would just force a revote, making everyone wonder what this crazy suspect is actually trying to achieve here. That is when a sneaky new thought pops up. Is there a secret traitor hiding among his own crew? The moderator kicks off the voting, asking everyone rooting for Director Jin to put their hands in the air. Right away, hands start flying up in support. Even Director Dog-Young Han, the famous moderate guy, raises his hand for the vote. The count hits 7 votes, and it looks like everything is going exactly according to the script. But then, another hand suddenly rises in the middle of the room. It is Director Paito Jen, who was supposed to be a loyal vice president fanboy. Yang is completely losing his mind. Then, Director Jaisu Chaeyon jumps up and screams Paito's name. The poor guy tries to make an excuse, but his voice literally chokes up. You and I both see that tiny detonator in his hand right there. He stammers that he had to switch sides after learning the truth. Looking at this, Yang instantly recognizes the device, and the horrifying truth hits him like a freight train. We get a quick flashback showing an order to blow up a test dummy with a crazy violent explosion. In that moment, they told the vice president that this bomb was built to blast sharp shrapnel everywhere on a single remote signal. Back in the room, the vice president demands to know why Kyoto has the trigger, since that was only supposed to be an emergency backup. Turns out, bombs are literally rigged right under the seats of every single supporter of the Heir. Stunned, he looks at the director, asking if his own loyal friend really betrayed him to join the bad guys. The scene flashes back to the suspect's creepy words about whether they really saw him as a monster who just deletes his enemies. Yang finally gets that those words were a direct threat to Kyoto, who is crying and apologizing while clutching the trigger. Sensing the incoming disaster, Taiha screams for everyone to hit the deck and tackles the vice president to the floor. Then, Director Kyoto clicks the button, triggering the deadly explosives right under his former allies' chairs. For just a second, we see the peaceful, sunny outside of the corporate building looking totally normal. Then a voice gives the command to fire, and a massive splash of blood paints the window from the inside. In all this madness, the main suspect sits totally chill, even with blood splashed on his face and people screaming. After the blast, Mangi Kim looks at the absolute carnage, leaving you and me wondering what on earth just happened. All right, let us dive into this absolute bloodbath where Chang just snagged 7 votes to secure his presidency. Just like that, the board chairman, Xianghan Li, officially crowns this guy as the brand new boss. The second that gavel hits, the vice president and director Chaeyon drop dead right there on the floor. Now, the new big shot stands up, looks at the corpses, and casually brings up the storage room. Wiping blood off his face, he mocks them, saying cockroaches really love to hide in every little corner. Covered in blood, Taiha screams the new president's name, stands his ground, and stares down his worst enemy in this gory room. He literally mocks him, asking how he has the nerve to slaughter people in broad daylight like this. The villain plays dumb, saying Pyota had his reasons before warning everyone not to poke a sleeping giant like him. Then Taiha gives the green light and boom! Director Yeon immediately charges straight at the enemy. She is screaming bloody murder about getting dragged into this, but the target just smirks, completely unfazed by her rush. Suddenly, Do Young-han intercepts her and grabs her by the wrist, shutting down the attack instantly. She snaps at him to let go, calling him a stray dog, while the boss speaks up. Pay attention here, because he claims she is wrong about the bombs, distraction, set, and boom. Taiha vaulting over the table in a wild surprise attack, flying mid-air directly towards the big boss. Without even looking back, the man calmly asks if she is blaming the wrong person here. But before Taiha can land a hit, Doug Young-han kicks him right in the chest, sending him flying. He crashes across the room, giving Yan the perfect chance to lunge at Do Young-han, who barely ducks in time. Getting back up, she glares at them, declaring that is how they want to play. She claims she does not need to report a thing if she just wipes them out now as Taiha stands up, ready to end this rival. He pulls a hidden pistol from his back, making it clear this is the absolute end. Suddenly, Yang wakes up struggling to call out to the young master, asking from the floor if he is all right. Taiha stays quiet, staring at his hurt buddy, while the new president calls Jun-soo to put the entire building on high alert. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Framing our main guy for a suicide bomb? Insane. In no time, Young Min Moon and his squad get the direct order to take out all the remaining loyalists. The security chief actually hesitates for a second after getting that brutal command. Out of nowhere, a bullet hits the guy next to him, shocking everyone as a guard steps up with a gun, declaring war is officially on. Back in the meeting room, Taiha silently watches the madness unfold. Looking down at his injured vice president, our young master tries to plan his next move. He knows the enemy has a getaway plan and backups are coming, while the villain waves at him with a smug grin. Even in this crazy spot, Taiha grips his gun tighter while his enemy just watches, waiting for the play. He realizes it is now or never to take this guy out, and suddenly a rush of old memories floods his brain. First, he remembers being asked to take the reins of the massive Cheonggu group. Then the promise he made to his grandpa to inherit the family company no matter what obstacles get in his way. And lastly, his loyal followers waiting for their leader's return. Once the flashbacks fade, his mind is totally made up. Right when he goes to make a move, the vice president grabs him, telling him to run while they still have time. Pulling him close, his ally begs him to get out of this dangerous area right now. Staring wide-eyed, his ally says the young master's confident smile snapped him back to reality, urging him that they can make a break for it. Taiha just smiles right back as their enemy keeps an eye on them from across the room. Glancing back, he warns that luck does not strike 3 times, swearing to end him the very next chance he gets. Smirking, the villain fires back that there will not be a next time, as Taiha and the vice president escape into a dark hallway. He points to the stairs, warning they cannot take the elevators right now. But the vice president completely disagrees, saying the elevator is their best bet. Taiha questions this, knowing guards are waiting at the stairs, but his ally reveals he already knew that, which is why he cleared the elevators first. Totally lost, our young master asks what he even means by that. And trust me, you and I are not ready for the massacre waiting inside. All right, you and I both know there is no way he can take on Cheonggu's army of security alone. But guess what? The bad guys are not the only ones ready for war today. Inside the elevator, Vic Kim is prepping his gun, reminding the young master that his squad has always got his back. Suddenly, the American black team leader shows up, saying sorry for keeping everyone waiting. V. Kim tells the kid it is go time, but our young master just stares back without saying a single word. Meanwhile, outside, the cops start clearing out the press, telling everyone the show is officially over. While walking away, one reporter starts whining about how the crazy security blocked off the whole main entrance. Suddenly, a loud crash inside the building catches Young Min's ear. His buddy turns and asks if he heard that crazy noise too. Inside the lobby, an absolute royal rumble breaks out between the 2 rival security squads. Young Min tells his guys to fan out, and the whole place explodes with gunfire as both teams start blasting away. Ozra, the Group 2 leader, complains they are moving like snails and yells at his boys to hold the line. He is totally shocked they decided to start a whole war right in the corporate headquarters. Now, watch closely as Junya Kwang starts blasting into the ceiling, screaming at them like a crazy person. During the chaos, a black team soldier gets shot right in the hand, shredding his fingers so he cannot call for help. Even with a broken hand, the dude just yells to keep moving. A grunt offers to clear the way, and Ozra gives the green light. The second he gets the nod, the guy sprints straight into the meat grinder. He tanks a bunch of bullets using his own body as a human shield so his friend can make a move. Ozra screams that the path is open and commands everyone to charge right in. Immediately after, the Group 4 boss, Irong, dives headfirst into the brawl. He gets swarmed by guards swinging batons like crazy, but he pulls off some epic matrix dodges to stay completely untouched. Ozra sees this, hypes up his squad to go get them, and leaps straight into the action. Meanwhile, Eric is sprinting down the hall when Young Min suddenly blocks his sword with an epic clash. The security chief starts trash talking, saying the old man should have just stayed retired at home. Eerie Kang just laughs, says long time no see, and pokes fun at the guy for losing his eye. You and I both heard that right. The intercom starts blaring about a massive terror threat inside the building. The announcement tells everyone to sprint to the safe rooms, but on another floor, a weapon slices through the air, instantly taking out the guards. Just as the bodies crash to the ground, the vice president rolls up with Gray and Suri Yoon. Buim points out that since the staff is already off work, that alarm is just a cheap bait to trap them. Taiha hears this and wonders why the security is so light for such a crazy stunt. The vice president figures that almost all the guards are down on the first floor dealing with the press. Voy Kim adds that taking the VIP private elevator let them sneak straight up to the 11th floor executive lobby. So the game plan is to use the 2 emergency stairs on opposite sides to flank the bad guys and surprise them. Taiha realizes that on any normal day, riding that elevator would have been a straight-up death sentence. Vice President Yang nods, saying Chung-jin wouldn't be starting a war here if he actually had a perfect plan. With the plan ready, the young master opens the emergency door and leads the squad down the dark stairs. He says everything is starting to make total sense now that his brain is finally cleared up. The vice president explains that Chang already secured the 8 votes he needed to become the big boss. Even without Pyoto stabbing them in the back, Chang was just talking trash during the meeting to bully him into hitting the detonator. We flash back to that memory of the poor guy saying sorry while holding the device in his hands. So the vice president figures that Chang totally took advantage of the fact that Pyotr was just a family man. He explains that wiping out the loyalists was the only way to stop people from digging into the Annex massacre and yacht case. But honestly, Chang acted like he didn't care, but just having Taiha and the loyalists around had completely backed him into a corner. Voy Kim adds that the enemy is going to take a massive hit if the 2 of them manage to make it out alive. The vice president says they absolutely cannot let a total psycho take over Cheonggu's future. But Taiha actually starts to question if that is really the case. So what do you and I think? Is running really the only way to take down Chang? All right, you and I are dropping right back into the wrecked meeting room where Chung-jin is absolutely losing his mind at Manji for letting those rats escape down the elevators. One lackey basically admits he stayed far away because he knew he would get absolutely wrecked. The president drops some heavy sarcasm, saying he can't even threaten a pay cut since there's 0 budget left. The duo stops right outside the door, and as they walk in, boom, Junsu is already waiting. Chung-jin brags that despite all the wild chaos, he still snagged the presidency, just like promised. Demanding the key to the 36th floor, he holds out his hand, and without missing a beat, Junsu flashes the keyring. He tosses them over, offering some fake congratulations, while warning the new boss not to let him or Chang Gong-gu down. With the assistant watching closely, Chung-jin grips those keys like gold, celebrating his big victory. He turns to his partner, hyped up to go inspect that sweet, legendary president's office. But his ally plays it safe, warning him it's still a war zone, and they should chop to the escape copter. Without even looking back, the new boss shuts him down cold, leaving Junsu and his assistant staring in dead silence. He spins around, snapping about how he is not running away this time because this whole building belongs to him now. Then comes his very first executive order as the big honcho of Cheonggu. He wants Junsu to take out Taiha and every single loyalist. To seal the deal, he demands the heads of every last one of them served up before midnight. Meanwhile, Asra, the captain of Black Team's second squad, yells at his guys to press the attack, since these chumps can't handle close combat. He charges straight into the fray, screaming that he's about to show these rookies how the big boys play. Meanwhile, Squad 4 leader Eri Kang starts trash-talking his opponent, mocking him for still being an absolute weakling. He lands a heavy blow, reminding Young Min of his old potential and asking if he slacked off after joining the Jean family. But the kid fires right back, shouting that if his old mentor cared so much, he shouldn't have abandoned them. He knows his mentor's moves inside out, especially since he was personally trained by Junsu himself to go hunt down Taiha. Even so, the Squad 4 boss wonders aloud why there's still such a massive power gap between them. Their weapons clash with insane force, and with just one savage strike, the apprentice gets sent flying backward from the impact. This veteran's sheer dominance shows just how crazy the Black Team's overseas training really was. Wait, look at this. The beat-up disciple raises his weapon, facing that giant wall his master warned him about. Suddenly, we flash back to an earlier moment where a subordinate asks Junsu what that actually means. There. The guy argues they ran a perfect tactical play during the village raid, asking why they are getting penalized just because of bad intel on Taiha. But the boss calmly explains he is not pointing fingers. This demotion was purely to keep them all safe. The confused lackey argues that nobody in Changgu is a real threat, but Junwoo just stares him down and asks if he wants to go another round. He looks him dead in the eye and asks if he genuinely thinks he can win a rematch against young Master Taiha. That question completely blindsides him, leaving him stuttering and asking his master to repeat it. Without flinching, Junwoo asks him again if he really has what it takes to beat Taiha. Put on the spot like that, the guy totally freezes. After sweating it out for a second, he finally mumbles that he just needs a little more time. Okay, let's pause here because the master's reaction is brutal, mocking him for begging for more time after years of training. He blames himself, admitting he coddled the kid too much, which probably stopped him from smashing through that mental wall on his own. Back in the real world, the memory of his master's warning about retreating and falling into deep despair completely paralyzes him. Right in the middle of the brawl, Junya Kwang starts desperately screaming for everyone to hit the deck. Out of nowhere, a massive machine gun on a tripod starts ripping bullets at the invaders, while the shooter mocks his own team for struggling against dudes carrying mere pocket knives. An instant later, his massive shadow looms over an attacker who looks up completely helpless. With a heavy crash, Pyongwon Ho stomps the poor guy flat while dual-wielding two massive machine guns. He introduces himself as the Vice President of Security, the Mad Tiger himself roaring at the invaders that their vacation is officially canceled. Then he unleashes hell, spraying bullets and absolutely mowing down everyone in his path. Meanwhile, Junya Kwang, still in hiding, wonders if the guy is completely hammered, since he's barely even aiming at the enemies. Because of this, Iri Kong and his buddy are forced to dodge bullets, while the shooter complains he can't get any slack. From a safe distance, Ozra recognizes the guy as the Mad Tiger, confirming all those crazy rumors are actually true. Honestly, you and I have to wonder how Junwoo could ever hire such a total lunatic for security. All right, you and I are jumping right into a total war zone as one leader questions Junwoo's sanity, while another guy, Taiha, sneaks up and drives his blade right into a guard's spine. He casually tells Vice President Yang that they're finally shutting the distance, though he never expected Changgu to pack such insane firepower. The vice president spills that while the Young Mud military project was canned, Pyongwon kept running it on the down low. When Taiha brings up the vice president of security, his crew warns him the guy is a straight-up monster, meaning they've got to move fast. Taiha realizes they're being funneled to the lobby like cattle, but before he can think, his phone starts buzzing, and he picks it up to introduce himself. Gray is on the other line, laughing about the absolute mess, asking which floor they're currently wrecking. Checking out the wrecked corridor, Taiha yells at him to stay away since it's way too risky. Totally chill Gray mentions his contact already handled the chatter, leaving Taiha scratching his head. Just then, Ozra strolls into the lobby humming a song before sprinting toward the exit, grinning about this being his golden opportunity. He smacks the release button, and as the glass slides open, he sneaks a peek at his squad waiting patiently on the outside. Spotting the escape attempt, the guards scream for backup to shut down the exit and trap them inside. Now watch this, because out of nowhere, Pyongwon Ho completely flattens Ozra's crew. With a smug smirk, he asks if they're dipping early, reminding them about that standard 30-day notice policy. Ozra fires back, saying that's not the case, but hints that the Mad Tiger left out some pretty crucial details. Before he can process that a roaring engine echoes and a blue van smashes straight through the glass doors, leveling him instantly. The hit sends Pyongwon Ho flying backward, tumbling straight down the escalator. The driver steps out, grabs his weapon, and mutters about how he absolutely hated the thought of coming back to this place. It's Gwanggu, the legendary former security chief, noting that this dump hasn't changed one bit. Ozra loves the perfect timing, but Gwanggu asks if he planned this theatrical entrance. Flipping his blade, he scoffs, asking why he'd plan a return to a company that fired him. Meanwhile, the guards stare in shock, wondering if this newcomer is another threat. Standing nearby, Junya Kwang admits he has absolutely no clue who this guy is. Right then, a heavy machine gun spins up and unloads on the van, forcing Gwang-gu to dive behind a couch to dodge the lead. Standing back up, Pyong-won-ho snarls that he was curious about who just showed up. He mocks him as his old boss, the guy who got sacked for betting on the wrong horse. But get this, the old-timer insists he actually resigned, leaving young Man Moon totally speechless because he can't believe this legendary figure, Gwang-gu, is standing right there. He realizes this is the legend who literally co-designed this building's entire defense system with Jun-soo. Right on cue, Vui Kim's squad struts into the lobby, making jokes about the absolute disaster area. One of them asks Azra if they locked down the main server room, but Azra just ignores him, asking who these random punks are. Gwang-gu vouches for them, revealing that one of these kids is a genius data broker. He reveals the other kid was groomed to inherit the powerful Yan family, which completely takes Azra by surprise. Vu Kim points out that the main server room is down in the basement, and the Group 2 leader steps up to guide them. Seeing this, Pyong-won-ho demands to know where these rookies came from, ordering his men to paint the walls with them the moment the guards raise their rifles. Gwang-gu steps in, snatching a guard's wrist to fix his posture, lecturing the poor guy that his terrible stance will never handle the recoil. He feeds another guard a knuckle sandwich, yelling at his crew to hustle because their target is right around the corner. He goes on an absolute tear, dropping guards left and right while rating their awful fighting forms. Within seconds, the entire security squad is flat on their backs, utterly humiliated on the floor. Massaging his neck, Gwang-gu mutters that their trainer should be fired for this sloppy work. Seeing the absolute slaughter, Irong decides playtime is over and calls for backup to press forward. Suddenly, Pyong-won-ho's weapon clicks completely empty, driving him absolutely insane with rage. Seizing the chance, Gwang-gu launches himself like a missile straight at an enemy guard. With lightning speed, he locks up the guard's arms while the mad tiger grabs him from behind, leaving the poor hostage screaming at the top of his lungs for help. As Pyong-won-ho presses a pistol against the hostage's skull, Gwang-gu utilizes the body as a human shield to drop another attacker. Right after, the security vice president exploits the chaos to carve up another opponent with his blade. And that's where we leave it, with Gwang-gu totally disgusted that anyone would use their own ally as a shield. All right, you and I are starting with Pyong-won-ho, who thinks cutting useless people is just good business. Our veteran moves like Grease dodging a knife attack before they both start throwing hands at lightning speed. Still, the Mad Tiger's blade grazes his arm before we flash back 2 days earlier, finding Gwang-soo sitting down for a chat with Azra. Cutting straight to the chase, the Group 2 leader recognizes his old boss, but wonders if meeting out in the open is even safe. Our mystery guest shrugs and says it is actually safer this way, since busy Chang-gu is not tracking him. He then asks which of the fresh faces from that last board meeting is the biggest threat. Intrigued, Azra demands to know if he is planning to throw hands with them directly. Swirling his glass, the ex-supervisor plays it cool and claims that is totally not his game. But he immediately drops a classic maybe, making Azra calmly ask for a heads up before the fireworks start. Gwang-gu then asks if Azra knows Pyong-won, only to learn the guy snatched up his old gig at Chang-gu. Next, he asks if he remembers that wild Middle East crisis where 16 tourists got taken hostage. The other guy nods, remembering it well, because every single hostage ended up in a body bag. Now, hold on to your seats, because Azra reveals Pyong-won pulled those strings, leaving our veteran absolutely speechless. The Group 2 leader explains, this Mad Tiger wiped out everyone, hostages and terrorists alike, without a single care, and vanished into thin air with all the ransom cash. Back in the present, Gwang-gu rages, baffled that Jun-soo recruited this maniac. Dodging like a pro, Pyong-won brags that Junwoo personally dragged him back from his sweet Oman hideout. And apparently, when asked why the big boss had a very specific reason for it. Turns out Chang-gu needed pure, unadulterated muscle. As their weapons clash, the impact is so insane that the Mad Tiger's blade literally explodes into tiny pieces. Staring at the useless handle, he is completely dumbfounded by how his opponent shattered his steel. Laying on the floor, Gwang-gu admits he wanted to keep things peaceful, but now he is dusting himself off because Pyongwon has got to go. Now we jump back to the past, deep in a dusty terrorist camp in the Middle East. The main bad guy hops on a broadcast to announce that the Korean government ghosted their demands. So he jacks the price up to $50 million for those 16 hostages. And to show he is not playing, he promises to cap one hostage every single hour. You and I are watching their hearts drop as a sudden gunshot blasts through the room, startling the negotiators. The terrorist leader's partner takes the mic, demanding $50 million for the remaining 15 hostages. This whole mess started when some Korean missionaries got snatched in a restricted zone, forcing the government's hand. Tagging along with the suit and tie negotiators was an elite special forces unit called Red Team. Sweating bullets, one negotiator whines that the big bosses back home will never greenlight $20 million. But his partner fires back that it is their absolute duty to convince them and bring those civilians home. In the back of the room, a certain soldier is looking on with pure, unbothered disgust. His attitude makes the negotiators spin around, demanding to know who is there. Pyongwon steps up, raising his rifle, completely baffled that they want to blow taxpayer money like that. He aims right at the bad guy, calling everyone in the room a waste of oxygen. Soon, news reports claim a tragic shootout wiped everyone out. Hostages, terrorists, everyone. Even the negotiators died, except for one Red Team soldier. Oh, and that $20 million ransom money? Poof. Totally vanished. 6 months later, we find our sole survivor living like a king in a fancy Oman mansion. Pyongwon thought his sins were buried, but then Junsu and Ozra show up. He cheekily asks why Chang-gu is visiting, wondering if they came to beg for their cash, smirking like a villain. He brags that if a whole army of terrorists couldn't kill him, these corporate goons don't stand a chance. The Group 2 leader steps up to humble him, but Junu holds him back with a calm hand. The second they clash, the pure shockwave of their impact literally shatters the nearby windows. Though this Mad Tiger is a total beast, Ozra can see what this fight is really about. In a flash, Junu grabs his throat, testing his true limits. Shocked, the soldier gasps, wondering what kind of monster he is dealing with, since Junu is not even breathing heavy. You and I are left wondering why he ruined that negotiation on purpose. All right, stick with me here. Pyongwon is totally lost in this wrecked room. The boss points out that if he actually wanted that $20 million, he would have swiped it before talks even began. Totally lost, the Mad Tiger snaps back, laughing that he just couldn't stand how those clown-ass negotiators did business. He calls them absolute fools for thinking cash solves everything, bragging that he saved the country from looking like a joke. This wild excuse only gets a tiny, knowing smirk. With a wave of his hand, Junu says he's actually here to sign him up. Boom, now we are back to the present, hallway surrounded by dead guards. Vice President Yang explains that when the old chairman, Seoko Jin, first brought Jinsu in, the guy's loyalty was unmatched. But he adds, everything flipped 18 years ago, right before the young master's crazy yacht accident. Taiha asks what went down, but the vice president admits he doesn't have the full scoop. He lets slip that the chairman was always super stressed about whether to join this shady council. Flashback time, Chairman Guho recalls being invited to join, but he was highly skeptical of their sketchy members. Back then, the vice president told him to pass, saying there was 0 point in getting dirty with that era's corruption. He says while the boss was away, rumors spread about his secret visits to Changgu security, though people thought it was normal. Then, a year later, that yacht disaster goes down, and guess who was conveniently missing? Junsu, the personal bodyguard. Woo Kim drops Junsu's exact quote. He claimed only the few with real power should lead. He adds that Changgu Security had a brutal unit where everyone fought to be his successor. Taiha finally connects the dots. This is where that psycho Nameless came from, and Do-kyung was the ultimate survivor. And then, Boeum confesses that he and the other black team leaders were actually part of that unit before being thrown away overseas. The guy insists they know the real Yunu. On the outside, he seemed like a devoted mentor, molding their bodies and minds. Because of that, he gained absolute loyalty from a security force that even the chairman himself couldn't control. So yeah, the blind faith everyone had in this guy was on another level. But Woo Kim drops the bomb. Junwoo never saw them as humans. To him, Changgu Security was just a ranch where he bred cattle to find his ultimate warrior. Then we cut back too. Kim explains that saying Changgu has Junwoo was the ultimate way to show off the company's insane level of power. He adds that the entire chairmanship only exists because of this guy's coup. Pay attention here. This news leaves Taiha completely speechless. Boy Kim compares the ex-bodyguard to a wild beast that would gladly sacrifice its own life to protect its cub. But if that cub ever showed weakness or failed, that very same beast would snap its neck without hesitation. Hearing all this, Taiha stops cold on the steps and just stares at the crew. He turns around, apologizes to Vui, and asks him for a massive favor to buy him some time. Confused, the guy asks what he means by that, but Vice President Yang instantly smells trouble and tries to hold him back. He blocks the doorway, begging Taiha to stay hidden and wait for a better opening. He warns him straight up, if you go up against Jun-soo right now, you are a dead man. Taiha just shrugs it off, saying his grandpa never raised him to run away from a fight. Remembering his folks only proves one thing. Leaving people behind was never on the table. With his godfather's face in mind, he says this second chance at life wasn't given to him to be a coward. In the end, nobody ever taught him to abandon his family. Determined, he says, that if Junwoo represents all of Changgu, then he'll just have to end him himself. Flashback. A young Taiha says he is home and his shocked mom calls out his name. She rushes over, panicking, and asks if those school bullies messed with him again. His mom hugs him, begging to switch schools before his dad finds out. She cries, asking why he continues to put up with all the abuse. Now in the present, one of the guys asks if he's actually planning to put Junwoo in the dirt. He explains that since everyone is down on the first floor, this is their absolute best shot to take out the target. So he begs them for a bit more time, promising he'll return once the job is fully done. The blue-haired guy mockingly questions his insane confidence. But standing at the door, Taiha says 10 minutes is all he needs. Let's see if he can actually pull this off. Let's dive in. This guy walks up and asks if he knows why they became loyalists. Turns out they thought that was the only way to take out Jun-soo. The old-timer loses it and screams Vui's name. He explains the rejects from Changgu's Black Ops squad joined Team Black just to survive. Vui says they got shipped overseas for dirty work and barely kept in touch with family. That's how they realized their loved ones were wiped out in fake accidents to keep Chun-soo's secrets safe. Vui claims their burning desire to see Jun-soo 6 feet under matches his, but insists right now is not the time. But Taiha completely cuts him off, yelling that it's now or never. Vui grabs him, asking how he expects to beat a guy who ruled for decades when he barely survived the annex. After a heavy silence, Taiha simply says he can. He explains he got caught lacking last time while chasing a running Cheon-soo, but promises that in a 10-minute one-on-one, he will absolutely win. Taiha grabs Vui's shoulders, begging him to just believe in him and buy him 10 minutes so he can make sure that Junwoo is deleted from existence. Vui just stares back, totally conflicted. The old man wonders how he could ask for something so crazy, but then he tells the young master to go. He promises they will be waiting and tells him to hustle back. Taiha looks away and dashes right up the stairs. Vui turns to the vice president, asking if he's actually serious about letting him go back like this. The vice president sighs, saying he must be getting old and senile, regretting how much he forgot about how the young master used to be as a kid. Watch closely, because up on the 11th floor, the fight is already popping off. One of the loyalists charges in, but gets his face grabbed mid-air by his opponent, who calls it weird. Then he gets slammed face first into the dirt. The old man doubts they even met the late chairman to call themselves loyalists. Ledger, the captain of Team Black's 5th group, struggles back to his feet. Junsu asks if young Master Taiha is really worth throwing their lives away for keeping them trapped on this floor. Ledger snaps back that letting him reach the lobby means everyone dies, so yeah, it's absolutely worth it. The whole squad of men gets ready to jump Junsu. Junsu flashes back to when the young master was getting bullied back in school. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the vice president explains his parents refused private school, wanting him raised like a regular kid. He continues, saying when the young master was in 3rd grade, an older kid stole his cash. Seeing the kid had major money, the bully started tormenting him every single day. And the harder the young master fought back, the worse the beatdowns got. Until one day, he drew a massive circle right in the middle of the schoolyard. He challenged that older bully to a daily one-on-one fight inside that circle. Vui asks if he won, but apparently the bully never showed. Instead, the bully jumped him elsewhere to beat him up, and the young master just took it like a boss, without complaining. I know what you're thinking, but wait until you hear what Taiha said. Back in the lounge, Ledger's blade completely shatters. He tries to fight back with the broken steel, but Junsu lunges straight at him. In a flashback, his godfather begs to change schools, while his mom asks why he keeps taking these brutal beatings. Taiha explains the bully insulted his friends with words too wild to repeat on camera, but he promises his mom he can handle it, begging her to just say she believes in him. Back in the present, Junu glares at Ledger and walks away from the guys left standing. Taiha's voice echoes, promising that if they trust him, he'll always win, no matter how tough the opponent. Junsu stands waiting in the middle of the lobby, and boom! Taiha appears holding a blade. Ledger turns around screaming that this was not the plan, running to ask why he's here when the goal was to keep him away. But before he can push him back, Taiha blitzes forward like a literal flash. Ledger watches him fly by, utterly stunned. Taiha locks his eyes onto his target, and Junsu stares right back. Suddenly, Junsu catches Taiha's attack by grabbing his face, saying he's been waiting for the young master. Ledger's mind is blown, gasping that he couldn't even see him move. How can a human be that fast? Taiha throws a barrage of heavy blows, telling everyone to get to the 1st floor because he's taking over. Taiha vows to end this guy himself, but Junsu kicks back. You and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see Taiha get knocked down. He gets right back up to fight, and Junsu wonders if he actually has a plan. Taiha charges in, but Junsu completely shuts him down, palming his face with just one hand. He tosses him like a rag doll, mocking his supposedly special plan. Taiha gets blasted back with some serious mind-blowing force. Junsu reminds him that absolutely nobody stands a chance here. Respected during times of pure chaos and blood, he rules the top of Cheonggu security forces. Nobody who knows him would ever dare cross Cheonggu, since he is the sole survivor of the Oang boss. Cut to a flashback of Taiha chilling at a bar. Over there, some guy says to never say never, because as long as he is human, he can lose. The guy praises that energy, saying people who call Junsu unbeatable are just scared for their own skin, not talking facts. He remembers their mansion clash, where Taiha said Junsu shattered his blade bare-handed. This insane technique, weapon break, is basically impossible. Breaking steel by hitting the perfect perfect bevel angle with monstrous strength and insane grip. Turns out, the guy actually invented this crazy move himself. Back now, Taiha leaps forward with his weapon. Junwoo gets his edge from god-tier physics and a talent for copying any move on sight. Basically, he only busts out moves he already knows. Junwoo proves it, snapping Taiha's blade with his bare fingers before lunging forward with a lightning-fast counter. Taiha ducks right under the strike. Junwoo glares back, asking where he got that new blade. Taiha crouches with a new blade. His foe mocks him, but pay attention here, as a flashback shows a man asking little Taiha if he is okay. Pushing him on the swing, he mentions his mom is super worried about the 6th grader bullying him. He even offers to step in and handle it for him. Taiha says no, but asks him to swing by his school around noon if he has time. Why? Because he needs him to report back to his mom on how he wins. Back in the present, Taiha wields 2 blades. Junwoo just smirks, bragging that he destroys every single weapon he touches. Taiha charges screaming, how dare he try the exact same move twice on him? Junwoo blocks his punch, asking if he was testing him, and then lands a devastating direct hit. Junwoo watches to see the damage. Taiha remembers something and pulls out a new weapon. Boom Junwoo gets sliced in the shoulder. He realizes these wild moves look reckless, but they actually have a clever, calculated purpose. And you and I can feel his unwavering belief that he will win. Holding a bloody dagger, Taiha calls him the enemy of his entire family, screaming he is here for sweet revenge. Lobo asks, what do you do when you cannot break someone's spirit? The bully beats him up, threatening him and carving nasty insults all over his school desk. But the kid stays defiant, laughing in his face. Soon, the angry bully goes to meet Taiha out in the courtyard. In a drawn circle, a 3rd grader, 3 years younger, was challenging him. Just taking this fight was purely embarrassing. Still, the bully balls his fist, aiming to end things with one single massive punch. The big kid steps into the ring. He sprints right at Taiha. The younger boy just stands there, totally frozen. Suddenly, Taiha kicks up sand right in his path, making the bully lose his footing and crash hard on his back. There was a wooden plank buried under that sand. Taking full advantage of the slip, Taiha launches a sudden, savage counter. He aims for the one spot that instantly drops anyone the nose. Honestly, that single blow should have been the end of things. Instead, Taiha grabs a rock he hit earlier and starts absolutely beating the kid without stopping. He did it to make sure nobody would ever mess with him, his mom, or his family again. Pure dominance. Junwoo watched the whole thing go down from afar, later telling Taiha's parents that the kid defended himself incredibly well. Back in the present, Taiha looks up from the ground just as Junwoo unleashes an epic slash. The strike cuts a massive marble pillar like butter, but something else completely catches him off guard. He notices that sword does not get dull no matter how hard it hits. The kid's skills make regular knives cut well, but this specific blade's sharpness is unreal. Suddenly, Junwoo grabs and twists him, saying his aim was too low. Taiha stares up from the floor, then pushes himself up to sweep Junwoo's legs, who instantly recognizes the Aikido move. Junwoo rushes in again, saying he still remembers when the young master was just a toddler. But Taiha blocks the kick. He instantly recognizes the Korean martial arts style as Kong Sudo. Junwoo notes his patience and drive. Let's see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we see a villain get a massive reality check. Junwoo boasts about winning back in school, still laughing about it, before mocking Taiha for pulling out just a single blade. Suddenly, a second weapon pops up on Taiha's back. Junwoo just sneers, asking if 17 years of planning only amounts to this. He keeps mocking him, asking if Taiha seriously thought he could run the show after tasting the mob life. Next, he asks if Taiha honestly believed this weak planning and power would actually be enough to save him. Then, boom, Junwoo delivers a punch that completely shatters a solid pillar, blasting Taiha straight into the wall with crazy force. Junwoo smugly turns away, but out of nowhere, sharp spikes pierce right through his body from every single direction. He is completely shocked by the sneak attack, glancing back in absolute disbelief, wondering when the heck that even happened. Flat on the floor, Taiha mumbles that it is true and that every once in a while you meet folks like that. He explains these people have godlike strength, skill, and raw talent, basically being heaven's favorites. In a quick flashback, young Taiha totally groups himself with these prodigies. Back then, he asked if he could ever win against monsters who are in a complete league of their own. Regina Cerno, the bad-tempered underboss of the Cerno family, says yes, simply because he is her prize student. Regina tells him to quit slacking and get up, while he struggles to stand. She asks if his grand strategy for a real battle is just napping on the dirt. Taiha drags himself up and asks if this kind of basic training gives him any real shot against them. Regina just smirks. Now, look close, because right as he asks about those elite fighters, she hits him with a massive hammer. The crazy impact sends him flying straight into a tree. She warns that he cannot expect to win by just taking a beating. Wrecked on the ground, he asks if her supposedly toy hammer is made of solid steel, and she confirms it is. Night falls over the forest. Sitting together, Regina explains that from what she can tell, his fast-twitch muscle fibers are totally off the charts. Taiha asks what the heck fast-twitch muscles even are. She explains that muscles are split into red and white fibers. Red fibers are for slow, steady endurance. White fibers are the fast-twitch ones, built for insane short bursts of energy like sprinting. Regina points out that with his fast-twitch dominance and long legs making speed, his primary weapon is his absolute best bet. Taiha replies they already knew that, which is exactly why they chose knives as their go-to weapons. But he also knows raw speed alone is not enough to survive in this deadly business. So he asks if even being faster than most people, he would still just look like a joke to anyone at her tier. Clutching his shirt, he admits he is not ready for Korea yet. You and I can see his frustration. He has zero info on Junwoo, the president's bodyguard, his techniques, or his training. Literally, the only thing known about him is that he is undefeated. So Taiha needs more intel to take him on. Regina scolds him for calling her master, saying they are family and should drop the formalities. She insists he call her sis, totally catching Taiha off guard, making him ask her to stop. But she demands he say the word while lunging at him with a real knife. He instantly bolts at high speed, leaping straight into the river to escape her blade. Clambering out of the river, he yells, asking if she is seriously trying to murder him with a real knife. Regina just quietly watches him from the riverbank, then sheathes the deadly blade back onto her belt. While he sits soaked in the water, Regina says he is completely missing the point, noting he never dodged her toy hammer attacks. But the moment a real knife comes out, he dodges instantly. She tells him he will never truly grow unless he risks his actual life. Ever since he stabbed his own hand, he has been someone who only performs when death is breathing right down his neck. She advises him to fight like his life is on the line every single time if he truly wants to level up. Her voice echoes, telling him to ignore the easy matches. Only life or death showdowns will push his limits, assuming he does not die first. Taiha remembers that this crazy path is his only option. Meanwhile, on another floor, a bald guy yells at his opponent to just die already. Suddenly, a devastating punch connects right with his face, making the bald fighter stagger back from the heavy impact. His enemy wastes zero time and unleashes a series of brutal, fast-paced punches right into his chest. Blood splatters all over the attacker's face during the heavy beatdown, leaving the bald guy with absolutely zero time to react. With a final heavy blow, he yells that they have zero chance smashing the bald guy into the wall before calling for the boss. He approaches to ask if he is all right, and the boss simply replies that, yeah, he is totally fine. He notes the enemy is just a brute with simple moves, but possesses unbelievable power and endless stamina. The bald guy spits back that he is also a muscle-bound brute before screaming for the young Mu division, demanding to know what is taking so long. A static voice answers that the massive containment barrier has them trapped, while over the communicator, Gui calls out to Guanggu. Back in the control room, a woman reports they secured the spot, adding they locked down barriers to block reinforcements. This plan is coming together, and you and I are about to see if they make it. All right, you and I are diving into this madness. Guy is relieved, but he needs to know where the young master is. The control room lady begs for a quick second to check, asking her coworker where Taiha is. Guy wonders why on earth he's trading blows with some white-haired old geezer on the 11th floor, while Ledger panics about the young master taking on Jun-soo completely alone. The control room lady asks who their captain even is, telling everyone to chill out since he already went to save the young master. She tries her absolute best to describe the captain, specifically pointing out his glorious mustache. But then she glares at the security feeds, spotting a poor woman chained up and dangling high in the air. The operator cannot believe her own eyes, immediately gasping her name, Lady Haran. Speaking through the comms, she asks if Haran can hear her, only for the prisoner to weakly ask who she even is. She introduces herself as Suri, explaining she spotted her all the way from the control room, hoping she remembers her, but Haran instantly barks back, demanding how she dares pretend to be part of her household. Suri frantically denies it, explaining they actually crossed paths a super long time ago. She mentions she was training to be Chief Gekchian's successor before running away, but Voy cuts in, remembering her as that crazy runaway girl who broke out and fled half dead. He figures that is how she knows Taiha, since he used to hang out in the Jiangsu district. Haran thanks her for trying to help, but flat out tells her she is not strong enough for this mess. Now pay attention, because she warns that the horrific monster Jun-soo created is already heading right for them, and they are completely helpless. But Haran begs for one last favor. Get a message to the head of the main house as fast as humanly possible. Meanwhile, in another hallway, Ledger and his squad are blasting away, wondering what on earth is happening. Ledger complains to Guy, totally outraged, that the young master is soloing Jun-soo after all their hard work. But Guy just stares ahead. Guy says this isn't about winning or losing, but rather settling a massive, long overdue debt. He never expected the young master to go solo, but out of nowhere, one of their guys gets shot down. Someone screams about a flank attack from behind, but Voy dashes forward, slicing down the enemies instantly, walking through a hall of corpses while carrying a fallen ally. Voy watches as Ledger and Guy tend to their bleeding captain. The captain asks for updates, but the soldier wheezes they are outnumbered and completely doomed. Let's pause here. Check out this old guy thanking Guangsu, while Gui remarks that their extreme patience finally paid off. Ledger demands to know what happened, asking if the young master is truly face-to-face with Jun-soo right now. He confirms it, claiming he will wrap it up in 10 minutes, but Vui orders a retreat if he isn't back in 5. The order leaves Ledger totally speechless, as more of their allies get shredded by gunfire right in front of them. Guanggu suddenly appears, asking what took them so long, but they explain some crazy barrier walls blocked their path. Then the Youngmu Corps, the shady Black Ops unit of the Chan Sua group, rolls in to eliminate absolutely everyone. Ledger instantly recognizes them, shouting that using full tactical gear is a direct violation of the committee's protocols. Voy orders Okra to escort the vice president out, but Ledger is still stressing over the young master upstairs. Guy reassures him, declaring they have sworn their ultimate loyalty to this new master. And he proudly adds that their master will obviously win, while upstairs we see a super basic office with a map on the wall. Taiha looks around, noting this is the president's 36th floor office, where only he and Junu were ever allowed. He looks around, highly disappointed by how boring it is. The tiny room only holds a basic kitchenette, ancient furniture, and a dispatch schedule on the wall. He wonders if they kept it cheap to remember their humble construction roots, sitting down to reflect on how his grandfather used to be. But realizing his father also used this office proves to him that putting them both down was the right call. His buddy urges him to evacuate now that he has seen everything. Taiha says no way, it is too dangerous now that the black team joined up. His companion warns him that protecting him solo upstairs is going to be straight up impossible. Elsewhere, Jun-soo smugly asks how Taiha could possibly make it up here. A lackey reports that Haron is already captured and on her way, doubting Taiha can do anything about it. Back in the office, Taiha asks if his buddy thinks he will lose to Jun-soo. His buddy doubts it, suggesting they bypass the fight, but Taiha says as long as Junu controls the 11th floor lobby, even his grandfather couldn't get through. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he can make the impossible happen. All right, you and I are jumping in as our main character picks up a red phone. Sitting at his desk with this device, Taiha asks his buddy if he has ever seen a phone like this, but the guy has no clue. Just a rotary phone that old-timers used back then. And get this, it puts him in direct touch with the 4 remaining emperors of the council. His buddy just stares in complete shock. So he asks Taiha what he actually plans to do now that he is officially the big boss. Taiha tells him to use his brain. His dad took out his granddad, then Taiha took out his own dad. Slamming the phone down, he asks what really changes now that he is running things. Then he answers his own question. Absolutely nothing. They would just keep splitting up the whole country with the remaining council members. His buddy asks if he is planning some other wild move. He explains that running a nation takes 3 things: wealth, knowledge, and absolute power. And for his first move, he needs 2 very important pawns. First is Hui Min, whose dad used to run things in Osang. And second is Jun-soo, who earned massive respect by fighting the boss head-on. Taiha knows that once he locks down the muscle of the Osang faction, the rest of those council members are basically toast. His master plan is to absorb Osang, crush the council, and run the entire country by himself as the ultimate ruler. Check this out. A flashback shows a bloody kid Taiha holding a blade as Junu makes a deadly pact with him. His partner asks if he really plans to take over the Osang group and destroy the council. She thinks they will refuse, considering they literally took out the last president to start this shadow government era. Taiha says they are just wild animals who follow whoever beats them up. He dials the phone, saying he just needs to take down their leader. His buddy stares at him, finally catching on to his crazy master plan. Taiha points out that Jun-soo always hid in the dark, questioning why he would train a successor through black ops. In a crazy memory, a pillar snaps and collapses on everyone. Young Taiha charges straight at Jun-soo, both weapons drawn. Bleeding and ready to brawl, they face off. Jun-soo throws a flurry of crazy punches, sending the kid flying down. Taiha hits the deck while his enemy towers over him. Today, Junu remembers that brutal clash. He admits that when it comes to raw skill strength and stamina, the young boss is totally outmatched. But there is one special thing where the kid always beats him. Young Taiha blitzes forward like a rocket, showing off what Junu calls freakish supernatural speed. It is a natural gift he can neither track nor stop. Now watch closely. Taiha's blade almost cuts his neck, but Jun-soo blocks it, explaining that even if he cannot see the attack, he can still throw him. He easily predicts the kid's moves. The young fighter slams hard onto the cold concrete floor. Standing tall, Junu talks about how martial arts are as old as time. He explains that countless brutal styles were made just to survive and conquer. And he claims to have mastered every single fighting style ever created throughout human history. Taiha charges back in with a flying kick. Jun-soo admits that even after all this, he still hasn't hit the kid cleanly. Taiha ducks low to dodge a super-fast counter. He glares up at Jun-soo. Suddenly, he barely dodges another fast punch that almost takes his head off. Taiha is glad his hands still work as he gets ready to strike again. But Junwoo clocks him hard. Despite getting absolutely beaten down, the young master keeps pushing forward without a single trace of fear. Jinsu switches up his moves, so he never attacks the same way twice, keeping him guessing before dropping him again. The kid rolls on the floor from the massive impact. Junsu realizes he is fighting with everything he has got, wondering why. The kid is still staring at him with pure intensity as the image of an ancient spear flashes on screen. Taiha lists all the styles his opponent has mastered, like Aikido, Kung Fu, Judo, and Muay Thai. He keeps praising Junsu's insane skills, but says he has his own trick too, as a shadow leaps across the night city. Taiha reveals that to get here, he beat masters of all those styles. His dagger spins through the air as he mocks the years Junsu spent training. Then he grabs the blade out of midair. He says that is nothing compared to what he survived, training with absolute revenge in mind and having nothing left to lose. Junwoo realizes the weapon fell right into the kid's palm, wondering if this whole crazy move was actually calculated. You and I know he threw it on purpose. Let's dive into this epic revenge tale where Junwoo tells his student to always stay cold, show zero emotion, and wait for that one perfect shot at survival. Back then, he taught him that when death knocks, you only need 0.1 seconds to strike back with everything you've got. And just like that, Taiha leaps up, slashing Junwoo with both daggers, landing a direct, absolutely devastating hit on his former teacher. Taiha brags that his long, bloody journey is finally over and he's won, triggering a flashback to the Seoul Olympics broadcasted all over television. On the TV, white balloons flood the sky to start the big global festival. But back in Junwoo's hood, roaring bulldozers totally drown out the music, tearing down houses and crushing everything to rubble. Greedy developers roll in, claiming it is just some fancy neighborhood renewal project. Suddenly, old neighbors who used to share meals are turned against each other, divided as renters versus landlords. Then, Junsu's single dad is found beaten to death by dirty thugs hired to clear the land. His big sister holds him close, telling him to dry his eyes because crying won't solve anything right now. He remembers how his sister Suan was always tough as nails, easily dominating school, and never dropping below third place. She was their dad's absolute pride and joy, his biggest hero, refusing to break no matter how broke they were. When she threatened to quit school to get a job, he begged her to stay, offering his own sweat and tears instead. So he hustled hard, throwing papers at dawn and dropping off food deliveries all night long. And every single night, he would come home to watch her study by candlelight. Now pay attention here, because this innocent girl's dream is about to face a truly terrifying end. She tells him that the big boss at Cheonsu says microchips are the absolute future. So she's going to be an engineer and shake up the world, constantly writing in her diary about how she'll make it up to him. And honestly, seeing her chase those big dreams was the only thing keeping him going through the grind. Fast forward a few months, her big exams are done, and he buys a fancy cake to celebrate. But he comes home to find the whole neighborhood on fire. He stands there totally paralyzed, holding that cheap cake in shock. A frantic neighbor runs over crying, saying those heartless thugs torched the entire block and just booked it. Then she drops the worst news possible. The fire started right at his place. The cake slips from his hands. He bolts through the smoke, but when he gets there, his sister is already lying outside the blazing building. A crowd surrounds her, and a young Taiha is on his knees right next to her, crying and endlessly apologizing. Turns out a brave, random stranger leaped straight into the inferno to drag her out, severely burning his own back. But it was too late. Her body was completely charred. You and I both knew this tragedy would push him over the edge. Now, he's seeking blood. He knew those greedy landlords and their goons had been terrorizing his sweet sister every single day after school. He knew she was crying herself to sleep, holding on for dear life. Ironically, she just scored high enough to enter the prestigious Seoul National University. The very next day, when the thugs roll back in with riot police, one angry guy charges them solo. 8 goons and 3 cops end up dead, with 23 more sent straight to the hospital. That very night, 3 developer offices and a greasy landlord are found completely incinerated. To protect their precious Olympic image, the government sweeps the entire slaughter under the rug, wiping his records clean as he prepares to face the end. Locked up in a dark interrogation room, a mysterious woman sits across from him and asks if he's finally awake. She is shocked. He wiped out an entire squad without training and didn't get a single scratch. But he just coldly asks her who she is. Smiling, she calls herself his savior, the one person who just bought him his freedom. Jun-soo asks if she is some relative wanting payback, telling her to go ahead and shoot because he has absolutely nothing left to live for anyway. The woman tilts his chin up, mocking his desperate attitude, and reminds him that the real monsters behind the fire are still running completely free. Junwoo flinches, and she smiles, getting the exact reaction she wanted. She sighs that he is not a girl, but explains that she is recruiting talent all over the world. She reveals she's an elite talent scout, offering him a brand new start working overseas for 10 years, which basically sells him directly into a global syndicate of legendary killers. They call this deadly group Ordonox, an absolute beast of a syndicate known as the most dangerous on Earth. He climbed all the way to executive level before dumping it all to retire. He finally comes back to Korea, agreeing to wipe out his secret alias and records under the promise of never leaving again. 10 long years have flown by, and he's only got one goal left in his mind: pure, unadulterated revenge. He found the real culprits. Trust me, you and I are about to see some epic payback. All right, you and I are diving into a wild ride as Jun-soo stares at this building. He remembers his sister saying that the president of Cheonsu saw semiconductors as the future, all under a bright, ominous moon. Then he sneaks into the president's office, which is literally just a rusty old shipping container. It was Chang-gu's old-school construction office. Inside, he corners this young guy and calls him out as Taeha. He looks him dead in the eye, saying it is payback time for 10 years ago. But seeing Jun-soo's face in the glass, the guy just cries tears of pure joy that he is actually alive. As the kid tries to apologize, Jun-soo grabs him by the collar and spots a massive burn scar on his back. Flashbacks hit hard of a boy crying at the fire as Taeha confesses he has not slept soundly since that night. He begs forgiveness for not returning that fountain pen sooner, hoping his own death might finally bring peace to Jun-soo's sister, while our hero just stares at the pen. Turns out, Taeha was warning him that Chung-woo was busy negotiating remodeling terms with the government back then. He explains that he rushed into the fire and actually saved Jun-soo's sister from the blazing heat, though he knows words can never truly fix the past. Now, pay attention. He admits his wild ambition to change the world is what started this whole tragedy. Remembering his sister's dream of becoming an engineer and changing the world, Jun-soo grips the pen so hard his knuckles turn white. He tells Taeha to use that pen to prove he can still change things, reminding him that now is definitely not the time for crying. Taeha takes the pen as a peace offering and vows to build a company that actually serves the people. Junwoo just watches him in dead silence. With that promise heavy in the air, he turns around and walks away. That pen was his sister's last keepsake, but he just could not bring himself to take it back. The sheer weight of 10 years of bloodshed was just way too heavy for him to ignore now. He knew if he took it, his sister's ghost would haunt his dreams and pull him right back into the darkness. Rolling into a diner, Junwoo spots 2 Insong gangsters named Chaolin and Hanek. Before one can even ask who he is, Boomface meets table. The dude drops cold onto the floor, while the surrounding customers start losing their minds. The rest of the gang jumps up, flashing blades and screaming. But after 10 years of training fueled by pure rage, He just feels empty. You and I know what is coming as he dares them to attack, threatening that when he is done, they will vanish completely. Cue the absolute beatdown, leaving everyone completely wiped out. One guy is left groaning next to an overturned table, while Junsu casually glances toward the entrance. A cool stranger walks in, saying the noise caught his attention. He eyes our boy up and down, genuinely impressed by his insane combat skills. The new guy steps forward, and Junu just watches him with a cold stare. Uang faction big boss Duchiel Park demands his name, but Junsu just asks if he is the leader. Dukiel smirks, asking what he would do if he was. Instantly, Junu throws a massive punch, but the boss catches it with zero effort. This is the first time anyone has ever blocked his attack, forcing him to actually look at this guy, only to spot a terrifying wild beast hiding behind his eyes. Fighting like a literal tiger in human skin, they trade blows for 40 straight minutes, while the lackeys watch in absolute awe. For once, he has met someone with pure, unadulterated power. Dukiel laughs, saying that was a decent workout to get his blood pumping. Flat on his back, Junsu admits defeat and tells the boss to end him. But Dukiel wants to know the why behind the rage. Exhausted and broken, Junu finally gives in and spills his entire life story. His sworn enemies, the Insang gang, were already totally wiped out, swallowed whole by the massive Oang faction. When Junu spits that they are all just low-life criminals anyway, the boss just roars with laughter. Dukio fires back, saying titles do not mean a damn thing. All that matters is having the actual power to change things. He asks what politicians were doing while people were being kidnapped and the president was trying to bring back a military dictatorship. Using their own muscle, they shut it down and dared anyone to try and stop them. Duchiel is so loud it practically blows his eardrums, but he cannot look away. Surprisingly, the boss lets him walk, leaving his men complaining about the crazy decision. Dukal shrugs, saying the kid earned his revenge. And since he is boss, they shut up, leaving Junsu staring at his hand. Let's see where this leads. Grab your popcorn because you and I are about to watch Junsu offer to guard Sayoko right after getting his big revenge, leaving the boss totally shocked. Junsu wants a front row seat to see how Sayoko builds Cheonsu. And let's be real, Sayoko was a total class act. Sure, the guy was stubborn as a mule, but he always showed massive love and loyalty to his ride or dies. As the company blew up, a group of loyalists formed around him. Meanwhile, his petty sons started beefing with each other out of pure jealousy. Years fly by, and Chiangu becomes a massive tech giant, just like Junsu's sister called it. But Sayoko totally loses his edge. He starts going soft, completely ignoring all the shady, corrupt stuff his own crew is pulling. He stops planning for the future, and the second he slips up, his bitter enemies jump right on the chance. One of his sons grins and brags that the big board reached out and invited them to join the club. But Sue is absolutely furious and slaps him. He yells that the moment big businesses start messing with politics, they go under. The nightmare of Junsu's sister getting burned alive in that brutal district redevelopment tragedy definitely still messed with his head. Junsu secretly hits up the hospital Sayoko always uses. And boom, he finds out Sayoko is dying of terminal cancer. Suddenly it all clicks why Sayoko was letting all that corruption slide. He was just trying to avoid internal drama and enemy fire, all to protect the next heir in line. Watch closely here. Sayoko sits under a tree crying about a bailout that'll cost them half the company. Junsu walks up and gives the president a super formal response. Sayoko smiles and asks if he's let down, saying it's a bummer this is all Cheonsu amounted to. Junsu tells him to stop capping, saying if Cheonsu was really that weak, he would have let him die years ago. Sayoko laughs and agrees. If some shady politicians made him fold, he could never look his sister in the eye again. He lost cash but not faith in his crew, vowing to rebuild Chasu from scratch. And man, he did just that, surviving the crash to build the country's biggest empire. But death Yeah, nobody beats death. So Seoko's third son, Suyak, takes the throne. Or rather, the real golden child was his grandson, Taiha. Seoko knew Chaeyoung would flop by generation 3, so Suyak was made boss just to train the kid. Suyak was the only kid with his father's savage drive, and his own son was showing real genius too. Their vibe was simple. They backed the president with raw power and dared anyone to step up and catch hands. But Seoko jumped the gun. Suyak couldn't do jack to stop Changwoo from completely rotting from the inside out. You saw this snake coming right too. The other son invites Junsu to join the board. He claims the old man is stuck in prehistoric times, and with their help, Chaeyoung can rule the nation for a whole century. Junsu plays along, promising to handle things, while asking if the guy wants to leave his own epic mark on the company. He adds that the invite came from the Oang faction, and apparently their big boss already knows him. Cut to a sunny garden where Suyak walks up to Junsu and asks if something's wrong. Junwoo says he can't tag along on the upcoming trip, and Suyak warns him that this is a super big deal. But he explains it's the anniversary of his sister's death, leaving Suyuk totally silent as he just stares at him. Suyuk gets it, pats his shoulder, and wishes him a safe trip. But Junsu knows if hell is real, there's a VIP seat reserved just for him. And honestly, he was totally cool with that. Even if he goes straight to hell, he will protect Chaeyoung at all costs. That was his sister and Seoko's dream. It wasn't Seoko's fault. The boss just got weak fighting a deadly disease, but Changwoo was about to fall apart. Let's be real. Nobody else had the chops to lead the company like Soo did. His kids and crew were loyal, but none of them could step out of his massive shadow. That's a huge issue when a monster like Duckle Park decides to swallow Changwoo whole with zero competition. The only way to save the company was to join the council. He had to shield it until it grew strong enough to protect itself. Meanwhile, Taiha watches everything. Junwoo suddenly blasts him with a kick, sending the kid flying into the wall. His ribs snap, and Taiha spits out blood. Junsu squares up again. The kid staggers to his feet, totally confused. He was sure he blocked that hit. He realizes Junsu has reached a whole new level of speed. Taiha barely dodges the next killer kick. Speed was Taiha's only cheat code, but Junsu completely closes the gap. He connects with a brutal punch right to his face. He locks him down, but Taiha strikes his gut. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are jumping right into the bloodbath, where our boy spits blood but glares back, only for Junsu to slash him. He backs off as Taiha clutches his fresh cut. Junsu just laughs, saying cowards who fear death are too easy to control. He did not make Guho the big boss because the guy actually deserved the job, but to buy some time until the real heir of Changwoo showed up, and until an absolute powerhouse stronger than himself finally stepped onto the scene. Taiha has got broken ribs, making it brutal to even breathe, and he is terrified his insides might spill right out if that slash opens up. But he shrugs off the agonizing pain because this is his golden moment. It is finally time to destroy his family arch-nemesis with his bare hands. Taiha charges straight ahead to strike. Junsu just watches him and lets out a creepy laugh. Flashback time. Guho's oldest son, Chaeyoung, asks Junsu why he backstabbed his grandpa when it clearly was not even for a power trip. He wonders if a seat on the council is really enough, proposing they could just team up and swallow their enemies whole. Chang was a straight-up snake and a total psycho who literally put down his own brother. But Junsu found him fascinating because he saw a wild hunger in his eyes that a simple council seat could never satisfy. Chang's crazy bold plan actually made him wonder if this dude was the exact flavor of evil Changwoo needed. Pay attention here, he spins a laptop toward Junsu, saying he found some crazy news. Turns out that yacht disaster where his own dad sent him to die actually scored him some prime intel. A leaked video from an attack chopper clearly shows that Taiha is somehow still breathing. Chang drops the bomb that the Salerno family, some heavy-hitting Italian mobsters, apparently saved the kid. He hints that Junwoo should probably tie up this loose end before things get messy, but Junwoo just gives a cheeky little smirk. He says to let it slide, betting those ruthless Cerno mobsters will take care of the outsider themselves. Cut back to the present, and he realizes his own time is up. Junwoo connects with a savage kick, but Taiha goes full animal, biting his shoulder and plunging a blade into his back. The sharp steel punches right through him, making him cough up blood. In another flashback, Chang tells Junwoo that Taiha survived and became a deadly assassin, pitching a plan to use him to whack his dad and take the fall. And once the dirty work was finished, Junwoo was supposed to personally take Taiha out. Up in the air, Chang asks if the trap is set, getting confirmation that the bombs will blow mid-air. He explains that Junwoo did not finish him off, but left him barely hanging on. He knew deep down that if the kid was the real deal, he would survive that massive blast. I know what you are thinking, but look back in the present. Junwoo takes the fatal blow staring at Taiha's bloody face. He gasps out that he is not scared of death because his life actually mattered. He admits Sayoko's relative inherited all that genius, fueled by a craving for cold revenge, way stronger than his own. This kid survived absolute hell across the ocean just to make his way back home. Now, absolutely nothing on this planet can block his path as he charges ahead with zero fear. Junwoo calls out to Sayoko, bragging that he won by building something their old master never could dream of. We see him standing in the quiet woods during a flashback, looking up with a subtle smirk. A kid packing Sayoko's raw genius walked the exact same dark road he did, and with both of them dead, Changgu is finally complete. As his blood pools across the floor, he accepts that it is time to face the music and find peace. Turns out Junwoo only truly got Sayoko's perspective when he was taking his very last breath. The day his sister burned alive changed both of their lives forever, but the silent vows they swore to themselves were completely night and day. A memory flashes back of Junwoo bringing up the anniversary of his sister passing away. He wonders if Soo-yak knew about the lie or was actually duped. If he knew, then his own weakness ruined him. But if he got blindsided, it is on him for letting his guard down. At a big meeting, Taiha waves a fancy pen, asking if anyone recognizes it. Whoever gets the boss's pen runs the whole show. There is absolutely no way Soo-yak was caught with his pants down. Even if he missed the backstab, he was already completely disappointed with Junwoo's performance. Just like he graded Soo-yak, he got graded too, and they deemed him totally unworthy of ever getting that pen back. Soo-yak shrugs, saying that is just cold business with brutal performance reviews daily. He dares him to show what kind of future he actually left behind. Suddenly, Junwoo's head rolls across the bloody floor, his dead eyes staring blankly into nothing. The head sits in a massive puddle of blood right in the main hall while his limp body collapses nearby. And that is where we leave Taiha, as he grunts his guys are waiting, bleeding out fast. Down in the lobby, geared-up soldiers start blasting Gwangu's crew. He whines that going against guys with such premium gear is totally cheating. Vui checks his watch, and Gi screams at his squad to retreat. A soldier warns that the young boss is still upstairs, but he barks that they are out of time. All right, you and I are jumping in 11 minutes past the meetup, bro. We gotta save our remaining boys. Seeing them retreat, Gwanghu sends his squad in. Suddenly, an elevator opens. Ledger steps out. A severely banged-up Taiha feels someone creeping up and tries to force himself to move. A massive shadow looms over him. He looks up and starts asking who this dude is. Gi's goon grabs V, telling him to hold the line, but V straight up screams that it is over. He yells that the raid completely failed and that Junwoo is dead the moment he crosses those doors. A redhead carrying Ledger complains about this absolute dumpster fire. Gi is totally shocked to see Vui here, while Ledger gasps for help and claims he witnessed the whole thing. Then he drops the ultimate bomb on everyone. Junwoo is dead, and Taiha is the one who smoked him. Gui and Vui are completely shook. Guanghu cannot believe his ears either, while Gui's boys start bawling over their boss's death. Now pay attention here. Taiha's standing in that bloody hall while Ledger watches him from afar. Junsu's cold head is just lying there with his eyes wide open, making Ledger look pretty confused. Shading his face, he fixes his tie, asking himself if he's finally out of this trap. Is he actually free? Junsu's eyes finally close. Then, Ledger stomps on his head, getting hit with a massive blood splatter. He bites his thumb with a creepy grin. Down in the lobby, Suri links up with the crew and tells them to bounce. She asks if the guy they're carrying is dead. Her homie says he's breathing, but they gotta move right now. Vui tells them to beat it, saying he's gonna stay behind to stall the incoming ops. He feels bad for doubting the young master and wants to buy time, but Guy pulls him back, telling him to stop acting like a hero. Guy slams the van door shut, telling Vui he needs to live and serve their young master. Guy turns back to face the danger, shouting for them to leave and protect Chenggu. Suri and the redhead scream out his name. The guy carrying Ledger screams for them to run. Flashback time, we see Guy getting welcomed, thanks to Junsu's solid recommendation. Guy remembers their brutal grind from the Insang slums all the way up to Chang'u. During the escape, one guy worries they're totally cooked and gonna get caught. Suddenly, a slick white car screeches to a halt. A guy inside yells that things look terrible and tells them to throw the injured man in the back to get help. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing Suri is. The driver warns that if Ledger dies, Chenggu will feed the board of directors nothing but straight lies. Jae-pil Kim, the slick underboss of the Osang faction, smiles and promises them he never makes losing bets. Cut to an office where Ojira is taking a call. She turns and tells her boss the wild news. It is true, Taiha actually killed him. Her boss instantly smashes his phone. He goes full rage mode, screaming Taiha's name. Meanwhile, we see a quiet restaurant called Bowman Gukbap. Inside, someone mentions they did all they could for now. Taiha is resting in bed, slowly recovering. A broken rib actually pierced his intestine, but luckily he is gonna survive. A suited-up gangster sighs in relief, while the doc notes it really has not been long since Taiha's last visit. He suggests taking him to a proper hospital instead of relying on some shady, back-alley, underground doctor. But Jae-pil Kim explains that is a no-go, since the Osang faction cannot look involved in the Chenggu coup. The doc laughs, asking when thugs started caring about politics. Jae-pil fires back that if gangsters do not use their brains, they bleed out, which is why he visited. He casually offers him the chief surgeon spot at Goshen University, which is about to open up. The doctor tells him to kick rocks, saying he prefers saving lives just as a hobby. Jae-pil Kim just adjusts his glasses and tells him to stay safe before turning around and walking out. Outside, Soo-hyuk and his crew ask how the patient is. Jae-pil says he is out of danger but needs rest. Jae-pil says his goodbyes and tells them to head inside while he heads out. He tells them to have Taiha hit him up for a smoke when he wakes. Soo-hyuk's crew watches his car roll away. One of the guys asks if Taiha is actually awake, but Soo-hyuk stays totally silent. Cruising down the street, Jae-pil processes all this madness. He remembers Taiha talking about the upcoming Chenggu board meeting. Our boy is the actual heir of Chenggu and the grandson of the legendary chairman Jin Suk-ho. Jae-pil knew Taiha was a killer from overseas, but had zero clue he was literal corporate royalty. With his insane silver tongue, our boy has everyone on his side. Trust me, you and I are about to see him completely take over. All right, let's jump in. There's one massive catch here. He totally wasted Junsu right in Chaeyoung's own backyard. Taha isn't just a deadly fighter. The guy is seriously smart, too. If he targets Chang for the presidency, he'll swallow the whole pie. Now he's wondering if they should just take him out right now. So he grabs his phone, claims his boss status, and demands an emergency meeting with all the top executives. Meanwhile, at the diner, Soo-hyuk warns his crew that they need to pack up and scram immediately. His goon is totally confused, asking what he means while pointing at the young master's terrible state. He complains that Osang owns 30 hospitals in Seoul, so why bring him to some cheap sausage joint? Out of nowhere, his buddy punches him right in the face. Soo-hyuk lays it out straight. They're in a gray zone and get wiped out the second they lose their utility. The bruised guy asks what the game plan is, wondering if they're just gonna lug a knocked-out Taiha around. But Soo-hyuk says Vice President Yang is calling them soon, so they just need to sit tight and wait. Now pay close attention because he pulls out a flash drive. He asks if they know what it is. Turns out it's secret security footage from Chyan-soo's basement-level control room. This little drive has a whole month of recordings spanning from the 38th floor all the way down to the 6th basement level. His buddy is still skeptical, asking what they can actually do with that data. Soo-hyuk boasts about being a data broker, selling raw info that buys anything in this world. Meanwhile, a train speeds down the tracks. Inside a packed subway car, a young guy stands. Gwang-hoo Young, vice president of Cheonggu, tells his associate to stand straight since they are out in public. The guy just chuckles and asks if Gwang-hoo's old legs are already giving out on him. Ma-chan-ho, the vice president of the Dobong Association, keeps teasing Gwang-hoo, asking if this is his first time on a train since he's usually riding in luxury rides. Gwang-hoo barks at him to make his point quickly, since Cinder is the very next stop. He actually begs for assistance, pleading that the young master absolutely must take over as the new chairman. Men-chung sneers, asking if this is really the badass Gwang-hoo he remembers, or if senility has finally rotted his brain. He points out that if you're begging for major favors, you've got to compensate both the pitcher and the batter first. Gwang-hoo offers 300 million won to each of them, plus 1 billion for the commission. But Ma-chung just tells him to take a hike because he wants a nap. Gwang-hoo then proposes helping him wipe out his own chairman, reminding him that Ma-chung has always wanted that top spot. You and I both saw that coming, right? Instantly, passengers pull weapons, and Gwang-hoo tells Ma-chung to stop speaking such terrifying things. McCann slides down his glasses, demanding to know what exactly is making these punks feel so brave. Now we cut to a dark night in rural North Gyeong province, where a young woman wearing glasses is gearing up for action. Dangling from wires, a Yeonplan council member wonders who could possibly have the guts to track her down like this. Up on the roof, Clan Chief Baek Chong-yan sneers that her beloved ex-disciple has finally returned to pay for her past sins with her life. The dangling lady tells the crazy old hag to quit playing games and open up. We are at Wonao, the legendary training grounds of the Yunlan. A voice offers some premium tea brewed from tukujan leaves picked in early spring from Hadong, boasting that it has the absolute finest flavor. Bae Chung-yoon promises that after just one single sip, Suri will never want to drink cheap street coffee ever again. But Suri Yoon, the former chief of Yabri Sang, snaps that there is no time. She demands to speak to the leader as Lady Haron strictly ordered. The leader of the Yan clan, Baek Chong-yan, cannot believe a powerhouse third-rank officer like Haron was actually beaten and locked up by Chan-soo. She guesses that Haron probably left her blade behind for the board meeting, even though the girl can barely function without it. Suri replies that she has no clue, as she only saw her through the cameras in the control room. Big Chung sets her cup down, calling this whole mission to save a guy named Taiha completely foolish. A young officer steps in, saying he will hear the message first, to decide if the leader should even receive it. He tells her to talk, but Suri shuts him down, insisting her orders are to speak only to the chief. He threatens her, growling that he is not in the mood for games and she better talk before he rips her tongue out. The guy explains that if she was actually carrying out Heron's orders, she would know that standard protocol says she has to talk to him first. He calls her a liar, demanding she quit Stalin and spill the beans. Sururi Yun just glares back at him in dead silence. In a quick flashback, she asks if she really needs to talk directly to the clan leader, and the answer is a flat-out yes. Heron warned her that this is incredibly critical, and she mustn't speak to anyone ranked lower than third tier on the main property. She also said to demand to see Baek Chung, promising that the big boss would show up if it was her calling the shots. But trying to flex her power fails completely, so Suri gives in. Trust me, you and I are about to see this message drop. All right, we are jumping right into a total coup, and this officer is completely losing his mind over it. Suri is like, how could I mishear that? It was short and sweet. He finally gets the hint. A coup just went down. The officer says he will tell the boss and sends her off to bed, but Suri just stands there watching him close. Suddenly she realizes this guy is never letting her leave. He is like, did you really think you were free from us forever? For over 1,000 years, absolutely nobody but Yanlan members could set foot in that place. He says he tolerated her little phase because keeping her alive was the only way to lure a runner back. He orders her inside, saying her real work starts tomorrow. Suri goes along with it, but she is tossing some major conditions on the table. The guy thinks she is joking, but she wants to see her dad twice a week. Oh, and one more thing. She wants him to help Taiha out. She makes it clear this is not for some clan member, but for her actual master. He lets the crazy request slide for a second, but wonders why she is so desperate to bail this guy out. She says Taiha saved her dad and her whole town, and she is definitely not trash enough to ignore a debt. He calls her incredibly bold, asking why he should help with her personal drama when she is not even 5th rank. Suri just flashes a smirk and tells him to quit playing hard to get because she knows he will help. He asks why he would do that. Honestly, you and I both know it is because he is completely obsessed with her. The room goes dead silent before he finally stands up and tells her to fall in line. Under a big, bright moon, they stroll through the yard, and he remarks that it has been a hot minute. Out in the training area, some kids are sparring with staff weapons, and they greet the chief with tons of energy. Bong walks over, pointing out how super late it is, and asks if everything is cool. She sends them back to their training, and they jump right to it, while Suri silently takes it all in. Bak Chang explains that they scout kids with insane potential and bring them straight to the Yan clan. They grow up in Wanad, and if their fighting skills are insane, they join the Western Division. But if they are smart, instead, they start off as 5th rank officers in the Eastern Division to handle all the paperwork. You need the ultimate triple threat of looks, brains, and brawn to make the cut, which is why training starts super early. But she reveals that she joined at 17 and the big boss herself actually came to recruit her in person. That had not happened in 50 years. Yet a legend like that brought Suri in when she was 19. Suddenly, back in the yard, one of the young trainees gets absolutely blasted backward by a massive hit. Wait, hold on, look at this! The trainees panic and call for the chief, while Suri screams at Baekchang to stop this madness. The chief just coldly says that talent is a gift from God, and one special genius can lead millions of people. Baekchang reminds her that she asked if she was really wanted, admitting she would sacrifice every single kid there just to keep her. She tells Suri to grab her gear since she definitely remembers this little test. Suri gets the game. There are 8 knots total. If one knot slips, those kids fall to their deaths. But if she freezes up, they are going to suffocate. Baekchang says if her skills are still sharp, she might buy those demands. Suri tells the crazy lady to go straight to hell. A few days later, the scene shifts right back to the Boomin' Goopbop diner. Soo-hyuk shows off a fresh drink made with Panama geisha beans, packed with jasmine vibes and mild acidity. He and the doctor explain it is an iced Americano in a hot bowl with ice cubes, leaving Taiha completely shocked. Lying in bed, he wakes up wondering what that was all about. On the television, a broadcast says that Cheonsu's new chairman, Chaeyang Jin, is about to give his first big speech. Sitting at the table, Soo-hyuk asks Taiha how he is holding up. He says he feels terrible, and boom, Taiha is back. Changjin starts speaking to the 110,000 members of the Cheonsu squad. He announces that today they are standing right on the edge of a massive upgrade for the team. Following the footsteps of their legendary founder, he says, carrying the heavy legacy of his past leaders is a massive deal. Just like they stayed strong during hard times to build Changgu, he will too, using his young energy to lead them into a crazy new era. Until Su dominates the global stage, he and his people will never back down from any crazy threats or scary acts of terror. But trust me, you and I know that no matter how dark it gets, that light is never going out. Yo, we are jumping right back into this craziness, where the crew thinks this corporate talk sounds like a war declaration. Vui explains that Chang is trying to herd the cats now that the big bosses and Jun-soo are dead. Taiha asks if there are any updates on Gwanggu. Soo-hyuk reports they are hunting everywhere, but the guy has completely vanished off the grid. Taiha demands that they find the body no matter what. Soo-hyuk drops some intel. While Taiha was recovering, Vice Chairman Yang ordered them to secure the board's vote to crown him as the new boss. Because without the backing of the shadow rulers, taking the throne is basically meaningless. So the vice chairman personally went to beg the Dongbang Association for help, using his old connections. Meanwhile, Suri headed to the Yan clan of Cheongju for backup. Taiha is shocked, but Soo-hyuk confirms that is exactly where she learned her crazy string powers. She is on a double mission, letting them know Chun-soo has their guy captive while asking for help. Vui adds that Jill from the Oang faction sent a message. He wants to smoke a cigar with Taiha again. Taiha thinks over the Dongbang crew, the Yen family of Cheongju, and the Oang faction, praying things go smooth. But wait, we both know it won't be that easy, especially since Chang totally tried to frame them. He stands straight up and decides to meet the Oang faction himself, leaving Soo-hyuk completely stunned by his rush. The doc suddenly pops in like, "Do you ever chill?" warning him that a tiny trip could literally end him. Vui agrees, warning that it is probably a trap since the Oang faction gets nothing out of helping them. But Taiha just walks off, saying that during his wild mafia days. He learned that raw confidence and big guts are 90% of the battle, and you always gotta believe in yourself. Fully dressed, Taiha tells them if they are backing him, they better trust him. Cut to the sketchy SV Cigar Lounge at night. Taiha and Vui roll up to an alley where two sketchy dudes are waiting for them. One guy steps up and checks if he is actually Taiha. Mansu Kong, ranked 12 in the Oang faction, tells them to follow him, but Taiha points out his meeting was with someone else. Suddenly, a bunch of goons surround them, and Mansu smirks, saying the venue just changed. He warns Taiha to listen while they are still being friendly, because he would hate to beat up a sick guy. Jingu Yang, rank 19, threatens to end them if they resist. Taiha just observes that these two are pretty tough. Smoke filters through the lounge doors, and Taiha notes that the real big boss is already waiting inside. He tells Vui to chill for a second while he has a little chat. He cracks his gloved knuckles, saying he absolutely hates disrespectful punks. Now pay close attention here. Mansu stretches but gets totally caught off guard as someone blurs past. Out of nowhere, one of Taiha's boys puts a blade right against his throat and tells him to freeze. He warns that this blade is coated in poison and it is gonna sting. Mansu is like, when did this dude spawn? Meanwhile, Vui plants his feet, getting ready to rumble. Jingu Yang lunges into strike, but one of Vui's heavy-duty bodyguards completely blocks the hit. He sends Jingu flying backwards with insane force, yelling to his boss that he knew this was a setup. Vui remembers Taiha telling him that if they are going to back him, they need to have full trust. He realizes right then that this guy is the real deal. His boys quickly clean up the other thugs. Vui tells his men to wait outside, while Taiha turns, opens the lounge door, and steps right into the lion's den. Inside, he faces the mastermind. The guy just blinks and asks if he did not warn him. He admits there was no point testing him since he could not have taken down Junu without real skills. Inside, Dushal Park tells him to take a seat. He introduces himself as the big boss of the Oang faction. The waiter says he prepped his usual cigar, but Taiha points to a totally different one and heads over to the couch. Japil Kim apologizes, claiming the little street fight was just to make this meeting look like an accident. Taiha tells him to cut the garbage. He lights up and tells Jill to take a hike. Duke Park laughs. Sitting down, Taiha, the actual heir of Chunsu, tells the kid that the adults need to chat. He warns him that the grown-ups need some privacy to talk business now. And that is where we leave it, with the Oang underboss looking completely dumbfounded. Let's jump into this crazy story where the boss, Duck Park, says it is all good telling him to chill while he checks on his crew, tapping his cigar like a true mafia don. He gets up, hoping their little chat turns out super fruitful and brings some great results. Left alone in the room, Dukyul grumbles about how that guy is still the same arrogant jerk. Apparently, this dude was a straight-laced prosecutor until gangsters murdered his family, turning him into a revenge-obsessed madman who swore total payback. Or so the rumor goes, anyway. He went full action hero and blew the former underboss's car sky high in a massive explosion. Dukyul flashes back, asking if anyone knows the wild stuff the guy yelled when they finally caught him. All bloodied and handcuffed, he screamed that if they could not control their dogs, he would put them down himself. He swore he would build a world where beasts like them could not survive. But back in the present, Dukyul thinks this guy is hilarious and loves keeping him around. He just sits there quietly puffing his cigar while listening to this dramatic trip down memory lane. Snuffing out the cigar, he wonders why his crew is acting wild, chalking it up to young blood and big dreams. He grins while chilling on the couch, laughing that the mere idea of running the world gets his blood pumping. He asks if not calling him Mr. Heir, which makes the guy slam the table hard. Now pay attention to this next scene outside a cigar lounge named SV, where Jill Kim is waiting with a super serious look on his face. Hanging out with the gang, one guy asks for a smoke and another offers up whatever he is currently puffing on. Checking out a sick blade, he asks if they sell these in Korea, but the other guy says he imported it. Grinning, one of them asks, what happens if you nick someone with it? And his buddy offers a demonstration. The underboss walks up, asking why they are suddenly best buddies, cutting off a guy trying to thank him by telling him to shut it because this is not the place. He warns them that even though he said to chill, all this buddy-buddy stuff might send the wrong message. Smirking, one of the goons says that if anyone else were standing in their shoes right now, it would have been an absolute bloodbath, bragging that they actually know how to scrap, unlike those weaklings from Chiang-gu. Explaining the situation, he says the brawl stopped because they realized it was just a little test. Fixing his glasses, he says he does not care, but tells them to stay back, warning that if the big boss orders a hit, things are going to get extremely messy. Hearing those words, the two tough guys react with total shock and start yelling in anger. He asks if that is a threat, but the underboss calmly denies it. You and I both know this is a test the boss gives anyone who catches his eye, and Jill Kim warns that if they fail to impress, they are dead meat. Super annoyed, he tells his boys to drag him, but someone asks if they can even touch the boss. He asks if they seriously think they will walk away alive after messing with Dukyo of the Oang faction. Reminding them, he says, they forgot why Junu, who barely defeated Taiha, got so much respect back in the day, explaining it was not because he was the strongest fighter. The reason was simple. He earned respect purely because he survived an encounter with the monster Dukyo. He says they better pray Taiha gives up without a fight, because back inside, the boss admits that guy is a wild beast even he cannot control. The boss calls him Heir, saying he looks exactly like his own bloodline. Totally unfazed, the guy says he does not care what he is called and wants to skip the small talk, prompting the boss to seriously invite him and his crew to join up. He just sits there in total silence, thinking over this huge offer from the Oang faction boss. He promises that if the boss wants Chong's head on a platter, he will deliver it today, but warns that even if he takes the crown, Chonggu is banned from the council, and when asked why, the boss basically says, because I said so. Standing up, he says, he needs to make a few things crystal clear between them. First off, he declares that revenge is just a way for the living to honor the dead. He adds that it only matters if he personally ends Chiang, and for his second rule, he points out that his loyalty now belongs entirely to the Salerno family. Lastly, he says he does not want Osang working with Chang for his revenge. He then offers to let the boss walk away in peace just for today, which completely shocks the Oang faction leader. Suddenly, the underboss and the crew outside hear a massive crash echoing from inside the building. A heavy table gets flipped with insane force, proving that their peaceful little chat is officially over. Furious, he screams that the guy is an arrogant punk, but the dude fires back that they are not boxers and their dirty work does not rely on the government. Telling him not to make a scene, he says they are not wild monkeys. And that is where we leave it, with an old guy walking in looking totally lost. All right, guys, you and I are jumping right back in with Dukil. Playing nice, admitting he got way too excited, but was totally ready to slice this master up if he showed any attitude. But he lets it slide because he can see the kid is actually the real deal. Putting out his cigar, he demands that a quick message be sent to the big bosses. Tell them Chang is planning a major coup, and they better handle it. And if anyone dares mess with his ultimate revenge, he is going to wipe out every single one of them. We cut to a somber funeral altar surrounded by rows of beautiful white flowers. The entire shrine is decked out with massive floral arrangements, traditional food, and glowing candles. A guest steps up to light some incense, paying their respects, before a mysterious long-haired guy rolls up with his crew. He bows his head in a deep, highly respectful moment of silence for the dead. As he stands tall, his men drop to their knees behind him, while people whisper about the absolute shock of it all. They literally cannot believe their master got taken down in a fair one-on-one duel. One guy complains about moving to Cheonggu for safety, stomping his foot in frustration as he wonders if their whole business is about to go down the drain. Startled by the sudden loud stomp, a couple of guys spin around to look. Someone snaps at Duco to show some respect since, hello, they are literally at a funeral. Looking totally annoyed, he asks if they think he came here just for a free lunch, before pushing through the crowd to demand a bottle of cold soju. Recognizing him, a guy whispers that Dukayol is actually a massive deal in their world. Cringing at how loud and trashy he is being, Huimin Chaun looks completely mortified. As someone questions if he actually fought their master Dukil, casually plops himself down right in front of the altar with zero care. Staring directly at the altar with a burning cigar, he looks incredibly serious for once. In a weird sign of respect, he jams his cigar into the incense bowl just as a lackey runs in, panting, with his bottle. With absolute brute force, he chops the top off the soju bottle with his bare hand. He just sits there chugging the alcohol straight from the jagged, broken glass. Holding the bottle high, he says their dead leader has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. He kneels and pours the rest on the floor, while near the door, Deputy Chief J.P.L. Kim notes how packed it is. Now watch this, guys. Duchel turns around with a smirk, stands up, and screams for all these Cheonggu idiots to pay real attention. He announces they have officially crossed the line and better never show their ugly faces around here again. He yells at them to go crawl back and live like rats in their tiny office. He declares that from now on, hunting down trash like them is completely legal in this country. Telling his crew to roll out, Duchil heads for the door, but his totally confused lackey complains that the council only wanted them to deliver a simple warning. Duchil stops and glares, asking if the kid has some kind of issue with that. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the room, making everyone at the funeral jump in surprise. A guy goes flying across the room, completely wiped out after taking a brutal heavy hit. Stepping out of the smoke, he finds himself face to face with that quiet, long-haired dude from earlier. The long-haired guy just stares at Duke in total silence, completely emotionless. You and I both know Duke is getting old, but he laughs that this is the second day in a row someone wants smoke, asking who gave this freak permission to wear a human mask. We shift gears to a massive circular facility hidden deep in the middle of a dense forest. Inside, a messenger delivers the council's official final decree straight to President Chang Jin. Taking off his glasses, the Cheonggu president listens with a smug smile as she warns him he has exactly 2 weeks to explain the succession or face judgment. Smiling, he asks if she really dragged him here just to tell him that. She hands him a small vial, telling him to drink up, revealing it is actually a deadly poison that needs a constant antidote to keep him alive. She explains the horrific symptoms, warning him that he better watch his step over the next few days. Thinking this plan is incredibly weak, he asks if dying is seriously the only consequence. Annoyed, So Ha-yeon snaps asking if he expected daily vitamins instead of poison, reminding him he is only alive because the council actually follows their own strict rules. Then she backtracks, telling him to put it down because she might just end him right here and now. She warns him that if he even thinks about touching her own, she will tear him to absolute pieces. He just giggles at the empty threat before laughing like a maniac, leaving her utterly stunned. As we wonder what you and I will see him pull off next. All right, you and I are jumping straight into this crazy modern high-rise. Step inside, and it is basically a minimalist dream with bright lights and barely any furniture. Walking deeper into the apartment, the bedroom looks super clean and empty, until we spot a suspicious door with a sliver of light leaking through. Behind that door, some long-haired dude is just taking a super long shower. With water pouring down, he stands totally frozen as a dark memory hits him, reminding him to forget his freedom and just follow the rules. He looks straight up, letting the cold water blast his face without even flinching. Flashback to the council, where he grabs her head, tells her to stop acting so high and mighty, and bites right into a vial of poison. She watches in absolute shock as he tells her to deliver a savage message to the council. Back in the present, our long-haired protagonist walks up to a door and scans his hand to unlock the high-tech scanner. As it slides open, a dark room appears, with one bright spotlight shining down on a super sick collection of swords. Another memory pops up, warning him that his days of straight-up slaying people are officially over. So he grabs his blade, doing his absolute best to act like a normal human around society. Now, pay attention. Here he spits blood and warns that anyone who dares to help Taiha is a dead man, setting up a wild alley fight. Yelling that he is a total jerk, one of the goons charges straight ahead with his sword ready. In the blink of an eye, our warrior slices both of the guys, leaving one coughing up dust while slowly trying to stand back up. Their boss, Azra, complains that nobody ever warned him their target was packing serious heat, like swords. When asked how they found him, Azra just boasts that his squad excels at secret stealth missions. Gripping both of his swords, our hero silently stares back, completely unaware that a nearby security camera is recording their every move. Spotting the camera, he facepalms internally, realizing he got a bit rusty during his long time away. The boss screams that it is finally showtime and charges, but our long-haired warrior easily blocks the heavy slash with his dual blades. Moving super fast, he swings both blades around to prep for whatever comes at him next. Defending against a crazy flurry of incoming sword attacks, our hero unleashes one perfectly aimed blow that slams the boss straight into the wall, breaking the concrete. To end the fight, he delivers one clean, devastating strike straight to the guy's neck. You and I both saw that coming as he cleans his blade and looks at the mess. With his final breath, the boss gasps that this guy is the real successor, before we cut to Tuo asking the new president about the funeral. He keeps reporting mentioning that the annoying Oang faction is totally blocking access for everyone. Manji Kim adds that 8,000 resignation letters just got dumped on them, meaning it is only a matter of time before their whole system crumbles. Standing with his back turned, the arrogant president asks if they can hear that loud noise outside. He claims those are just celebratory fireworks, marking a whole new era, right when a massive explosion literally blows the top off a nearby skyscraper. Freaked out, the terrified directors desperately ask what that massive blast was all about. He happily admits he blew up the old boss's office because of the bad smell, opening his arms wide to announce the launch of Cheonggu 2.0. Meanwhile, Young mentions that they are totally dissolving the security force of Cheonggu. Another guy agrees, bragging that if they had those Young-moo bodies earlier, the traitors would already be dead. President Pyong-ho announces they are now Black Tech's personal mercenaries, making others wonder if this company is trying to start a literal war. Their bodyguard, Diane Moon, points out that the High Council is going to be incredibly pissed about this. Tai Chu-oh announces they are shrinking 7 big executive positions down to just 3 to optimize things. Clapping his hands, he promises that the loyal ones get rewarded, while the traitors will pay double. He tells everyone to stop crying and bring the quitters back before they get slaughtered like cattle, as the gorgeous Kaon building shines bright at night. Walking straight into the office, our protagonist finds the company's sketchy new boss waiting. The president frowns, saying he thought he made it crystal clear that he was banned from this office. Staying completely silent, he just bows his head while tightly holding a blue briefcase, placing it on the desk as the confused boss asks what is inside. Pointing his fingers like a gun, he coldly replies that it was a successful hunt. Spotting a severed head inside the boss gags at the horrific smell and immediately covers his nose. He screams at him to get that trash out of there so his pricey suit does not smell. But our hero sits down, relieved that he has not gone crazy. And that is where we leave it, with him stepping up and violently grabbing the president by his face. Let's jump in as he stares him down, demanding he let go. The president laughs, saying dude couldn't kill him even if he tried. His training forbid it, and all that fury just proves his absolute loyalty. He brings up the past, asking if he was the one who crushed the old man's skull. Talk about a major provocation. Did Ta steal his big moment? Clutching his own neck, he admits he wants to end him right then and there. Fists clenched tight, he double downs. He wants blood right now. Annoyed, the big boss sighs, asking how many times he has to repeat himself. He warns that striking the Jiangsu district now means instant war with the Oang faction. He adds that just having Du Chil show up would totally wipe them all out. Hearing these orders, he stays completely silent, trying to process this whole wild mess. He commands his crew to take out anyone leaving the district without heading back. Telling him to hang tight, the boss says everything wraps up in 2 weeks. But if he pushes, drag him out and end him in public. Now alone in the quiet office, he stands there, weighing his next heavy move. With a smirk, he claims it is all just a matter of time. Then we cut to him looking totally stunned by what lies ahead. All right, watch closely because he finds a body in a chair with a tablet instead of a head. Recognizing the corpse, he screams Azra's name, completely losing his mind in pure shock. A guy explains the body has been sitting there for over 12 hours. Someone else points out Azra was elite tier, so taking him down was no easy feat. Looking closer, they notice a bizarre blood mark left on his body. He explains that the blood code stands for successor first of the lineage. Putting it together, he realizes this message is definitely not meant for him. He figures this final message is for Junsu's true successor, Do Kyung-han. They are trying to bait him into the open. Vice President Glong Hu-young announces that a major hearing is set in 13 days. He says Chang's execution is basically guaranteed after those atrocities. There is no escape now, especially since the Dobong Association believes a coup is happening. Suryeon chimes in, noting the situation is similar but with a few extra twists. We cut to the council, a group that strictly follows rules and trusts almost nobody. Chief Baek Chong-yan warns that the video footage is not enough proof for an execution. Wondering how that is even possible, he shares a message from a prisoner. Baek Chong clarifies that Chang's death is not 100% guaranteed. He warns that Har will be in serious danger if Chong dies before the final hearing. You and I both know the stakes, so he suggests Haran testify as the key eyewitness. Suri says the chief will assist if they rescue Haron in 13 days. Smiling, one guy praises her for having some seriously elite connections. Curious, he asks if this Baekchang guy is actually as monstrously powerful as they say. Young explains he is the Yan clan's powerhouse, a totally different beast. He recalls how he brutally executed 80 leaders just to punish a single betrayal. He concludes that this terrifying slaughter cemented the Yan clan's spot at the very top. Taking in the crazy backstory, he processes everything with an incredibly grim look. In a flashback, he demands leadership of the Yabori gang be handed over. Sitting in the room, he wonders what's behind this sudden new demand. The official excuse? It makes communication way easier. But the real reason is a precaution apparently only one person in Korea actually wields that type of weapon. Recognizing her style, he wonders if she really reached that level using nothing but silver threads. Staring down his prisoner, he warns that it is finally time to talk. The captive is Ingu Hong, an ex-executive who backed President Chang. With a shaky, trembling voice, he asks what they could possibly want from him now. He reveals that Chang plans to stall him for 2 weeks using 2 specific hostages, starting with Heir. The other is his former mentor, Vice President Gwang Soo-gu. He figures the goal is to split them up to burn precious time and keep him distracted. Demanding the truth, he orders him to cough up every single hideout where they might be held. Panicking, he screams that Chiang-gu will murder him since the boss absolutely despises turncoats. Calling him a total idiot, Yang reminds him that an executive should easily see where this is going. He screams that Dogong has unsheathed his blade, asking if his own head is safe. Desperate, he cries that even Jun-soo could barely handle that loose cannon. And trust me, if he wants to live, he is going to have to spill every single secret. Another guy warns that the entire district is actively praying for his spectacular downfall, screaming out in anger. All right, you and I are diving into a wild interrogation where this guy begs them to stop promising to spill everything before signaling his buddy outside. But his buddy is completely lost, scratching his head at the weird hand signal. Out on the street, he meets up with his contact, bringing up how he tried to recruit him into this crazy business last time. Time for a little pop quiz, he tells him, to locate the prisons using Ingu's intel. But the other guy is like, those hideouts can wait. We have bigger fish to fry. He warns him about the tight deadline, stressing they are dead meat if they fail, while sweating over whether the intel is totally fake. Slapping a hand on his shoulder, he tells him he has got his back and trusts him completely, reminding him he's member number 1. Do not forget that. Soon, night drops like a blanket over the quiet, shadowy rooftops of the city. Creeping down a dark alleyway, one guy warns the other to watch out for Do-young at any second. Then he starts whining about being totally useless on this massive rescue mission because his wounds are still hurting pretty bad. Admitting he's a total rookie at saving folks, he decides it's probably time to call in some heavy backup for help. Watch closely here because a mysterious guy suddenly drops in, leaping down and slashing at them. Luckily, one of them pulls out his blade and barely blocks that heavy dropkick strike. He's totally shocked, gritting his teeth to hold off the insane pressure of the blow. He stares in shock, instantly recognizing the guy. In a flash, the new arrival leaps forward, knocking back another thug who tried to charge him. Freaked out, the guy yells to ask what's going on and if this dude brought friends. Introducing himself as Uswang Jerome, he announces he was summoned by someone ready to bite the dust. Calling him out, he hires him as a mercenary through Ordo Nox. Suddenly, we cut to a massive, intimidating government building. An aide warns that the president cannot just walk out there with all those reporters buzzing around. Telling him to zip it, the president orders him to do his job. Secretary Song Ji-choi mentions the cult leader wants him safe. Lounging in his chair, the secretary gets straight to the point, asking what the boss wants now. Grinning, he admits there's one specific person he wants to ship out, as security monitors flash on screen to show his tracking plans. A bunch of shady agents inside a black sedan sedan on the street are actively tracking every single move.
They are tracking locations, money transfers, and even online searches.
With the whole area under heavy lock and key, only 2 guys slipped past freely. First up is the former vice president of Cheonggu Gwanghuyang. Since he offered to testify, he's got top-tier protection from the insanely powerful Yeon clan of Cheongju. Even though he was kicked out, he still knows all the dirty laundry and dark secrets of the council. But look closely at this second guy who gets introduced in a super mysterious way. This red-haired dude strolls casually down the heavily watched alleyway. Everyone knows of him, but they only call him the Nameless One. By the waterfront, he sits down on a bench with Junya Kwang, who immediately grills him about why he joined their crew. Warning him he's literally 1 phone call away from handcuffs, he tells him to shut it, saying family ties will not save him, while complaining about not getting paid enough. Snapping back, he says if it was just about the cash, he would not have even shown up. He slides over an envelope and tells him to check it out. Shocked, he wonders how on earth a bunch of runaways have this much green on them. He demands to know where they took them so he can bounce. But when the guy plays dumb, he grabs his arm and checks his attitude. With a vice grip, he tightly squeezes the fat envelope of cash the other guy is holding. Staring down the Nameless One, he demands the truth, asking why he flipped sides when he was supposed to be watching the legalists. Telling him not to judge, he straight up admits he's only in this game for the paycheck. Staring up at the sky, he sighs that he literally had nothing better to do anyway. He stays quiet, letting it sink in, before spilling that Har was dragged off to some harbor, though he has no clue about Gwanggu. He has no idea which harbor, only that they plan to throw her onto some cargo ship. Dead serious, he demands the exact time of the drop-off, slamming the table in a rage when he learns the transfer is happening today. The Nameless One nods, confirming they already hit the road for the docks this very morning. If they ship her out of the country, she's gone forever. So they beg the former vice president for any clue on where they might be. Given the council's grip, water escape makes sense. Trust me, the chase is on. All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes map game where rival gangs control everything. He keeps analyzing and points out that the leftover docks belong to the Yan clan. Staring at the map, he realizes they only have 2 actual choices left. He warns that Cheonggu Dock is packed with spies. Even Chae-young wouldn't dare dip his toes in there. So the real spot has to be somewhere completely locked down from any random outsiders. Wrapping up his genius deduction, he says it needs a super easy escape route to the outside. Lastly, he bets it is an East Sea commercial dock. Meanwhile, a massive white semi rolls right past the harbor security gate. Inside that truck, a tight hallway packed with a row of creepy containment cells side by side. And there is Hareen, hanging from chains and completely locked down in a straitjacket. Back in the cafeteria, the vice president drops more East Sea knowledge, explaining how some government-controlled docks have basically 0 customs security. It is literally the perfect spot to stash her. But there is no way they pulled this off solo. He thinks back and asks about that shady cult that supposedly runs the whole government behind the scenes. Young nods, confirming that Chong definitely must have cut a dirty deal with those cult nut jobs. The Nameless One wonders if they could just smuggle her out on some cheap, tiny fishing boat. Young shuts that down. Even if Chong is desperate, he is way too smart for sloppy, risky moves. Looking at the commercial dock, he says if Hin is actually there, we are golden. Plus, it is a good thing he made that special request earlier. Right then, the door gets kicked open and some dude bursts in looking absolutely terrified. He screams that a call is buzzing on the tablet they snatched off Azra's dead body. Azra's tablet starts ringing right in front of everyone. Smiling, he tells the gang to answer the call that just came in. Now pay attention because the voice on the other end asks if they hear him mocking how packed their little meeting is. Then he chuckles, saying he assumes they are up to absolutely no good. On the screen, Junhyak appears with his back turned, looking like he is in some serious, deep trouble. Stunned by this, the Nameless One gasps out Junie's name. Meanwhile, the president on the call casually mentions that some worker was spreading wild rumors. Suddenly, Jung-hee takes a brutal hit and collapses to the floor, all streamed live on camera. His face is totally busted up as he screams in agony, getting completely thrashed on live video. Furious, the Nameless One roars at him to not dare touch his friend. But boom, a gunshot rings out, and Junie gets blasted on screen. Chilling in a gym, the president complains about the annoying barking, calling the guy nothing but a dog. Watching this horror show, the Nameless One looks ready to tear the entire world apart. Realizing the play, he snaps that the villain is just stalling and tells them to hang up. But the caller asks if they think he has time to waste. And check this out. He claims he heard they are hunting for Heron, but says he has no clue where she is. One of our guys grunts that this scumbag is the same president who gave that speech calling him totally gross. Glaring at the screen, he asks what the point of this trash talk is. The president sneers that if he moved her peasants, like them wouldn't stand a chance. Laughing at their cheap smuggling theories, he boasts that he would stash her in a totally unreachable spot. He says he could have dragged her to the bottom of the ocean. Right then, a Sohee-class submarine pops up to prove his point, mocking them to go ahead and waste their time. He hangs up with a cold, serious glare. The screen flickers and he demands to speak with Taeha completely alone. Back in the cafeteria, that private chat invite is still flashing on the screen of the tablet. Smirking, the president asks if they are family after all, right? The vice president snaps, warning him not to listen to a single word from that dirty liar. Requesting a second, he turns to the crew and tells them to get out. Shocked, one of them asks if it is really smart to leave him all alone in here. Everyone stands up and heads out, though one teammate still hesitates to leave him alone with that monster. Whispering, he mutters that they are recording everything, so he should act casual. On the call, the villain asks about the whispering, wondering if they are taping him. He challenges them to keep listening to find out how his dad actually died. He straight up calls him a brat, and that insult leaves the kid looking completely shocked and furious. Telling him not to sweat it, he reassures him and tells him to get moving. With a cool smile, he says to trust him because everything is going to be fine. Sitting alone in the empty gym, the boss claims he has been doing a lot of thinking lately, and that is where we leave it. You and I are absolutely going to want to stick around to see how this kid survives his next move. All right, you and I are jumping right back to where he's just an unwanted guest. Staring at his phone, he admits he hates when things go sideways. Honestly, he never saw Jun-soo's sudden death coming, and it completely threw off his entire master plan. Plus, he had no clue this many loyal supporters were still crawling around like actual cockroaches. Chilling in the cafeteria, he just couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't his rival acting all reckless anymore? Meanwhile, Taeho just sits there, silently taking the trash talk, keeping a total poker face. He suggests maybe Jun-soo actually went easy on him. That would explain a lot, especially how he managed to escape that crazy village in one piece. Remembering the trap. He admits his first plan totally bombed, despite some lucky breaks, then asks what the other guy plans to do next after that village mess. Annoyed, he tells him to stop beating around the bush and spit it out. Now watch closely, here he drops a massive bomb, revealing Gwang-hoo is alive. Flashing a peace sign, he promises a release in 2 weeks. The catch, he wants Gwang-hoo and his whole crew shipped safely out of the country. Reading the room, he knows Chang wants to wipe out the witness to bury the evidence. He asks how long they really think they can survive this mess. Once the remodel happens, everyone has to pack up, and Jill is totally going to ditch him. He straight up threatens to hunt down and end everyone the second they step outside. Taeho just takes the threats in dead silence, not saying a single word. He asks if the guy seriously thinks he can't wiggle his way onto the council. Pointing out that Chang-gu pulls all the strings, he asks how those loyalists survive without any backup. He demands they hand over Gwang-hoo, reminding them his deal was with the dad, not this kid. Right then, his minion picks up a ringing phone mid-conversation.
With a smug grin, he announces that the hit he ordered is already signed and sealed. The sidekick calls him over, completely lost on what their next move should be in this scenario. He warns him it's the political affairs secretary, and it sounds super urgent. Still chilling at the gym, he pulls out his phone and picks it up right away. Immediately, he hears the secretary freaking out and screaming on the other end of the line. The secretary yells that wasn't the deal, and there's no way the Yan clan would ever find out. Screaming into his receiver, he asks if he knows who just rang him up. A smooth voice answers, saying it's a pleasure, but they need to talk in English. I know what you're thinking. The secretary is totally losing it, demanding to know who's on the line. The voice tells him to cut to the chase and reveals there's a shady boat docked at the harbor used for black market deals. Then he drops the news that there are weapons hidden deep in that ship's cargo hold. He lists off the whole deadly arsenal: rifles, machine guns, grenades, and tons of ammo. Mind blown. The secretary has no idea why American military weapons are even there. The voice laughs it off, asking if he was seriously in the dark about all this. He reveals that every single port in the country has identical ships waiting. These heavy weapons, he explains, were sneaked in to back up secret operations. Oh, and while slicing up a fresh tomato, he warns the secretary that he's in some deep, messy trouble. Panicking hard, the secretary begs to know what he wants in exchange for keeping quiet. The mysterious caller demands that the truck waiting at the harbor must not be loaded onto any submarine. Grating some cheese, he says Kaon's shady business needs to stay firmly on dry land. He wraps up, promising that if he cooperates, all his shady deals will run smoothly. Still clutching the phone, the terrified secretary demands to know who on earth he's talking to. Twirling some pasta, the voice simply says he's just a concerned dad, worrying about his boy. Meet Caesar Salerno, who says dads always worry about their kids near deep water. Back at the gym, we learn the Salerno family are massive global arms dealers. Over the line, he warns that he cannot help them once they leave Oxo Port. Still on the phone, he asks if he knows how a real hunt works. First, you scout the prey's territory and set up a solid trap. Once the target is completely cornered, he says, time is totally on your side. Shocked, the boss doesn't get the metaphor at all. But he explains that he didn't invade his territory. It was actually the other way around. Flashing his razor-sharp dagger, he reveals that he's the one who locked him in his own game. Taihu warns there's zero room for negotiations, and this only ends with Chang's demise. Until then, he vows to make every single day a total living hell. Armed with the hotport intel, he gives his thanks and preps for his next big move. Now we head over to a local spot called Bowman Gukbop to see what's next. Inside a dark room, a white-haired tech genius is grinding away in front of multiple computers. And trust me, you and I need to see what he uncovers next. Yo, you and I are jumping right into this. So Haron is at Oxoport, huh? We gotta move fast before Chang relocates her. Guanghu Yang is like, chill, no need, because our sect literally runs that port. Every vehicle there is registered, so the council can track them easily. Plus, he already tipped off the Yan clan, so Chaeyong is totally trapped. One of the boys hypes him up, saying Guanghu is always 10 steps ahead. But our white-haired boy is stressed about Guanggu. He is super bummed that even though they know the spot, his hands are completely tied. Then he remembers that talk, playing those sweet words of trust back in his head. Looking at the info, he realizes that raw data always hides a secret pattern. To connect the dots, he explains you gotta map all this out chronologically. He admits he does not really know Taiha at all, but then that nasty threat about his dad dying starts ringing in his ears again. But make no mistake, his urge to get revenge on Changgu is burning hot. Now pay attention here. What does this secret intel actually tell him? Piecing together the clues about the sect alliance and finding solid sources, he makes a wild move. He decides to sell the data on his dad's USB drive. Cut to a restaurant where the morning sun is just starting to light things up. Hearing this crazy news, Taihu literally almost chokes on his breakfast.
Looking absolutely dead tired, our white-haired bro drops the bomb. Guang-soo is at the correctional facility. Stunned by his zombie look, someone asks how long he's been grinding. He's like, "I'm fine, it's only been 61 hours. Plus, I'm still young." But then he asks if this intel is actually 100% legit. He explains that Guang-soo was dragged to the cops and a nurse confirmed his entry. But still, there's no exact record of the spot. Just a quick visit. Sipping his soup, Guang-hoo says if the sect was involved, this is definitely the spot. Curious, he asks why this place is so famous anyway. Turns out it's the only maximum security prison built right after the revolution. It was basically built for political rebels, and their interrogation methods are straight up brutal. Because of that, he's sure the place is loaded with heavy classified info. The vice president chimes in, explaining that's exactly how the sect got a council seat. With heavy security, Director Hishiel is running the show. Wiping his mouth, he warns that raiding this place is a nightmare, no matter who backs them up. Pouring himself a drink, he suggests they ditch Guang-soo and focus entirely on Heron. Let's pause here. He argues Heron is priority because of the powerful Yan clan's involvement. Wiping his lips, he agrees it's tough and says they should focus on Oxoport. He orders everyone to get ready to rescue Heron in exactly 5 days. Suddenly, the screen flashes a picture of Junie's beat-up face right to the nameless one. Freaking out, he begs the young master to wait, trying to argue against this suicide mission. But with a hand on his shoulder, he says the three of them will save Guang-soo. Stunned by this sudden choice, the nameless one is totally speechless. With a look of pure shock, he says it's too dangerous and begs to go in his place. He points out he'd just be dead weight at the port anyway. He refuses to watch Guang-gu die because they're family now. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, saying the timing is bad and she needs to apologize. She questions his sanity, asking who would put the powerful Yan clan on the back burner. Addressing So-hoo-yeon, she asks if he's lost his mind or just doesn't get it. Then she looks at the kid, asking who he is, since he clearly isn't from around here. Welcoming her, the vice president mentions he heard she just became an officer. Checking her out, he wonders if Sohu is actually part of the Yan clan, too. So the vice president asks what on earth brings her here at such a random time. She explains that she got a tip from Suri asking if Heron is at the port with her crew, and says they want to back up their rescue mission. Everyone is shocked to hear the big Yan clan is jumping in. Sighing with relief, our hooded guy says this backup completely flips the odds in their favor. Spinning around, he remarks that this is definitely going to help their cause. Wearing a dead serious face, the vice president drops a hard no. Completely confused by this rejection, nobody can wrap their heads around his choice. Totally shocked, she demands to know why. Absolutely unable to believe her ears. He explains that while she just wants to make sure things go smoothly, they will only slow them down, and tells her to beat it. But she blocks him, saying it took forever to get approval. Trust me, you and I need to see where this goes. Yo, buckle up as we start with this girl begging to join her old clan buddy. Guang-hoo Yang smiles and hypes up his grandson, calling him a stand-up guy, while Tai-ha is totally down with it, as long as she does what she's told. Over at the high-security prison, you can literally feel the tension thick in the air. The inmates are screaming for blood, telling him to completely destroy his opponent with zero mercy. Turns out his main motivation is his brother working for one of Chaung-gu's subcontractors. With a smirk, he plays dumb and says he's retired, but the other guy hits back, reminding him that Chaung-gu Security ran the whole subcontractor show. Yelling it's all the boss's fault, he lunges forward and throws a massive punch. But he ducks just in time, barely dodging a blow packed with insane power. Even with zero formal skills, his lightning speed makes him super dangerous, all while two guards watch the action. They're shocked he's still swinging while hurt, noting he's definitely earned his rep as the former boss, Jun-soo's main right-hand man. Grinning, he chuckles that you won't find a better plaything in a crowded place like this. Stepping up, he hopes this guy doesn't snap too fast, just as the scene shifts to a massive
massive, super modern skyscraper towering over the city. Checking the map, there is only one single road leading straight to Port. Back inside, he explains they'll set up their first line of defense along that path, ordering them to keep the target locked down right inside the port. The moment they roll up, he orders Team A to move the target to the designated spot. In another office, he begs to talk directly to the president, but she tells him to beat it because the boss is in a terrible mood today. Yelling that it's completely crazy, he argues there's no way the guy didn't notice. Now pay attention because a quick flashback reveals the entire Jin family got totally betrayed, and someone covers his mouth before he can spill about the coup. Gesturing around, she warns him that the room is bugged and tells him to use his brain. That warning hits him hard, and he finally realizes how deep he's in as she tells him to shut up and do his job. Telling him to act like a regular worker, she drops a threat, asking if he actually wants to see his uncle next holiday. In another spot, a guy orders everyone up because they are rolling out immediately. Left totally alone among empty chairs, he face palms and sighs, wondering if all his hard work was completely for nothing. Out on the street, another guy calls this a sick joke, staring at a beat-up truck and asking if they seriously have to ride in that. The vice president reassures them that the association will handle their paperwork to get in and out of the port. Out of nowhere, he gets pelted with 2 garbage bags, and just as he yells to move out, someone begs him to wait a bit. He gives a strict warning to pull back instantly if things start getting too sketchy. Now, I know what you're thinking, but the vice president warns, if Du Young shows up at the port, don't fight him alone, while he just smirks, ready to avenge his boys. Bidding him farewell, the vice president tells him he'd better survive so they can grab a drink again. As he watches the truck roll away, he worries the whole neighborhood is completely defenseless now. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he picks up looking totally caught off guard before freezing in absolute shock, demanding to know what just went down. Meanwhile, a white car drifts around a tree-lined bend where So-Yen is already complaining her head off, screaming that she deserves way better treatment and yelling about why she's saving some random guy she hasn't even met. Asking her to shut up, he's honestly shocked she hasn't completely lost her voice yet. He explains that breaking into the joint is a suicide mission, so dropping their clan's name is the smarter play. Threatening to pull the plug, he says they can head back to the port if she hates the deal, making her confess she's just worried Haron gets hurt. He reminds her that Haron is packing her absolute best weapon, so everything will go smoothly. Declaring they've arrived, he points out the Yangsong Correctional Facility, where heavily armed guards make the prison entrance look seriously terrifying. Up in the watchtowers, more guards make sure absolutely nobody can slip in or out. Right behind the iron gates, 2 heavily strapped guards are holding down the fort. Sweating bullets from the insane security, he wonders if they'll leave this death trap alive, right as a guard walks up demanding to know who they are. The driver casually tells him that she is So-Yeon and she has a scheduled meeting with the warden. At that name, the guard instantly pales, looking totally spooked as he nervously asks them to hold on a second. As the guard runs off to double-check with the higher-ups, the crew in the car nervously wonders what their next move is. Looking dead serious, she says she got a text leaving us on one crazy cliffhanger. So you and I are diving right into the chaos as she reveals Chong Jin is begging for mercy and confessing. Worse, the hearing is tonight at 10. Totally shocked, they ask what is going on, since the trial was supposed to be in 5 days. Just then, the prison gate slides open, letting their ride roll in. He warns that Chang is plotting something, so they must lock in on the rescue. Now that they are in, Taiha tells them to get moving inside. Peering at a map, he explains that Ingu illegally shipped all his rebellious higher-ups straight to this lockdown facility. Studying the layout, he figures that Guangsu's cell has got to be at the very end of the hall. Majorly impressed, he asks how on earth the guy managed to snag the prison blueprints. He chuckles, saying buying it was easy, but it cost a massive fortune. Smiling, he reveals that Ingu actually paid for the entire thing without even knowing. Waiting for them is a food cart loaded with the perfect disguises to pull off this heist. She doubts the plan, wondering if the guards will even let them pass. He says not to sweat it. The association has their backs. Vice President Min Chung-ho promises that as long as they bring the cash, everything is set. He tells them to chill out since he already knows the gossip on the prison boss Hua. In this world, school connections, hometown roots, and old military brotherhood are absolutely everything. Since the chief is ex-military, they just need to do their job and stop stressing. Meanwhile, outside, the weather looks bright and beautiful over the dark prison. An annoying guard stops them, demanding they hand over every single piece of tech they have. Shocked, he asks if they seriously have to surrender their personal cell phones for a scan. He warns the guy to be careful unless he wants to get cut.
Standing at the desk, the guard watches closely as they drop their gear.
Then the guard barks at him to empty the rest of his pockets on the table. Moving deep inside, the two of them walk through the cold, silent halls of the prison. Wearing a totally blank expression, he keeps marching forward without breaking. Alongside the woman, he drops his last couple of things into the tray for security. But then a guard cuts in rudely, telling the lady to do the exact same thing. Super annoyed, she tells the guard to zip it, demanding if he knows who she is. A bystander jokes they are in totally different leagues. Looking a bit tense, he seems genuinely worried about the heavy security in this place. Keep your eyes peeled because the crazy motion sensors and cameras in here are absolutely everywhere. Flanked by guards, he walks on with a stone-cold face. Nearby, the cells are filled with hooded prisoners living in absolute misery. Staring at them, he says their eyes show all the pain they feel. Cracking open a door, a guard yells that the prison director has some VIPs waiting. The boss thanks them for stopping by, welcoming them into his office. He introduces himself as Hui Chel-du and tells them to take a seat. In his head, he instantly recognizes the guy as one of the sect's top enforcers. He says he couldn't greet them himself due to secure protocols. She tells him not to worry, since he's done so much to protect the council. Flashing a polite smile, she says she's here to talk about a super urgent issue. Acting totally shocked, he asks if the trial was really moved to tonight. The nameless one nods, saying they found a witness who can assist. Get ready, because with his heart pounding like crazy, he prepares to strike. In a flash, he slips her a tiny bag without anyone noticing. He knows the drug will only knock them out for 10 minutes max. Inside the office, the director claims he has no clue about the prisoner she wants and calls it a mistake. Breathing through the panic, he reminds himself he's never been caught. But suddenly, the director creeps up right behind him out of nowhere. Freaking out, he wonders what the boss is up to and if his cover is completely blown. Terrified, he knows he's cornered. The director screams, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing in his private room. Thinking fast, he pops the package open, releasing the sleeping gas right into the air. Shielding his face, the director desperately tries to breathe as the thick mist fills the room. Flashback time. He warns that although nobody knows much about Haikil, the guy is incredibly sharp. He warns him not to get cocky and stay alert. The plan was always to lure the boss close and strike with a sneak attack. Slumped on the floor, the dizzy director can only mumble, completely lost on what just hit him. With everyone knocked out cold, the entire office goes dead silent. So Yeon is totally slumped in her seat, completely knocked out by the gas. The other guy is out cold too, head thrown back. And trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Stick with me, he says. This crazy gas fades fast, and the furthest dudes wake up first. Grinning, he points out Soe has a perfect alibi, making the whole Yan clan look like the victims. He mentions his buddy is a total pro with knockout drugs, locking down the plan so he can go rescue Guangsu himself. Sneaking a quick look down the hallway, he checks to make sure the coast is completely clear. Spotting a food cart, he knows he hit the jackpot. bending low to snatch a secret briefcase tucked away inside it. He grumbles about needing a change of clothes, wishing they had picked a spot closer to a restroom. Out of nowhere, someone grabs him from behind as the panicked director demands to know what he is doing there. Our guy is totally shocked that the director shook off that knockout gas so incredibly fast. Fuming with absolute rage, the director barks at him, demanding to know why he is slacking off here instead of being in his office. He is super confused, wondering how the heck this guy is awake after getting heavily poisoned earlier. Peering closer, he spots one tiny clue that might just explain this whole crazy mess. Looking at the director, he spots a totally different tie, making him realize, with absolute shock, there are two Huels in this place. The twin lunges with a lightning-fast strike, but he barely manages to block it using a metal tray. All right, watch closely as Nameless books it down the hall, trying to escape with that briefcase in hand. Super annoyed, he curses their terrible intel for forgetting to mention the twins, while a flashback reveals Huel got locked up after a massive brawl. Left with no choice, he realizes he has got to switch to Plan B to escape this place. With a crazy fast move, the director cuts him off in the hallway, completely blocking his only escape route. The director fumes about him dirtying up the cart, screaming that it belonged to his archangel, which sends our hero into absolute shivering terror. The director lands a heavy blow, yelling that he is about to be purged. He tries to block, but the sheer force blasts him backward, crashing straight through the brick wall and flying right into the prison courtyard. Watching this chaos unfold, two random prisoners stare in shock, wondering what on earth is happening. No matter how fast he tries to move, the director's eyes track him like a hawk. Stepping right through the shattered wall, the director marches forward with a furious, unstoppable gaze. The rest of the inmates just watch in dead silence as our hero freezes, absolutely terrified of the monster standing right in front of him. Screaming a wild battle cry, the prisoners charge forward, shouting that today is their Freedom Day. Taken aback, the director is totally confused by this sudden riot, as we flash back to show most inmates hated the council. He gave clear orders earlier. If everything goes completely south, just blend right in with the rioters. Out in the yard, the inmates swarm together, totally ready to fight for some sweet, sweet payback. Screaming their battle cry, they band together to face the director, who brandishes a heavy baton and says they are ready. Unleashing a fierce war cry with faces full of rage, the inmates brace themselves to clash with the director. He asks if they ever learn calling them nothing but a pack of wild, brainless beasts. Screaming for a total execution, the director prepares to strike the inmates while our guy smartly books it to escape his sight. Making a sharp left, he slides down the corridor, heading straight for the far side of the gym. Here is where it gets tense. A guard cuts him off with a baton, staring him down to stop his escape. Super annoyed, he realizes he is completely cornered with absolutely nowhere left to run right now. Pulling his gun, the guard gets ready to fire without hesitation, forcing our hero to sprint away as bullets start flying. Radioing in, the guard warns that the target got away and asks if they should trigger the main alarm. The director tells him to chill because he has absolutely everything under control. Walking over the beaten prisoners, the director calls our hero a dirty rat, declaring that no one leaves this place alive without his okay. Knocked out cold on the floor, the guard is totally unconscious after fighting Nameless. Sneaking through a dark storage room, he looks around for something he hid a while back. Locating his gear, he breathes a sigh of relief while a hostage begs to be killed since holding him is totally useless. He warns them that Junsu is going to end up wiping them all out anyway. Shifting the topic, he mentions he heard whispers about the other guy being a master at forging blades. Laughing, he calls it crazy, since a good blade is not enough. But trust me, you and I are ready to see them take take this chance anyway. Let's dive into this wild story of a guy who threw his whole life into learning how to forge. Asking for backup, he says, to decide after looking at him. Then, bam, a guard gets smacked hard and face plants onto the storage room floor. Now on the ground, he has to choose if he'll survive as a dumped assassin. He snaps a pipe, blowing a guard's mind before using it to beat down every single guard in the storage room. Or he could just live as the game's ultimate blacksmith. Operating under the name Hien Bin, he tells his crew to stay sharp and preps to breach. Bursting inside, the guards frantically ask their boss if he's okay. Sitting on the cold floor, he snaps at them for taking forever, while she complains that these cuffs are pinching her wrists. He barks a direct order to get those handcuffs off her and call up the main control room immediately. He screams to lock down the entire prison and stop anyone from escaping as alarms start blaring across the facility. Right then, a loud warning commands all inmates to get back to their cells this very instant. The broadcast repeats warning that anyone caught wandering outside gets executed on the spot. Hearing the alert, he boasts that his big promotion is basically in the bag, then asks where the target is, only to hear he's right there. Get ready, because the radio warns the target just slipped behind him, so he spins around fast to find him. Sprinting down the hallway, he absolutely obliterates the guards blockading his path. Leaving his beaten enemies in the dust, he keeps charging forward, chuckling that he hasn't been called a ghost in a hot minute. Thinking back to his childhood, he explains how he basically had to learn to become invisible. His trashy parents constantly yelled at him and beat him whenever he was around. But Jinsu later told him he had a real gift for vanishing. Desperate for some pride, he pushed himself to stand out, which was completely out of character. But the old man died without ever knowing the kid was watching. Still, having him around made him feel a lot less lonely. Back in the present, he admits this goal is all he has left. Facing his enemies, he refuses to go out like some forgotten nobody. Staring down from the balcony, a guard calls him an annoying little brat and orders him to freeze. The leader smugly says he knows he's only here to break someone out, making our guy realize this bald dude just read his entire strategy. Focusing on his goal, all he has to do is unlock the cell on the left. Raising his hand, the boss asks how he dares to rescue a sinner. But our guy grits his teeth and says he followed orders perfectly. The bald warden yells to shoot, but you and I know he's got an ace up his sleeve. He screams for Plan B, right as a massive noise shakes the room. Right then, the entire room plunges into a different light. Confused, the guards start panicking and ask if the backup emergency systems just kicked in. Answering a call, he hears the main control room desperately trying to patch through. From the speakers, a voice sighs, saying he wished things didn't have to end like this, making the warden realize his control room is totally compromised. He knows this area is packed with the elite guards from Block B, sitting coolly. The guy explains he used an EMP device to fry the whole grid. As the cell doors click open, a guard reports everything fried and begs to move the prisoners. Hearing this, the warden snaps, demanding to know what he means by remaining prisoners. Aiming his gun, the guard swears an oath to fight by the blade, screaming for everyone to move out and reclaim their absolute freedom. Looking up, he hears that all the cells have opened up in a massive prison break. Shocked, he can't believe a full-blown jailbreak is happening in his own maximum security joint. Meanwhile, the very last cell door slides open. Taking matters into his own hands, he dives headfirst into the chaotic crowd of escaping prisoners, determined to shut down this run. Guards on the catwalk scream that he's getting away and yell to open fire. Grinning, our guy admits he already accepted his death,
But honestly, today is still a pretty sweet day to stay alive. Panicking, the kid screams a warning for Guanggu to watch his back. The warden drops down right behind the prisoner for a sneak attack, roaring with pure rage that none of these cockroaches are getting out. Sprinting over, he realizes he's too far to block the strike, but suddenly a mysterious voice shouts out Hien Bin's name. Warned by his partner, he screams about the incoming blade, just as Taiha bursts in at lightning speed to intercept. Caught totally off guard, the warden has zero time to react to this newcomer. Unleashing a rapid-fire combo, Taiha lands some heavy blows on the warden before telling the kid he did awesome and that it's time to jet. And that's where we leave it for now, right at Oxo Port, surrounded by endless shipping containers. You and I are dropping straight into some wild action today as loud gunshots rip through this container yard like crazy. Gripping his gun, our boy gets ready to make his move, telling his squad that playtime is over and they are pushing in. Then he yells for everyone to move out, leaping over the metal crates to lead. Hitting the deck, the squad regroups real quick before charging straight into the enemy to get this party started. In a flash, he rushes forward, absolutely clobbering any poor soldier standing in his way. Barely dodging a bullet that nearly takes his ear off, he takes cover and warns there are way too many snipers. One soldier screams to go head-on, but right as he says that, a surprise attack comes crashing down from above. The poor guy gets slammed hard into the dirt, prompting the desperate leader to yell his name over the radio. He screams at the attackers, calling them traitors and asking if they think this is a joke. But out of nowhere, a wire wraps around his neck, and with one brutal yank, his head goes flying straight off. Grinning Jerome asks what happens if he actually treats this like a fun game. His captain demands to know why he is not guarding the back, but Jerome shrugs it off, saying he is only here to save the girl. Now pay attention. My guy literally jumps the crates, completely ignoring the sniper warnings. The captain suddenly realizes the young master is linked to Ordo Nox, which is the absolute deadliest assassin group on the planet. He remembers how just one of those monsters wiped out his entire squad back in the day. Leaping between the massive cranes, he climbs up high, deciding it is time to scope out the entire battlefield. Looking down, he sniffs the air and says he smells something incredibly delicious nearby. He notes the mustache guy was okay, but Vendetta wants more begging for some super strong opponent to finally show up. Perched high on the crane, he keeps scanning the docks with sharp eyes. Suddenly, a bright flash gleams from a silo, and with a wicked grin, he says he finally found his targets. A bullet whizzes past, barely missing him, making him complain that these annoying snipers are totally blocking their path. Looking at his downed allies, he yells that they are facing a whole team of shooters. Suddenly, a radio voice confirms all targets are spotted as another sniper lines up a clean headshot. But right as the sniper reports in, a mysterious lady sneaks up behind him, leaving him completely baffled. With two quick bangs, she drops them both instantly, while another team radios in asking what happened to Bravo Squad. Warning them that their cover is blown, she immediately dashes to her next victims. You feel that too, right? That absolute boss energy as she wipes them out and reports all snipers are neutralized. Terrified, the last surviving shooter begs and pleads for her to just listen for a second. Ignoring his tears, she ends him with a swift strike, then reports over her radio that all 8 snipers are finished. Over the comms, a man is told the coast is clear and he can finally start moving. Relieved, he sighs and thanks the Yonclan for saving them, but is stopped dead in his tracks by a shady figure. A guy holding a helmet stands among the corpses, and the runner grumbles about him being a total pain in the neck. But the newcomer warns him the port is rigged with bombs, offering a quick way out.
Meanwhile, our lethal lady walks through the maze of metal containers, stopping right outside a cell containing her target. She rings up her team, telling them she located Lady Haran and shares the coordinates. Inside, poor Haran is bound tightly and completely locked up in a heavy straitjacket. Apologizing for being late, she goes to free her, but Jerome busts the door down, crashing the rescue party. He remarks he knew something smelled tasty, but this sweet surprise is even better. Smiling wildly, Jerome talks about the scent of death, saying he is super glad he followed her and calls her a tasty treat. She just glares back with absolute steel in her eyes, while he keeps grinning and asks if she is talking to him. Holding his weapon, he realizes the lady is still alive, so he launches a massive strike right at the cell wall. He rips his blade back with insane force, tearing a huge chunk of metal off the wall. He wonders aloud if he should just finish her off, while the captain demands Haran's location and says he is on his way. But a massive crash from up above stops him in his tracks, grabbing his attention. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see who wins this epic aerial clash next time. Yo, stick with me here. This dude really asks if they're one big happy family. Totally lost, the boss lady asks why he is blocking the rescue. But instead of waiting for an answer, she throws a massive punch straight at Jerome. He drags his blade on the floor to stop his slide. But she spins around and hurls her weapon right at him with full force. The blade impales the container, barely missing his nose. He mocks her, asking if throwing her main weapon away was really a smart move. But wait, he realizes the weapon has a wire attached to it. Yanking the cable back, she grabs her blade and charges forward. She uses all that crazy momentum to land a heavy strike directly on his face. Even after taking a massive hit, this crazy guy just keeps laughing. Suddenly, metal debris starts raining down across the harbor. She zips away, landing safely back with the rest of her squad. The crew runs up, asking Lady Haran if she is hurt. She says she is fine, tells them to grab their ally, and asks about Soho. They tell her she is locked up in prison with Taiha for this mission. Confused, she asks why on earth they went there. They tell her they will explain everything once they get the heck out of here. Voy introduces himself, saying her testimony is absolutely needed at the hearing today. She gets it now the message got through. This means Chang is going to try to stop their escape no matter what. Now pay attention here. One of his guys runs up screaming desperately for the captain. He runs over, thanking them for saving the girl, but his face is pure panic as he screams that a bomb is about to blow. And boom, a massive explosion rips right through the middle of the containers. The blast wave slams two of them violently against a metal container, sending them rolling across the hard ground. Looking from above, the fiery explosion completely consumes a huge chunk of the yard. Annoyed, he calls Chiang a total lunatic for bombing the harbor, while the other guy warns that more enemies are coming fast. Flashing back, the guy did not buy the bomb story at first. Then, he reveals a container packed with explosives is set to detonate. He promises to buy them some time, but they must use the escape route right now. Running toward the main gate, he screams that the mission was a success, but she spots a vehicle blocking their path. He stares at the gate, completely shocked by what is waiting there. With enemy soldiers blocking the exit, they realize they are trapped. The bad guys lock their targets and get the order to fire. Suddenly, a massive armored truck crashes through, smashing the soldiers, and drifts to a stop right in front of our heroes. You and I both know that truck's about to save the day, right? Smiling at the gang, the driver tells them he is their savior. The boss points to the ramp, screaming for everyone to hop in. Helping Lady Haran, an ally, guides her inside. Meanwhile, an enemy soldier aims a rocket launcher straight at the getaway truck. Before he can pull the trigger, he gets taken out. Safe inside, she smiles and says the fun is just getting started. He teases her, asking for a dance next time. She calls him a lunatic and tells him to go hang with other monsters. Cheering for their successful escape, the armored truck speeds away like crazy. Leaving the burning harbor behind, the rescue truck gets away safely, while a mysterious man watches them from a tall silo. With a cold glare, his eyes follow the truck as it flees. Then we cut to the glowing lights of the city at night. Grinning, he comments that they managed to escape without getting a single scratch. Inside the ride, he notes that without them, the docks would be covered in corpses. On his phone, he tells the guy to hurry. He says he is already at the meeting spot. Walking along the pier, he mentions that the entire council will show up soon. Outside a massive office skyscraper, the daily traffic looks like any normal afternoon. In the office, he warns they must fix everything before the council arrives. He gets a call and realizes escape is going to be tough. He instructs the voice on the other line to hold off and move only on his signal. His assistant looks confused, but he brushes it off. She insists they go, warning the president that he needs to leave right now. Shrugging her off, he signals that he is still in the middle of a call. She warns that heavy traffic will make them late for the council. He tells her to get out and return only when he is done. He says it will take an hour, leaving her standing there in utter shock. Confirming the plan, he repeats that they leave in an hour. Right then, the elevator doors slide open for them. They ride down in silence while two men wait for them in the lobby. Trust me, you and I are about to see a crazy showdown. Let's dive in as our main guy joins up, asks if they're ready, and moves out. He orders his bodyguard to stick to him like glue. But the long-haired dude just stares back silently, spins his cane like a boss, telling them to obey, but then, oops, he trips and his crew catches him. Super stressed, his assistant asks if the president is actually doing all right. He shoves them off, shouting that he just slipped, but she knows that deadly council poison is seriously messing him up. His buddy straight up tells him he shouldn't have taken that nasty poison. He shot back that they would have ended him on the spot, but the guy warns they can't get the antidote without the Yan family. Hearing his crew worry, he just lets out a little chuckle at the whole mess. He stands up, saying his buddy has no clue how the real world operates. Meanwhile, nighttime traffic in the city is totally packed. In the car, she points out the gridlock, but he tells her to keep going straight. Despite feeling awful, he promises they won't be late if they stick to the route. In the rearview mirror, she sees her boss looking rough. He gets a call with some bad news. Heron broke out of the port 20 minutes ago. He looks at the photo and laughs, saying these young dudes picked the wrong career path. As she drives through the dark city, pay attention, because we can see that poison is absolutely wrecking his body. He chucks the phone and asks why he even keeps her around. She instantly remembers how he ignores her, interrupts her, and slashed her pay. But he admits that when it counts, she knows her place and is super capable. Feeling dizzy, he adds that she is not greedy. Clinging to the wheel, she remembers when those young guys actually helped. In that flashback, she was warned to keep her mouth shut or end her own life. Staring at the road, she starts getting pretty nervous about this whole setup. She turns and asks if she can ask just one question. He guesses she's dying to know why he took the poison, saying she just can't help herself. To her, it felt like a total detour from the main plan. Meanwhile, horns are blaring in the massive traffic jam. Staring out the window, he randomly starts talking about ancient tribes that survive by hunting. He mentions desert people who split food evenly, explaining that they trash-talk the hunter to keep his ego in check. His point, even the ultimate hunter gets crushed under heavy social pressure. Though he's dying, he claims the council can't take him down that easily. Looking at the traffic, he grumbles that he'd ban all cars if he could. He spits that the Oang and Yan families are just wild beasts wearing human clothes. They have zero class, but they run this country with raw muscle. He wanted to pit the beasts against each other, but Taiha ruined everything. Breaking free from the traffic, they take a much quieter side road. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but Chamgu realizes they have just one shot left to make everyone believe. He explains they must pull off the perfect illusion that they play by the rules. Spotting the cops, he notes that people love a good lie. Seeing them clear the path, he whispers that this is his real power. Rolling up to his destination, he declares that today they are flipping the hierarchy. Leaning heavily on his assistant, he looks completely wiped out. Sweating bullets, Chang-gu can barely keep his balance. Strolling down the pier, Chang-gu and his helper make their way to the big meeting. Right by the entrance, he pauses to catch his breath. Standing by the massive door, a woman is already waiting for them. She thanks him for coming and hopes the drive wasn't too bad, introducing herself as Cho Yun before showing them inside. Following her lead, Chang-gu marches down the long hallway toward the conference room. Genuinely pointing the way, she welcomes him right into the main room. Sweat-dripping Chang-gu fights hard to resist the poison's toll. Inside, the heavy hitters are already gathered, waiting for the council to start. The Eternal Life sect is a massive global cult with millions of members worldwide. Backed by the president, they want to be the official national religion, but they're really just a shady corporate lobby. And sitting right on that council is their ultimate prophet, the Archangel. Then we have the Dohang Association, made of old-school elites who once ran South Korea. They think only they can guard the nation from global superpowers, believing they're the only ones who can build nukes to keep total control. Let's wrap here with this legendary loan shark king, Il Guan-shin, stepping up. All right, you and I are jumping right into a super tense meeting as this lady tells him to sit while he wonders where the others are. He is totally giving her the side eyes, smelling something fishy. Right on cue, Jill Kim from the Oang faction is the first to show up. And right behind him is Gwang Hoo-young, the vice president, who always has Tai-ha's back. He claims Chang's master plan is completely dead in the water, and saving Harn means Chang is officially cornered with 0 escape routes. Suddenly they announce the big boss is here, and some VIP finally enters. Heavy footsteps echo down the hall, and the second everyone sees who it is, they scramble to their feet like absolute cowards. The guard asks why on earth everyone is standing for another member. Stepping right out of the shadows, this lady struts to the center, tells everyone to chill out, and introduces herself as Katnam Yeon. She walks past them, oozing massive main character energy. Once she reaches her spot, she gets ready to claim her seat at the table. He suddenly clocks that this lady is actually the big boss of the Yanlana family, boasting a 1,000-year history since the Silla dynasty. Their actual power is completely under wraps because nobody knows how they survived this long. And that is because anyone who tried poking their nose into their business got permanently deleted. Now pay attention here. The council, playing nice with them, was a massive mistake because they have no clue what a beast she really is. The actual boss, Jung So-yan, has power the world knows nothing about. Sitting down, she points out there is an empty chair at this meeting while he checks his phone, warning that the chief is coming and he needs to hurry. She sighs, saying her old body is just not what it used to be. Flipping an hourglass, she says this meeting wraps up in 1 hour flat, then orders him to stand because they have some serious business to discuss. He lets her know Haron is literally on her way to spill the beans, wanting to testify against the coup, since she barely survived the whole ordeal. Totally wiped out. He just sits there, sweating bullets and taking in the bad news. She asks if he wants to wait around or just confess right now, making him internally panic because he totally forgot how terrifyingly suffocating she is. Without even raising her voice, she completely traps him with absolutely no escape. I know what you are thinking. He is definitely regretting ever stepping foot in this room. He remembers how powerhouses like Guangsu and the rock-solid martial arts master Junsu always put their heavy-duty strength right on display. But then his eyes lock onto someone else in the room, staring at the woman standing in the back and wondering what her deal actually is. Her aura is so off the charts that he is doubting who the actual boss is, realizing she could easily wipe out everyone here alone. Yet he cannot feel a single shred of presence coming from the actual chief. His bodyguard warns him to stick to the script, but he just smiles, saying he will spill the tea before any testimony even happens. Standing right up, he straight up admits to offing the entire council just to become president. Cutting to the road, a car speeds off while Duke Park whines about Seoul's brutal traffic, knowing that lady is going to chew him out again. But right then, he spots something super fishy going down on the highway ahead. His driver pulls a wild drift, cutting off the road and slamming the brakes right there. Ducheol Park barks at his driver to tail that ride immediately, doubling down and telling him to stop complaining and just step on the gas. Meanwhile, an armored truck flies across a bridge under the cover of night. He thanks young Master Taiha, promising to return the favor, while she calls in asking how the heck they broke out of that prison. As the squad celebrates, he explains the Dohong Association actually came through for them. A quick flashback shows they blew a hole in the wall, cutting the power and letting the inmates run wild during the crazy chaos. She quietly takes in the whole story, keeping her focus locked on the call. Some guy notes they are way more savage than rumored, but the driver says they should just be grateful for getting them out of a jam. Wanting a bit of privacy, she tells Taiha to take her off the speakerphone. Getting a bad vibe, she warns, the real battle is just starting. While back at the meeting, he confesses to offing everyone for the presidency. His bodyguard is totally stunned by the confession, completely losing his words. Over at the head of the table, the two ladies from the Yan clan take it all in, and the assistant keeps her eyes locked, telling him to shut his mouth. And trust me, we are in for a ride, because he snaps that this is not the place before revealing proof of the president's assassination. The cash used for the hit actually came straight from a shell company registered in Panama. Screaming, he straight up accuses him of personally leading the attack on the yacht. All right, you and I are jumping right into the beef as Chang gets called out for taking out his own dad to become president. This angry dude points a finger and snaps that he's talking way too much for a dead man, while the Archangel just chillin' silently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, the lone Shark King literally falls fast asleep right during the meeting. Sensing the weird vibes, he realizes something is totally off. With a smug grin, he claims he would have spilled the tea if they just asked. The guy is completely shook by that answer and has zero clue how to reply. Slamming his cane, he admits he was in on the hit and handled the cash. He only did it because his own father was going to make him the scapegoat. Right after spilling the beans, he starts coughing crazy from the poison kicking in. He explains his dad blamed him for his mother and brother's tragic deaths. For 17 whole years, he thought his dad was setting him up, but after he kicked the bucket, he realized a greedy dude was behind it. He screams out, accusing Gwang Hu-young of being the mastermind behind this whole coup. Cut to a car zooming by as a guy asks about Chang's hearing. Turns out Chang bumped it up early, knowing he'd be super busy. But watch closely here, she realizes his confession was a total scam to steal the presidency without going through the real rules. She points out that saving her actually ruins Chang's plans, especially since the guards were weak and the bombs were basically firecrackers. And to top it all off, Do-young was completely missing from the scene. Young Master Taiha just takes all this in without saying a word, thinking that if he'd been guarding the port, she never would have escaped. When asked if Chang let her run, he says there's no way that makes sense. She hints that Chang couldn't pull this off without the sect's blessing. If they planned the whole thing, her easy getaway makes total sense. He wonders if Yang went straight to the Dobong Association to ask for help. She asks if he knows who cut the deal, what the terms were, or if the association actually wanted this team up from the start. He goes quiet for a second and asks her to break it down. She explains the final decision comes down to a 5-member majority vote. Turns out the Lone Shark King Ilgwin Shin is one of those big council members. Waking up, he mentions he just got a call from President Jin on the secure red phone, which is their secret direct line for emergency talks. Apparently, Jin warned him that main character Chang and Yang were up to something. But since Chang is his #1 guy, he demanded real proof. Turns out President Jin was actually right the whole time. Meanwhile, the Archangel says he got a heads up before showing up about a prison break and an inmate being rescued. He confronts Yang, demanding to know about the boss he serves, Taiha Jin. Totally lost, he wonders why they went rogue without his green light. Listening closely, he finally pieces together the whole meeting.
And yeah, we both saw it coming. This was Chang's master plan all along. Flashing his screen, he shows Har escaping in a Dobong truck and blames him for playing his dad to bring Taiha back for the kill. The man screams back, saying they can't pin this on him with some random photos. Slamming her hand on the table, she demands everyone calm down because they need to talk to the actual guy involved. Asking where Vice President Ho is. Suddenly, we see two guys get ambushed inside a car. The driver realizes he got sloppy and was just stalling. Slumped in his seat, he curses the traitors as they go for his throat. After the beatdown, they dump the two bodies right out of the vehicle. He tells everyone to hold on tight as he slams the gas. He mutters that 30 minutes have passed, finding this weird detour to Sunshin super sus. Cut to a guy sitting totally chill in the back seat. He jumps out of his skin when his phone rings with a call from Taiha. Behind the wheel, Taiha barks the order to whip that car around right now if he wants to live. Down at the subway, the city looks completely quiet under the streetlights, but he's booking it, trying to escape this mess. Gasping for air, he wonders how he even got dragged into this nightmare. He argues back, asking what turning the car around even means for survival. He starts questioning why he should even take orders, but a voice suddenly cuts him off, telling him he's done enough. Puffing on a cigarette, the older guy sighs and says he's way too old for running. Strolling down a dark hallway, he spots a very familiar figure waiting right at the end. Freaking out, he gasps, wondering why the Oang faction is here. The man tells him that doesn't matter because the council is already waiting. The real issue is that he secretly backed Taiha's big plans, shouting he swears his crew acted entirely on their own. So stick around because you and I are about to see if he spills the tea. All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess. He claims he's just escorting him, but if the boss orders a hit, all bets are off. Swords out, they move in. The poor guy is sweating bullets because he realizes these are the president's elite guards and personal hitmen. He sighs, totally bummed out, because Machang was actually a solid, loyal dude. He can't believe his top guy went rogue like this. But a council member shrugs and says maybe he just fell in with a bad crowd. He asks the leader how this trial is even legit with all these snakes stabbing them in the back. There is 0 point in keeping this meeting going. Honestly, the old man hit the nail on the head with that one. She asks if anyone has heard back from Vice President Ho or his big boss. Screaming his innocence, he begs them to back off. He knows the president decides the truth, whether it's real or totally made up. Walking into that room is a certified death sentence. He spots some shady strangers and instantly gets a really bad vibe about this. Look closely at the screen here. While his phone is buzzing, a pack of deadly assassins completely traps them in the hallway. Grumbling about this relentless caller, he frantically tries to figure out how to block the number on his screen. Cornered by killers, they have absolutely 0 escape routes. He is shocked, wondering how on earth this guy even tracked them down. He explains he spotted Ilwan's bodyguard pull a sudden U-turn, which is when he called Pyong the Oang gang boss. Duchiel Park asks him what the heck he is doing, so the guy drops to his knees, begging, screaming that he was framed. Apologizing to the big boss, he basically begs him to just walk away and pretend he saw absolutely nothing. Annoyed, he shuts that down, asking why he is sticking his nose in family drama. Then he reveals Chang asked him to help clear his name. He literally laughs in his face, calling him completely nuts for backing Chang when he should be kissing up to the guy with actual power. Looking dead serious, he reminds him that he already made it crystal clear they do not make any alliances. He screams that this stubborn attitude is exactly why they are still low-life thugs. Raising his hand to signal his men. Pointing right at the guy, the boss barks an order to get over here.
But he just lowers his head, totally defying him. Telling him no way, he outright rejects the order while the hitmen get ready to strike. The hitmen charge at lightning speed toward the boss. Honestly, looking at him, he seems more than ready to accept this challenge. He warns them that if they want to do this the hard way, he will happily step up and settle it. Up above, an assassin's shadow looms, ready to pounce. But our guy is already winding up, clenching his fist with insane power. Boom! He slams the ground with one massive punch, sending every single enemy flying. Knocked flat, the hitmen are totally out cold. Watching this go down, he tries to remember the last time he saw someone do that. It reminds him of that raw power that solves every single problem with fists. He realizes he is literally watching the god of war in action. True fighting comes down to power, technique, and speed. We both know this absolute legend is easily the strongest fighter in the entire country. Moving like a blur, he connects with a devastating, crushing strike. Throwing hands like a literal war god, the old-timer is still absolute fire, but even he gets caught off guard by a sneaky blow from behind. Observing the chaos, a voice notes that the legend is past his prime. Meanwhile, GL Kim confirms his orders, demanding full updates. He reports the boss smelled a trap and chased after a suspicious ride. Shocked by the news, he demands to know whose car it was. With Taiha out of the picture, there is only one crazy option left. Thinking this entire situation is a total dumpster fire, she tells them to call President Park because he will definitely pick up. Worried sick, he wonders if Ma-chung was the one caught in that trap. Back in the hallway, a horde of men charge at once. Looking at his fresh cut, he grunts that it is just an annoying scratch from assassins trained personally by President Shin. He points out these killers were built to fight Taiha, but got sent here instead. Laughing, he tells them they need to try harder against an old-timer. Suddenly, the entire squad of killers lunges forward to slice him up. Quick as a flash, he delivers a brutal punch directly to his opponent's face. Slamming the guy down, his phone starts blaring. Looking at the screen, he complains about whoever is blowing up his line like this. He turns to the killers and casually asks them for a quick second. Answering the call, he blocks a flying fist with his spare hand while she screams, calling him a chicken and asking if he wants to die. She keeps nagging that he made the elders wait. Annoyed, he yells back that he obviously has a very good excuse for being late. She asks when he'll grow up, since everyone is busy, but trust me, we need to see what's next. All right, you and I are diving into this fight where he's casually wrecking assassins on a call, screaming at them to put him on speaker. She asks who on earth he's trading blows with right now. He replies that it's President Shin's personal guard, and they're already losing steam, while she quickly sets the phone down to turn on speaker. With a single tap, she answers, telling him to spill it, and his loud voice immediately fills the room, screaming for Chang. He claims they made a massive mistake underestimating him, warning he will be there in 10 minutes. He orders them to wait, crushing his own phone while threatening to tear his head off and hang it up. Immediately, the shattered device clatters onto the floor, and he locks his focus back on the killers circling him. Super annoyed, he reminds them he asked for some time before stepping up and dropping one guy flat on the floor. With a swift dodge, he slips past an incoming strike. He counters instantly with a massive blow straight to the chest, then wastes no time smashing another enemy trying to sneak up. Blood sprays everywhere from the impact, and he finishes the final standing threat by grabbing a heavy object to smash them. His eyes stay sharp and focused after the kill. Now, watch closely here. Someone realizes they completely misjudged this absolute beast of a fighter. Watching him move, he admits he is just as lethal as his prime. He notes that only his heart has softened, while back in the meeting room, she remarks things are about to get incredibly messy. She points out that mere photos cannot prove their claims, leaving him frustrated and wondering why Duke was involved and who leaked the intel. He tells Dung to keep watch on that monster, smiling, as he assumes his absence means he actually followed their orders. Startled, he glances up as debris starts raining down around them. He also looks up, thrown off by this sudden disruption, while a massive grin spreads across the face of the newcomer. Togyung crashes right into the action, leaving them both stunned, while the other guy frantically questions what just happened. The older man instantly recognizes the new arrival, who keeps a smug smile on his face while locking eyes on his next target. Without warning, he charges forward to strike Duke Park, who barely dodges and winds up for a brutal counterkick. The sheer force of the impact completely shatters the hallway floor. Duchil Park looks back and realizes his target slipped away, sliding down the corridor before stopping dead in front of him. He demands to know what a Taeyong guy is doing here, while the newcomer smiles and says he knew they would cross paths. Revealing his master plan, he says he was the target all along, while shouting that the newcomer was never supposed to interfere. Incredibly pissed off, he curses Chang for messing up everything. Listening closely, he quietly watches how this unfolds, while in the corner, a terrified man cowers in fear right next to the bodies. Let's pause here. He grabs his head, completely lost in absolute panic. He suggests taking Vice President Ho to the council, but the other declines adjusting his gloves and saying it is his job to do. Fixing his gear, he confidently declares that this is his duty. Snapping completely, he screams that he knows he can hear him, demanding to be let out. But with his back turned, he warns the clash is starting. He flat out threatens to kill him if he dares to interfere again. The older man cuts in to ask what he is up to, and he calmly replies that his mission is already accomplished. Recalling the call, he says he is coming for him right now, before launching a lightning-fast attack that catches him completely off guard. The attack is blocked, but he still manages to parry the follow-up strike, using his weapon to defend before swinging hard to land a direct hit on his opponent's head. Parrying the strike, he attempts a rapid counter, but Duke Park narrowly slides out of harm's way to escape the hit. He retaliates instantly by landing a heavy punch to the face, claiming he honestly thought the old man was completely washed up. He connects with another devastating blow to the old man's jaw, mocking him for being far too exhausted to put up a fight. Admitting he messed up, he confesses he was totally wrong about him. Spinning his weapon, he recalls how this man once unified all the nation's gangs, dreaming of creating a brand new world order. Confronting his former master, he demands to know why he stopped everything. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, he screams that gangsters die the moment they stop continuously asking him why he chose to quit. You and I feel his total desperation as he screams for real answers. Defending against the final strike, he successfully blocks the heavy downward blow. All right, you and I are diving straight into this madness as he smiles, saying change is survival before delivering a devastating, face-smashing punch. The poor guy gets launched, totally shattering the floor upon impact. As the dust clears, he stands watching the aftermath. Suddenly, a flashback hits, and a man wonders if he is finally a free man. A familiar face appears in his mind, confirming it, before we jump to the past to see him get absolutely blindsided by a cheap shot. Cut back to the hallway, where he slowly corners the guy, shaking in fear. The terrified target screams, asking if he has lost his mind, and reminding him that his actual orders were to bring him back alive. Casually fixing his tie, he reveals his only real job was protecting him from Dukil. As a weapon rises, the guy begs for mercy. Smiling, he replies that keeping him safe finally bought him his freedom. Climbing out of the wreckage, the other fighter watches everything unfold from afar. Peering down the hallway, he watches in total shock as the subordinate suddenly turns and strikes his very own boss. An annoyed Dukil Park calls the kid a cocky brat. He then hoists his weapon, ready to end this once and for all. Moving like lightning, he lunges forward, aiming to finish Dukil Park right then and there. Now watch this part closely. He literally stops the blade with a bare fist, leaving his opponent completely jaw-dropped. Despite his bleeding hand, he grips the blade tight, giving his enemy a smug look before planning his next move. With a massive swing, Dukyeol Park launches his opponent skyward, immediately leaping up after him to finish the job. Crashing down, he mutters that he finally got the chance to meet him. Grumbling about how he ruined his plans, he unleashes a brutal overhead smash that cracks the earth with crazy impact. Rising from the smoke, he glares directly at his foe, his eyes locked onto the target through the hazy air. Spinning around in shock, he barely reacts before a sudden, lightning-fast attack strikes him out of nowhere. That hit landed perfectly, leaving him genuinely impressed as the bystander gears up to jump into the fray. Stunned, he cannot believe his eyes, while the boss notes his ally is actually pretty sharp. He fires back that the boss's eyes are sharper than his big mouth smiling, because he finally has to use his brain. Without wasting a single second, the two of them charge forward together to double-team the enemy. Startled by his reckless attitude, the boss screams that Machang is already down, and their entire plan is completely ruined. Let's be real, he's totally right. One boss cannot fight 80 guys, so they sync up and jump into battle. Fists fly as he barely manages to block the enemy's brutal, non-stop strikes. Rolling with the plan, the boss swings hard, but the enemy barely dodges the devastating blow by a hair. The chaotic three-way brawl reaches a boiling point, with lethal strikes coming from every single angle. Realizing their momentum is fading, things get worse when the enemy suddenly trips over a stray body on the ground. Yelling that he is a complete fraud, he charges with his weapon, slicing the enemy's face and leaving a massive gash. Despite bleeding heavily, he immediately counters by wildly spinning his weapons toward his attacker. In a flashback, we learn only a Yan clan member can kill Dukyeol, promising that if he survives training, victory is his. With a deafening smash, both of them go crashing right through the glass wall in a split second. Another memory warns him to stay strong for Cheong-gu, snapping him back to reality as he tightly grips his weapon. Warning him that Oang is crawling with monsters, he demands a one-on-one fight, while pinning the enemy down, screaming for his boss to finish the job. Slumped against the wall, he quietly watches the chaos unfold before calling out to Pyong-tae, who is staring back intently. Startled by the sudden call, he turns and asks what the boss wants. Suddenly, his subordinate's lifeless body drops right in front of him, and staring at the corpse, he lets out a creepy chuckle. In another memory, he is tasked with protecting Cheong-gu, calling this the ultimate freedom a father could ever grant his son. Back in the fight, he calls the situation hilarious. In a flashback, Pyong asks how long they must live like this. Dukyeol Park shrugs and says he can join them if he wants. Nobody is stopping him. He asks if they deserve a better life, with a cozy home and a daughter confirming that is his ultimate dream with pure sincerity. Sharing his past, he explains he was born with absolutely nothing and fought simply to survive. And that's where we see him smile, wanting to live fully, before asking the boss if he feels the exact same way. With a bloody grin, the enemy glares back with a ruptured eye, sacrificing his own vision just to force an opening. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch this beast prep for round 2. Shirtless and savage, he spots the literal murder weapon built just for him. Before he can even blink, the enemy lunges forward to end it right now. He launches a kick to turn things around, but Duck Park gets blasted right in the ribs. Flashback time, where his master says, "Do not go in guns blazing. Keep those punches tight and target his wrists instead. Forget trying to block those massive blows, just parry them away." If he chips away at this giant monster hit by hit, the big guy will eventually crumble. He flashes a grin, finally seeing the guy's real unlocked powers. Dukyeol Park realizes that flashy trash-talking entrance was just a total bluff. He swings a massive, earth-shaking punch, but gets nothing but air. Seeing the perfect counter, he wonders how many years this kid has been grinding. Dude sighs and says he is seriously let down by Jansu. In a flash, he grabs the guy by the skull and yeets him straight down the hallway. He yells, "Why did you even study my moves if you were just gonna let some other loser do the dirty work?"
Another flashback rolls in, saying he was totally ready to take on the big boss, so why did he not show up?
He throws down the gauntlet just like the old days, screaming that he is always locked and loaded. Diving straight back into the shadows, he yells that he's been waiting. Dukil Park screams for Jin-soo, while also waiting for Japel, who went completely rogue for revenge after his family got wiped out. He claims he built a safe haven for wild beasts, with absolutely nowhere else to run. Watch closely here, because if he is going down, he wants to reap what he sowed in style as he loads up this final attack. Boom-hee channels every single ounce of his power to land a devastating direct blow. The impact is so brutal, he starts coughing up blood, completely paralyzed. Looking down at the guy, he scoffs, saying, "This level is not gonna cut it." He screams, asking if the guy seriously thought he was down for the count, swearing he won't die to some random zero-name loser. And right there we see Doyoung breaking out in a freezing cold sweat for the absolute first time in his life. Even after taking on 88 guys solo, he is still standing, throwing another punch that completely mocks his enemy's expectations. A massive wave of energy erupts from his body, showing this monster is still alive and kicking as he retaliates with a clean, heavy hit. But the enemy strikes back, slicing his blade right into his leg to slow him down. Dukil Park answers back with a savage swing, sending the guy flying down the hallway. He crashes hard right at the very end of the corridor. Sprawled on the floor, he raises his blade, getting ready to finish him. He shrieks that he won, claiming his rival's head is officially his, while the other guy just lies there, completely paralyzed. Stiff as a board, he glares at the guy who keeps yelling for him to die. But then his eye snaps open. He is not done. Screaming with everything he has, he demands that his enemy finally die for good. He tosses his weapon high, getting ready to bring down the ultimate final strike. The blade falls fast toward the helpless Dukil Park. But wait, you and I did not see this coming. Taiha suddenly blocks the hit while their allies announce they found the hideout. Jumping out of the ride, he sprints ahead as his crew yells for the young master. Seeing the blood splattered on the floor, he warns them he is heading in. From the car window, they scream that the doctor strictly banned him from fighting. Stuck inside, she complains that he drives her absolutely insane. Flying up the stairs, he hopes he is not too late, but then halts in his tracks as a massive crash echoes from the corridor. Showing up in the nick of time, he parries the lethal blow aimed at the helpless victim, drawing his blades to protect the bleeding boss. Flat on the ground, the old-timer looks up in shock at his savior, while the killer glares right back. Totally stunned by the sudden move, the enemy recognizes him and asks, "Are you actually Taiha?" His eyes lock onto his target, ignoring everything else. He charges and lands a hit the guy cannot dodge, but the killer manages to cross his weapons to block the next strike. Moving like lightning, he swings again to land a solid blow, but it gets blocked. Dodging the counter, he unleashes a slash that literally rips the guy's hand clean off. An ally rushes in, yelling that he will get the bleeding boss to the hospital, while staring at Dukal, shocked that Doyoung did this. Glancing around, he spots dozens of bloodied bodies littered across the floor, including poor Min Chang. Completely horrified, he asks what kind of nightmare went down here, before realizing this is the work of that same exact monster. He remembers the guy already trashed Jin-soo, and now he is targeting Dukol, refusing help. Dukol growls that he won't give him up because he is his prey. Pushing back, the killer lands a massive blow right on his chest, making our hero grimace in pure, unadulterated pain. With unhealed bones and time running thin, you and I both know he is in serious trouble. Yo, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as his homie grabs him to speedrun this fight, tanking bullets to save his life. Right on cue, a fully geared squad of soldiers storms down the hallway in perfect formation. The Young Moo squad rolls up to check on their boss, apologizing for being late because finding him in this mess was a total nightmare. Seeing the heavy backup arrive, our guy knows things just got super messy. He yells that they gotta bounce because Dukyeol is toast if this goes on, leaving the trap duo wondering how they are going to break out. Once the green light to shoot drops, the squad sprays lead, but she somehow matrix blocks every single bullet like an absolute boss. Stepping in to stop the madness, he says, the Yan clan is now running this show. She warns that anyone acting up gets eliminated for breaking council laws before eyeing the squad to see the aftermath of their brutal brawl. She wonders if this dude really wanted to fight to the bitter end. Bleeding out, he refuses to back down because his target is his prey, raising his blade to claim the head he waited his whole life to take. Stick with me here. We are switching rooms as a sudden report interrupts the quiet. Cho Yan reveals that the big boss, Soho, called in to report that Vice President Ho and 88 of his assassins are officially history. He adds that Pyong is dead too, with 2 others barely hanging on. Jaw on the floor, the boss just freezes at the news, taking a puff of his cigar before asking if Pyong was not Seoul's top dog. Just hearing Taiha's name triggers him, prompting him to call the kid a minor speed bump. Chilling at her desk, she laughs that the scumbag finally slipped up big time as the reporter looks around the massive room. Glaring at the guy sitting at the table, he demands to know the master plan behind this mess. Hurrying into the room, a girl busts through the door, apologizing for being super late. She introduces herself, claiming she is a prime witness to the port disaster, as someone gestures for her to start spilling the tea. She notes the girl is tardy, but is just glad she is safe, pointing out the 2 guys chilling in the room before she continues. Smirking, she offers to guess exactly what the witness is going to say. She guesses Taiha teamed up with the Oang crew to whack the VP, before noting the Eternal Life cult got ambushed in their cells. He wraps up by saying that after this mess, nobody is walking away happy. He sighs that all their laws completely crumbled under these dirty schemes. He asks why they even pretend to follow rules anymore. But you and I know things are about to catch fire. Getting on her feet, she gets ready to follow orders, channeling all her energy into her hand for the next move. With one devastating punch, she obliterates the massive stone table right in front of her. She tells Cho to give Chaeyang the cure as night falls, shifting our view to a super quiet, remote spot. Inside a slick modern house, the drama keeps brewing in the dead of night. Limping down the pier, a banged-up Taiha keeps pushing forward, his face dead serious and locked in on his goal. Standing in the wreckage, the 2 square off inside the completely demolished meeting room. He mentions the chief gave him the rundown, saying they owe a massive debt, before asking what went down at the trial. He explains the trial was put on hold, but they cooked up a whole new law. She pauses the council's power so they can settle their beef, declaring a free-for-all where everyone is allowed to spill blood, crushing his glasses. Japel Kim vows the Oang crew will end Chaeyang and invites others to join the party. As this crazy day finally wraps up, the city looks completely peaceful on the surface, but the world is about to flip upside down again as the cops bust in, declaring everyone is under arrest. A thug screams at the cop asking if he is crazy as the crew's shops get raided during a chaotic night. Even when Oang swings back, they find themselves totally trapped in a corner. Their phones and web access are cut off, completely isolating the gang. Their bank accounts are frozen, leaving them flat broke, while new laws drop massive penalties on any business linked to crime. The very next morning, President Jung officially declares a brand new war on crime. The courts and news fully team up to isolate Oang, while drones buzz overhead, warning citizens to stay away from gangs. The broadcast warns about ruined credit scores and massive service bans. Factions pour cash to crush Oang, showing us that sometimes you do not even need brute force to win a war. All right, let's dive into this depressing funeral where barely anyone actually showed up. A smiling guy's picture is sitting on the candlelit altar, but honestly, looking at him right now, this setup is just straight up embarrassing. One guy starts whining that they couldn't even throw a decent funeral for Pyong. At the meeting, he asks what the plan is, but Jill Kim adjusts his glasses, telling everyone to wait for the late arrivals. Changbong Park doubts that waiting is actually going to fix this total disaster. Quinn Cheon asks how the big boss is holding up, and hears he is in intensive care, but luckily just woke up. Jung Cha is totally losing it over his beloved boss, while some jerk mocks him, asking why he is not crying for Pyong instead. Jungo Jang just watches the drama go down without saying a single word. The doors swing open as more guys walk in, and this toothless dude asks with a grin if everyone is finally here. He gets chewed out for being late, though Taeyu complains the streets outside are absolute chaos right now. Taeyu claims he was super busy strutting through the room and calling everyone absolute fools for getting into this garbage situation. He tosses his coat aside and comfortably slides right into the main chair at the head of the table, ready to talk business. He grins and asks if they can start, but some dude slams his fist on the table to grab everyone's attention. He warns him that the seat belongs to somebody else and tells him to get lost. Pay attention here, he mockingly asks, who else would take the seat with the boss still breathing? He literally questions if a gangster who lost an arm and a leg even counts as living. As everyone watches in silence, he flashes his flashy rings, claiming that throne should have been his a long time ago. He accuses him of being terrified his dirty secrets will get exposed if he takes charge. He fires back that he loves a challenge, but leadership takes more than muscle, reminding him the boss is only ranked number 2. Hearing the direct challenge, he just stares back, processing the insult in complete silence. Adjusting his glasses, he tells him to actually grab the number 1 spot first before standing up to face him down. With a dead serious look, he tells the guy to get back to his seat, but gets met with pure disrespect. With a swift kick, he sends the empty chair flying across the room before slumping into a different seat to talk. One of the members suggests they might just have to negotiate a deal with their enemies. I know what you are thinking, but Jill Kim is not buying this wild negotiation proposal at all. He keeps going, saying that taking out just one single president will not solve their problems. Smirking, he says the enemies are attacking them like there is no tomorrow. He argues that the enemies need them to keep their own hands clean, so he proposes leaving the council to save their own turf. Absolutely blown away by the proposal, one of the members yells and jumps up. He screams that they built this council, and leaving means they are completely finished. Pissed off, he asks if anyone has a better plan, or if they should all just go down together, laughing at the chaos. He mocks them, saying it is quite a sight to watch everything burn with the boss out. Suddenly, one of them slams his fist down hard to shut everyone the heck up. Apologizing to the older gent, Japel Kim lights up a smoke and warns everyone that this is not why he called them. Stunned, Japel Kim asks if he heard right and if they are seriously turning down the alliance. He asks if he really plans to take on 3 whole factions alone, but Taiha warns if Chaeyang is the target, they are enemies. Furious, he snaps that there is no way he can pull this off without help. With a stone-cold glare, he asks what makes him think he can propose an alliance, warning him to watch his mouth. Over at a mountain hospital, security is locked down tight for the VIP patients. Walking through the lobby, she explains he is awake but critical, and his family is making a rare exception for this visit. He processes the news and follows her down the quiet hallway before she leaves them to talk. She takes off toward the elevator, and as he steps out on his floor, a guard greets him. Lying in bed, Duchel Park grumbles that he thought they were leaving him for dead. Sitting in a chair, he mentions hearing about his brutal injuries, but Duchel says some steak solved that. He reveals Jill wants an alliance because 3 factions declared war, and trust me, you and I need to see this. He wants to team up, but you and I know he's setting some crazy conditions. Smiling, he asks why they even bothered visiting a weak old guy like him. The guy replies that but he's still the grand elder, making the old man look back with a super serious and deep look. Staring out the window, he warns that the streets will be covered in blood by tonight, asking if they expected things to get this wild. In all honesty, he says no, since his original plan was just to escape that place. Nodding along, he says life is full of unexpected surprises. The vibe in the hospital room gets super tense as they keep talking, with the old guy explaining his first move was just to stay alive. He kept running like crazy just to see his limits, joking with a grin that he'd be the star of a gangster rap. Pay close attention here, because this empty pillbox isn't the only thing he's throwing out. Sighing, he complains about getting old and lonely, picturing himself standing right on top of a mountain of bodies from his bloody past. Looking back, he confesses that his own crew actually burned Junsu's sister alive. Taking the heat, he admits he triggered Junsu's revenge, then seriously asks if they still want to team up after hearing that. The guy just stares at him in total silence, completely ignoring the big question. Surprised, he expected more confidence from him, then holds up a cigar, asking if he thinks this is all just anger over Chang. He makes it crystal clear that his absolute #1 rule is that traitors always die. Lighting his cigar, he vows he'll never compromise on family or revenge. He points out that the guy seems to want death, but he's wrong, revealing that Jill went completely ballistic upon hearing the news. He asks if everyone really wants him dead, and honestly, you and I are about to see the chaos explode back at the meeting. Grinning, he asks why they even showed up if they didn't want to chat. Stressed out, he asks how they'll clean up this disaster, but a thug warns that nobody's following an underboss's commands anyway. Cool as a cucumber, he answers that his only job was getting them here. Spinning around, he suddenly hears the back door of the room creaking open. Some guy walks in apologizing for being late, leaving the gang members totally baffled about who this random dude is. Stunned, someone recognizes Tai-ha and asks why he's here, wondering if this is the same guy who caused that massive scene. He says the kid's right on time and tells him to get to it. Tai-ha strolls up to the head of the table to speak, introducing himself as the leader taking over their new joint operation. Yelling out, one of the thugs asks what this skinny punk just muttered. Unbothered, he says he doesn't speak hood slang, letting the boss explain the details while everyone else sits there completely speechless. On the phone, he says he's on the line and everyone is assembled. Setting his phone down, he prepares for the next phase, remembering an old flashback warning him to stay in his lane and act right. He keeps advising him to get things sorted out and wait for the perfect moment. Over the line, he promises that guy will unleash hell as Dutchell Park screams to murder every single punk who dared test them. He rants that they can't just sit on their hands boasting they never needed cash or phones to survive before. Screaming into the receiver, he swears anyone disrespecting them won't make it to tomorrow. So he orders everyone to follow Tai-ha. And trust me, you and I are going to love this new setup. New temporary boss.